Well, good morning, wherever you are. Welcome once again to the Queen's Park Oval in Trinidad and Tobago, where the sunshine is trying to break through as early morning showers ensured that play will not start on time on this final day in West Indies 4-day championship between Guyana Harpy Eagles and Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. It started out early with brilliant sunshine, but just when we thought we would have had play, the showers came tumbling down roughly around 15 minutes after the hour of 9 o'clock. The pitch is well covered, the ground is very hard, and once the rain eases up and stops, well, then the covers will be taken off, and I think we are going to have play. As I look out in the distance from the southeast position, it's clearing up a little, but there are still some clouds there. In fact, rain has affected this game for most part of play. We had a complete day's play on the first day when Trinidad and Tobago Red Force won the toss and they batted. They posted 203 for the loss of 9. On the second day, the Guyana Harpy Eagles wrapped up the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force innings on 218. Jeremy Salazano 70, Jason Mohammed 68, with Paul picking up 6 for 50 and Moti 2 for 35. In fact, the second day was completely washed out because of rain, and Guyana closed the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force innings on day number 3. That also saw a cat and mouse situation. Rain keeps tumbling down. There were stoppages and starts. At one time, Harpy Eagles 19 without loss with Tejanarayan Chandapal on 1, Imlak on 16. Just 12.4 overs was available when the rains came down on day number 3 at 11:05 hours. Then the rain continues again at 16:02 hours with the Harpy Eagles reaching 30 without loss. Tejanarayan Chandapal is on 3, Imlak on 25, just 3.2 overs bowled in that little piece of play. Since then, no play right on to now. In fact, the sunshine came down this morning that both teams, they were out in the middle practicing and ensuring that they get their blood flowing and all is well with their muscles, and then the rains came. As I speak with you, it's easing up. The sun is trying to fight through, but there is this constant drizzle across the ground. News from Brian Lara too. Rains came down there at 8:50 hours and no play so far. Diego Martin, I haven't heard from them as yet, but when my friend John Ramsing contacted me late yesterday afternoon, the ground was real soggy and there was still water there. So I'm afraid they might not have some play there as well. So that's the news from Queen's Park Oval. Rain has delayed start of play on day number 4. This is Inderjeet reporting live from Queen's Park. Well, good morning once again. And as you can see, we have better news for you because the Red Force, they have made their way out in the field, so too the two umpires. And the Guyanese opening pair, that's Tej Narain Chandapol and Tevin Imlak. So the rains have disappeared, but the clouds still lingers nearby. We are hoping that we are not going to have more intervention from the water molecules that normally pour from the top. They are far away, however, and we can have some play here on this final day with the Guyana Harpy Eagles overnight on 30 without loss. Tej Narain Chandrapal, he's on 3. Tevin Imlak is on 25. So the men in whites, they're already out in the middle, and we should have play starting in the matter of moments. With me once again in the commentary box is my Guyanese colleague, Sean Devers. Good morning to you, Sean. Good to see the rains have disappeared and we're having some cricket.
Yeah, good morning, Inderjeet. Good morning to everyone, wherever you are, whatever you're doing. It's a lovely Saturday morning despite the weather because God has made it. And yes, it's a pity that the rain has fallen so much and eked out so much time from this game. This could have been a really interesting first-class encounter. The final round, today is the final day of this tournament. And we must say that it's good that rain has not affected the tournament before.
Yes, Terence Hines is in his third over outside the line of the off stump, going by into the gloves of the keeper. And it's a nice little away movement too.
Yes, that's a prodigious away movement, but it started too wide and it kept a bit low. De Silva took it ankle height. I was talking about the weather, and this is the May-June rain also in Guyana, and it's good. We're lucky that so many days have passed. Only 2 days we've gotten rain.
Yes, the entire tournament, this round that is played in Trinidad and Tobago, except when we come down to the final round, we had real good weather for cricket. Round the wicket comes Terence Hines. Line down the leg side, a tumbling save here by Joshua De Silva. Well, Sean, many would have been saying that why play the cricket in the months of May and June? But remember, we had the pandemic, and it's essential that we get our first-class championship going. And the opening rounds in February, no problem with that. Coming to Trinidad and Tobago until the 4th round. So West Indies cricket had to get the game going. It's a pity that rain intervened. That's nature. No one can stop that. So there are 2 slips, a gully. There's a backward point. We have in an extra cover mid-off. There's a mid-on, a forward square, and a long leg. Hines badly lined again to Tej Narain Chandapal, wide outside the line of the off stump.
And we saw in the previous delivery, Hines looking to overcompensate and bringing the ball back into the left-hander, but just going too wide, and another good save down the leg side by De Silva. This is good bowling in his first over. He's testing Chandrapal, but you don't test Chandrapal's patience. He's got loads and loads of that.
Yes, but as a bowler, you won't mind. You'll want to ensure that you get them in the right places. Oh, and this is even wider. This actually fell on the next pitch that is at the side of this one they're playing on.
Yes, certainly a wide delivery. They might have a plan to bowl wide at Chandrapal, knowing that he wants to score. This is his last opportunity to score. Through the grapevine, I've heard that 4 Guyanese are in the West Indies A team. The 2 openers.
The President's 11 team.
These 2, and Moti and Paul.
Yes, well, that's excellent news as well as we watch Terence Hines once again. Short and slammed, a brilliant dive down at backward point by the skipper himself, Imran Khan. That had some go on it, but he looked good as he played the shot. Tej Narain Chandapal, he moves off from 3. He has now gone on to 4.
Yeah, that was short. It wasn't all that wide, and he stood up and slapped it. It was a hard slap, but well fielded, as you said, by Khan at backward point.
Yes, he judged it well and anticipated the shot as he saw Tej Narain Chandapal going onto the back foot. So Imlak is on 25 rather. Tej Narain Chandapal is on 4. And Imlach, the right-hander, who has looked very solid in this innings so far, some crisp drives through the covers. And that's a delivery pitched on line of the middle and off stump, and Imlach just walked into the defensive shot. And that feeling of having the ball coming off the full face of the bat is a good one.
I was now going to say from the first ball, he hit the middle of the bat. And as we speak, I was just going to say too that the sun is back in all its glory. It's now not in all its glory, but that's a cat and mouse game in the skies, the rain and the sun and the clouds.
Yes, and it was all due because of that tropical depression that brought the tropical wave close to the shores of Trinidad and Tobago, that we had these huge downpour.
Oh, that squared him up.
Very good delivery indeed, flying off the thick outer portion of the bat down towards backward point. The first over completed on day number 4. It's 32 without loss. Harp Eagles in their second innings with Tevin Imlach on 25. Tej Chandapal, he's on 4.
And remember, maybe just for academic notification, Red Force making 218. And I don't think they have enough time now to get a result unless something dramatic happens. But Guyana would want to make use of this opportunity to put more runs on the board, enable the batsmen who are there to promote their reputation as West Indian batsmen, add a claim to get in selection, and all of these things. It's still an interesting game, maybe just for personal achievements.
Of course, Sean, and you've called it correctly, because while many will feel, well, there's nothing left in the game, there's so much to play for, if not the entire team, the individuals as well. You did mention those 4 Harpy Eagles players that has made their way into that squad for the Presidency.
I said I heard it through the grapevine.
Through the grapevine.
Yeah.
No, it's not an announcement as yet. So, as we watch Gabriel from the southern end of the ground. And Tej is coming forward and driving, just pushing at the delivery, down through wide mid-off. It's not going to get to the boundary. Terence Hines is after it, sends
Good
the
aggressive
return.
running by Tej Narayan Chandra. He initiated the run, the third run, and he called Imlach, and Imlach responded.
Yes, and they got 3. So good running between the wickets. And with that push drive, he now moves on to 7. Tej Narayan Chandapal.
And you notice the attitude he's come out with this morning as opposed to yesterday. He must have been told that he's in the A team and wants to prove a point again, because I think he's past that. I think he should be in the test squad.
Well, that was a full delivery and was a good-looking shot by Tej. He had to play the push through the mid-off area. So there is 3 slips, a gully. There's also backward point. There's an extra cover. A wide mid-off. We're having a mid-on, and we have a man posted way out on the long leg boundary. Gabriel, powerful man, very open-chested.
Ooh.
Outside the line of the off stump. And there was Imlach, maybe hoping for it to come off a little bit higher. It did not.
Again played outside the line of the ball. It passed between the bat and the stumps.
And that's for the 3rd time, Sean.
Yeah.
We are seeing Imlach, playing outside the line of the delivery, just not picking up the line.
And I can say with total conviction now, the sun is back in all its glory.
Yes, in all its glory, and shining splendidly as well. So that's good news. Lots of activities in Trinidad and Tobago today. It's a Saturday. I know there will be a lot of football around.
Yeah, football is one of the popular sports here in Trinidad. And limited overs cricket.
Yes, certainly. Lots of T10 in Trinidad and Tobago. They recently had their draft at Brian Lara. Our dear friend Vidya Rampal, he conducted that draft there. Good delivery by Gabriel, and Imlach coming forward, plays down towards mid-on.
And there are lots of wind ball cricket also being played in Trinidad and Tobago, mostly in Trinidad, Twin Island Republic. I also saw that the Prime Minister of Guyana was in New York yesterday to promote the Guyanese food products. And Dave West Indian Imports is one of the main products. He's in several states. Good morning to you, Dave. Hope you had a good day yesterday with the Prime Minister. And of course, you don't only import from Guyana.
So we're watching Gabriel once again. And here's a drive. He was looking to go through the covers, Imlak. He got the tick in a portion of the bat and drags it away down towards short mid-wicket.
That ball didn't come on to him as fast as he would have liked. Plus, it cut back, and he's looking to be too aggressive too early.
Yes, Terence Hines is the one patrolling that area there, and he's sporting a broad rim white hat. There is also a red cap on it.
Yeah, that's
Gabriel's cap there. So, Imlak, we'll have to just regroup once again, knowing that Gabriel induced a false shot from him.
Nice shot.
Yes, it was short and tucked away nicely off the body. They're coming back for two. The return goes to the non-striker's end as the return came in from Jason Mohammed. Good aggressive run in between the wickets.
Yeah, well, two things I liked about that. The shot, he didn't try to hit it too hard, just whipped it off his hip, and the aggressive run-in. These two players have certainly come out today. Both of them have been maybe told that they're included in that President's 11 game and wants to push their cause further.
Yes, well, they've gotten a decent start. They've spent some time out in the middle, and it's never easy to come in and out with rain affecting play and get your concentration going. So it's another day, and they just have to ensure that they just play themselves in a little, but we have seen some good cricket from both of them so far this morning.
And when that happens, it affects the batsmen more than the bowlers.
It does.
Ooh.
That's a good delivery. Had pace, had good height from the pitch, and came
inward
back.
movement, yeah.
Yes.
And he would say that it was well in control. Some would say that he misjudged the line.
Yeah, that was a good delivery from Gabriel to end the over. Harpy Eagles, they are 37 without loss. Tej Narain Chandra Paul is on 7. Tevin Imlak has 27.
Once again, good morning to Dave West Indian Imports. They are also not only Guyana, they import from this country, Trinidad and Tobago, and of course Jamaica. And I want to say also good morning to WD Hotel and Mall. That's on the Essequibo coast, and it's owned by the president of the Essequibo Cricket Board, Dalip Singh. He's doing a tremendous job. And they were going on to Tuesday. Women's cricket tournament starting in Guyana. I was told that it's raining off and on, but as you said, the window is so small, the time is limited. You got to put in these matches whenever you could.
Yes, and it's not easy to change venues for tournaments with all the different logistics. Did he get some bat on it? A fine little tickle down towards the fine leg boundary,
No,
and that's gone for byes. Yes.
That's another wayward ball from Hines. He started erratically down the leg side, wide outside the off stump, landing on the other pitch even. So he's got to take his time, and get his control, get his composure, bowl on the stumps.
Yes, he has been all over the place this morning. And you're right, Sean, he needs to get that control going. He actually sprayed one in the previous over that he bowled onto the other pitch. And now spraying down the leg side, 4 byes.
That's a much better delivery.
Very good delivery. Just outside the line of the off stump in that corridor where some batsmen will be undecided. But this man, Tej Narain Chandra Paul, he knows where that off stump is and he judged it well.
And they say a perfect leave alone is like a perfect defensive shot in the middle of the bat.
Yes, and Courtney Walsh will tell that. He always enjoy his leave alone. That great man. Cuddy served West Indies cricket with distinction over the years. 519 test wicket for a fast bowler. Absolutely splendid. Off the back foot this time goes Tej Narain. That the length was pulled back by Terence Hines, allowing the batsman to step on the back foot and plays down towards extra cover.
And talking about that women's tournament that's going to start in Guyana on Tuesday, Courtney Walsh is also a part of the women's cricket in the West Indies. So as the sun continues to shine, I understand there are a few people interested in coming today. Um, they are hoping that the sun would shine and they're listening to the feed so they'll know if cricket is being played. That's a outside edge all along the ground. Good delivery there from Hines. Left the left-hander and Chandrapal. That's what you call an educated edge. It went through the gap, through the slip cordon, all along the ground. There's nobody on the third man boundary. And so he gets a boundary. He now moves to 11. He's into double figures. It's 45 for no loss.
Yes, and the scorers will tell you that's a productive edge. And what Tej Narain was doing was the right thing. He wasn't pushing at the ball. He ensured that he came forward and just released the bat at the last moment and the ball flying through the slip cordon, but all along the ground. On another day, another batsman might be pushing hard at it, and it will be flying into the slips.
But that would be a moral victory for Hines.
Of course, was a
especially
good
since
delivery.
He's bowling all over the place. That is a good delivery.
Yes.
Hope he can replicate it again. No.
You shouldn't be saying that at all, Sean. He's straight down the leg side, and this time the silver went around towards his right and ensured it didn't pass
And
him.
he's making Joshua De Silva work hard for his pay.
Yes, that was a bad delivery way down the leg side. Well, well, some fast bowlers, especially Hines here, he's trying for the extra pace and the angle in which the arm is coming from. He's looking for that movement. If he doesn't get it right, he's going to spray it, and that's exactly what is happening.
But most bowlers would bowl wides on one side of the pitch.
And that is
He's
how, right.
overcompensating and going the other way.
Yes.
And bowling wides leg side and offside.
Oh, this is wide again, way outside the line of the off stump. The over has come to an end. Harpy Eagles 45 without loss. Imlak 27 and Tej Narain Chandrapal is on 11.
And Hines has bowled 4 overs, no maidens, 11 runs, no wickets. And that included a number of wides.
Yes, certainly a number of wides in that one. So, Sean, as we come down, the curtains will definitely be pulled on the regional championship, 4-day championship 2022. We'd have seen some good performances, and we would have also seen some very poor ones as well, both by individuals and teams.
Yes, well, a team that quickly comes to mind is this team, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. They started with a bang, won their first 2 matches in the first part of the tournament, and then lost their second 2 badly in 3 days. And this one, maybe they would have looked to rebound, but the time lost due to rain has really squashed any hopes of a Harpy Eagles win or a recovery by the Trinidadians. It's now up to personal performances.
Of course it is. Gabriel once again to Imlak. He gets inside the stumps and looking to turn one down the leg side. Just waiting on the umpire for any signal that he might come. I doubt whether there was an edge. And the umpire now signals leg byes. Let's take Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in perspective. Here is a team that started off their away games. That's in Barbados. They were just 3 points below Barbados in those 2 rounds and performed exceedingly well, second in the table behind Barbados. So they were very, very competitive in the first 2 rounds.
Yes, and one would believe that when you get home advantage, you would improve. They did the opposite.
Yes, certainly. There must be questions in Trinidad and Tobago.
And to drop someone like Darren Bravo is really bad when you have to do that because he's so badly out of form.
Yes. Gabriel comes in once again outside the line of the off stump, and Tej wouldn't play a shot at that one. I'm not too certain. Was a case where he was dropped or was a case where he indicated to the selectors that he's not available?
Whatever the reason,
Yes.
he was not
Yep,
making
very
any
poor-
runs. And
very
and
poor performance.
He was replaced by Raja, who looked good for
Yes.
26 before he got dismissed.
Yes, Raja did look good while he was out in the middle there. Now, Trinidad and Tobago came home a string of low scores. They did have a score of 273, but in that 273, one man made a century. So that is something that they have to look at. I know lots of T20, T10. We're going to have the second T10 tournament in Trinidad and Tobago this year. Do you think, Sean, that that has been affecting our players? Because when they came back, what was the preparation like?
Well, they had a couple of trial matches, I'm told, but that was the only 2-day cricket played for the entire year and most of last year, and that shows because they focus on white ball cricket, fun cricket, all kinds of cricket, win ball cricket, but not red ball cricket. Even the low divisions, they don't play 2-day matches. They play 20 and 40 overs. And they've not won a first-class title since Darren Gangle led them to the 2005 title. And that's not surprising.
Yes, the 2005 2006 title for Trinidad and Tobago then. A long time. This is much closer, but once again, Tej Narain just pulling the bat inside the line, allowing that one to go to the silver. And Sean, that is something that the entire region must be looking at. How do you take players from different territories, bring them to a 4-day tournament, and they're not even playing 3-day cricket in the individual territory?
And you can say the opposite for Guyana, because we've not won a 1-day title since 2005 when we beat Barbados in the Duckworth-Lewis system when McGarrell hit Ben for 6 on Regent Street. And that's long.
Yes, a very long time. Now I see a lot of 1-day stepping up in Guyana. There's going to be T20 cricket coming there and the talk about T10 as well. So Gabriel, he's striving once again. And this is beautifully played off the patch through mid-wicket, and Imran Khan can give up that chase now because the ball will go into the mid-wicket boundary for 4. That was all timing and class from Tej Narain Chandapal as he moves on to 15.
Well, his second boundary for the day, and if the first one was not as convincing, it peeled off the thicker half of the bat. This one was gloriously played. On top of it, pitched up, flicked it, and I heard an interview with his father today where he said his best shot or his favorite shot was the clip through mid-wicket.
Yes, and that was well played. If some youngster is looking and you want to see how to clip them through mid-wicket, well, that's a perfect opportunity. And he continues to bat solid and is scoring much more freer this morning than he did yesterday.
But that was a bad line, though,
Yes.
from Gabriel. He's got all his men catching on the offside.
Gabriel outside the line of the off stump once again. He's holding his head, Gabriel, as Tej played inside the line. The over has been completed at the end of it. The 50 for the Harpy Eagles coming up. They're 50 without loss. Tej Narain Chandapal is on 15. Tevin Imlak has 27. And so far, Shannon Gabriel, he has sent down 6 overs, 1 maiden, none for 21.
Yes, a good start by Guyana. 50 without loss. Chandrapal looking very positive today. He's on 15. And Tevin Imlak looked positive today and yesterday. He's on 27. And Shannon Gabriel, 7 overs, 1 maiden, none for 21 so far. He's the spearhead of this Trinidad and Tobago Red Force attack. Of course, he's played as a veteran. He's played 56 test matches, 25 1-days, 118 first-class games. He's got 318 wickets. But the problem with Shannon Gabriel is not his ability, it's his fitness.
Yes, and that has plagued him throughout his entire career. Just to remind you, listeners, what transpired on day number 1, Trinidad and Tobago on day number 1, 203 for the loss of 9. Keegan Simmons made 3. Isaiah Raja, 26. Jason Mohammed, 68. Solazano, 70. Those were the highlights, that 68 and 70.
72.
72. Carrier, 3. The Silver, 2. Khan, 2. Brian Charles didn't score. Uthman Mohammed didn't score. That was on the first day. And on the third day, because the second day was completely washed out due to rain, Gabriel was bowled by Paul for 5. Terence Hines looked good while he was out there, not out on 22. There were 15 extras. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, 218 all out. Down the leg side, badly lined again, nicely taken by Joshua De Silva. Kimo Paul led the Harpies bowling. He had 19.2 overs, 6 for 50. His 4th 5-wicket haul in first class cricket. Niall Smith, none for 39 from 10. Dimitri Cameron, 1 for 38 from 12. Virasamy Premal, 23 overs, none for 31. And it's not often you see Premal going wicketless. Sinclair, 10 overs, 1 for 21. And Gurukesh Moti, 20 overs, 2 for 35. Well, the Harpy Eagles started with Tej Narain Chandapal. And this is flicked away. There's protection down on the long leg boundary. And Imlach gets a single. And Imlach with that single will move on to 28. That will take the score to 51 without loss.
That was also no ball. So he transgressed and he bowled it outside the line of the leg stump and was clipped away for 1.
And he's having some trouble here this morning, Terence Hines. Not looking comfortable, wides, and now he's overstepping. Well, Imlach and Tej opened the batting for the Harpy Eagles. And since then, the two are still there, 51 without loss. So we updated you what has transpired in this rain-affected game.
But if you look at that innings, only 2 batsmen got half centuries, Sulazano and Mohammed. And as you said, Raja batted well, but he made 26. And towards the end, Hines, 22 not out. Another wide delivery. And that's poor performance as a team. Only 2 batsmen made runs. When I say made runs, significant scores. And those 2 batsmen shared in a 118-run partnership, and 7 wickets fell for 21 runs after that.
Yes, a familiar thing for these last 3 matches with Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, from a position of strength at 178 when they lost their 3rd wicket. They crumbled for 218. The last 8 wickets going down for 40. At one stage, 7 wickets went down for 21 runs. So therein lies the problem. On the other hand, the Guyana Harpy Eagles, they were able to string a series of good partnerships. That's the reason why they were able to score heavily in the last 2 matches. And again, looking good.
Lovely shot by Chandra Paul. That's delightful. It wasn't... Khan, for all he's worth, he would run and run till next week and he wouldn't catch that ball. That was like a Larry Gomes shot. Teased the fielder thinking he would caught it, but in the end, it went for 4. Lovely shot by Chandra Paul. He moves now to 19.
Yes, and the way he laid on the back foot, kept the balance beautifully and stroked it on the up between cover and extra cover. And it went away to for 4 runs. That's a fine-looking shot. Will make the cameraman feel proud.
Yes, that's the best shot of the day to my mind so far. I like see classical shots.
Yes, and those were lovely-looking shots. Outside the line of the off stump, no trouble whatsoever. A few years ago here, Sean, I saw a much younger Shannon Gabriel bowling to a much younger Tej Narain Chandapal. Gabriel was bowling from this end, that's the Willie Rodriguez end. Bowled a short one, it smashed into the helmet. There were a few splinters all around. He went down, he got up. You hadn't the concussion rule then.
Yes, I remember that game.
Yes, and the very next ball that he faced was short, and he spanked it off the back foot through the covers, and there were quite a number of spectators. They roared at the shot and roared at the response as well.
A ball again outside the line of the off stump, moving away, but Chandra Paul, even though he walked across, he was still able to leave it alone without no damage. The over is completed, 56 without loss. Chandra Paul on 19, Imlach on 28.
Yes, and the partnership between these two continues to grow as well. And why has Imlach opened the batting? That's because Chandra Paul Hemraj is injured and he wasn't considered for this game. Imlach gets the opportunity to open the batting. 2 half centuries so far in this tournament and continues to look solid.
And the partnership already 56, looking good. And Imlach was injured. He had a quad muscle injury while doing a West Indies, a CWI fitness test, I think on Monday.
Hemraj?
Hemraj, yeah.
Yes, well, it's a pity, that he picked up that injury. He's the kind of batsman can change the tempo. He's exciting to watch. So there are 3 slips and a gully for Shannon Gabriel. 7 overs so far, none for 21. He's still looking for his first wicket. And striving for the Yorker. That was well bowled, but Imlach had everything over that one as he defends.
Conditions again getting a little more gloomy, a little more overcast. So we'll keep our fingers crossed. There are a few die-hard spectators. I wonder if they're workers in the Caribbean stand.
Well, you'll never know. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force playing here, and they must have supporters. They have, and some will definitely turn up to watch their boys. I guess the rain would have kept some of them away.
I guess this season they've lost a lot of their supporters because of their poor performances at home.
Well, a victory for them in whatever game you can think about will certainly have the spectators glued against to their team. West Indian cricketer team is as good as their last match. We're watching Gabriel once again. And he came forward there, and with very soft hands, it flew off the outer portion of the bat all along the ground, down towards short third man. Because you look at the field, there are 3 slips. I doubt whether that fella is maybe in a flight gully position. And it went all along the ground, no harm done. Imlach walks away. It was a quick delivery as well by Gabriel.
Well, Imlach is similar to Joshua De Silva as a West Indian player, because Joshua De Silva replaced the incumbent keeper when he was injured, and is now the first choice West Indies wicket-keeper in Test cricket.
Yes,
He
certainly.
started as a batsman.
Yes, and is doing a good job as well, Joshua De Silva. We're watching Gabriel once again. Here's a drive down towards Imran Khan, a short cover.
Didn't time it.
Yeah, didn't time it at all. But the intention there was good. The West Indies this morning, we had 2 centuries in their match
Yes.
against Netherlands. Shamar Brooks scored a century, and Carl Myers scoring
Yeah.
100 as well.
So in addition to the first round 100 by Hope,
Yes.
91 not out by Brandon King. He got a half century in the previous match. So the batting is good. But I want to see how they perform against Pakistan.
Yes,
who's
that's a
much
much-
stronger team.
Certainly they are Pakistan. Lots of...
But a win is a win, and that would give them confidence and momentum.
Yes, certainly we will celebrate a win, I'd say international level, and they will definitely win. I don't see Ireland scoring that 300, but it's cricket, anything could happen.
Netherlands.
Netherlands,
Yeah.
rather. And he rode this one nicely there on the front foot, Tevin Imlach. Short delivery, and he turned it away down towards a fine leg and picking up a single as well.
So at the end of the over, the 20...
No, the over's not been completed as yet. They're changing around for the left-handed.
Yes. And that's another thing. When you got a left-hand, right-hand combination and you get singles, rotation in the strike, it puts pressure on the bowler, especially if you're a Hines. Bowling all over the place, you have to maintain different lines, different lengths to different batsmen.
Of course, that is true. Can throw you off a little, but Gabriel has played a lot of cricket, and he certainly is not going to take long to ensure that he gets into that corridor and gets it right. So 3 slips. We have Yannick Carrier. He's at 4 slip. In second slip is Brian Charles. Third slip, Isaiah Raja. Backward point, there is Terence Hines. That's a delivery that's outside the line of the off stump, and it eludes the keeper. And it will come down towards the boundary, and the umpire signals by. So Joshua De Silva just couldn't get that one there, badly lined.
So it's interesting to see the replay of that. That seemed automatic stop for the keeper.
Yes, let's. If we can have the replay, we'll certainly monitor that one to see exactly what happened there.
But Gabriel, De Silva is saying now that the ball swung. It swung to the left, it swung to the right. That's what he's indicating with his gloves.
Well, I'm not too certain exactly what happened, but I saw him going in one motion. I didn't see him twist and turn at all. He was going in one motion, and the ball went into the gloves and then trickled through.
That
That
was such an easy boundary.
Yes.
Almost free.
Short lifting delivery, and you can hear the grunt as Gabriel deliver his final delivery in that last over. None for 22 from 8. Guyana Harp Eagles, they're 61 without loss. Chandler Paul is on 19, Imlach 29.
And you could have heard the thud when the ball hit the gloves. And good wicket keepers ease with the inward movement when they catch the ball. You don't hear a song.
Yes, when you do that, you break the force of the delivery as you gather it. The only way you're going to hear those songs if you're pushing at it or you remain one place and close the gloves. So these are skills, I guess, top wicket keepers are going to have in their armory.
A bowling change now. Mohammed, who's looked impressive so far. He will replace Hines.
Yes, Uthman Mohammed, we're all impressed by him. He's one of them who controls it nicely with reasonable pace and has a good bumper as well. Mohammed, none for 9 from 5 overs.
Including 2 maidens.
Of course, that is so true. So he's still a young man. Understanding Trinidad and Tobago here, there's a lot of respect for him. He has bowled well in their local competitions. Now he wants to transform that now into the regional championships. So far, the look of him is a good one. He's nicely built for a fast bowler. Tall man, he's a 6-footer. Has the pace and can move the ball too. So there are 2 slips a gully and a backward point. Turned away. Imran Khan is lurking there at short mid-wicket. And there is no run. Good start. Right away, first delivery, making the batsman play.
Yes, and Imlach is from a club that's produced people like Roy Fredericks. When Guyana scored a highest score, 641, in the first tournament after independence, Roy Fredericks scored hundreds in both innings. And that's an example for Imlach, who plays for DCC, to want to emulate.
Yes,
Not
sir.
in this match, though, because he wouldn't bat twice. Nice
Short.
shot again.
And that was nice, steered away down towards point. And men may his soul rest in peace, Roy Fredericks. He was such a terrific opening batsman in his time. And young players coming through DCC, I guess they're going to discuss their history of the club with these players. There might very well be photographs of those champions, champion athletes on the walls of the club.
They are.
Right. And so they will be motivated by that. He is right-handed, Roy is left-handed, but certainly they have left a legacy, and the youngsters will do well to motivate. That's a good delivery outside the line of the off stump. And I remember in an interview from Pioneers to Packer with Maurice Goodwin, Roy was saying when he made that 169 at Perth, all he saw was the blurriness of a little cherry coming to him.
And he just hooked.
And he hooked.
And when he opened his eyes, he saw and he felt the ball and the bat, and it sailed into the crowds. Lillian Thompson.
Yes, he took them, to the swords, they will say. In Trinidad, they'll say you take them to the cleaners.
And they didn't have speed guns at that time. I'm sure Lillian Thompson bowled quicker than these people who were calling us very fast bowlers.
This is turned away into the onside field. Once again, Imran Khan is in the way. He feels there is no run. I was reading a story with Shoaib Akhtar, famous Pakistani fast bowler. He said he used to push tires, heavy tires on the road, and to bowl fast to build his muscles. And after tires, he began to pull cars in the night. And after cars, he wasn't satisfied. He was pulling trucks in the night to develop the muscles to bowl fast. When he bowled that thunderous delivery in one of his games where he registered 100.6 miles an hour, he attributed that to the things that he did. Oh, wrapped on the pad, that one came back. And the umpire says, not out. We're going to have a look at that one. He wasn't playing a shot in black. That was close, boy, I tell you.
Yeah, total misjudged the line, the inward movement. His bat was held high, no shot played, and that was very, very close. We got to wait on the replay.
Yes, I don't know if we're going to have that replay, but my word, the umpire is in the best position. He has made his decision, but that was so close. Uthman Mohammed, he will feel, well, why on earth umpire
Jonathan Blades.
Jonathan Blades did not put out Tevin Imlach. We call it as we see it. It was real close. Outside the line of the off stump. Goes through to the keeper. The end of a very good over by Uthman Mohammed. At the end of it, Chandler Paul is on 19. Imlach is on 29. Guyana Harpy Eagles, they're 61 without loss.
And I must apologize to the Borbetians. Roy Fredericks originally played Test cricket from Blairmont. He was living in Berbice, West Berbice. So DCC
Was his
got
club?
him, yeah.
Yes.
That like GCC and Kalicharan.
Yes. So Roy Fredericks played a lot of cricket in Blairmont area. Spent some time in Mycone as well, Roy, and played at the Mycone Community Centre with the likes of Leonard McRae and so
Yeah.
on. You know, they were seasoned players then. But he did went to tongue, but he's a Berbetian, Roy Fredericks. And we credit Berbice for that. Hello to you folks at Blairmont. Don't get us wrong.
Yes, Bashk and those guys.
Yeah. I want to say thanks to Shabir Baksh of Big B's Restaurant and Baksh Travel Service. Thank you, brother, for coming on board. Ensure my trip here is good. Thanks to Archie Mohan, my friend Badesh Thakur, along with Cap Global Inc., Johan and Yuri. And can never forget Iqbal from Diamond Trading as well. And our dear friend Mahendra Hardial from Regal Stationery and Computer Center and Regal Sports. As we watch Gabriel, he thunders in and bowls to Chandapal outside the line of the off stump, going by into the keeper. There is no run. And thanks also to the manager of Bank of Baruda in Georgetown, Retro Lounge and Bar in Florida. Thanks to all you guys. Sean, without Corporate Guyana, it would have never been possible to come to Trinidad and Tobago.
Yes, so I must thank those who got me here. Dave's West Indian Imports. And of course, the hotel and mall. I never knew that there was a mall at that hotel until I saw a photograph with the team in front of the mall.
Yes, certainly so. And we want to also express condolences once again to Mr. Hilbert Foster, who lost his mother during this period. Yesterday, the mom was laid to rest, and we know Hilbert took it all in good faith, but he was badly troubled. This is played away down towards mid-on, and it's slowing up. Might not get to the boundary. It's pushed back into play, and they will complete how much? 3 runs?
Yes, but the man at mid-on, that's Imran Khan, right?
Yes. No, that's not Imran Khan. That's Raja?
Yeah, whoever it is, he made a poor effort to stop that ball. Just trotted across and virtually allowed the ball to go through. I'm sure he didn't realize the ball was coming to him, or else he would not have done that.
Yeah, it's the anticipation level and reading the game as well. Yes, it was Imran Khan, Sean.
Yeah, well,
you're
maybe his
correct with that
ankle
one.
Is affecting him then.
Yeah, well, you never know. He got a little injury while he was playing football, warming up. And when we saw him there, there were lots of questions asked why he wants to play the football game when you can be
But
injured.
warming up in football for cricket is non-contact, 1-2 pass.
Yes, that is so true. Maybe just to get the blood flowing in the body, get the muscles, active, but it's dangerous. And this is turned away into the onside field. A tumbling save down at mid-wicket, but nevertheless, they got the single. Imlach was trying to get it more true forward square than the mid-wicket area, but he got a single nevertheless.
Good effort there from Hines at wide mid-on. And of course, Chandrapal, who plays for Everest, and his father now plays for Everest also. His father especially hailed from GCC, took him from GCC to Everest. His father played Test cricket when he was playing at GCC. So another one that Everest is boasting about.
Well, Everest must be doing something good to attract all these players to their club. I know they've enhanced their infrastructure there. This is a whip through mid-wicket by
Lovely
Tejal
shot,
Ranchandapal.
finding the gap to perfection. It wouldn't go to the boundary, but it will... Oh my, it almost went to the boundary.
Yes, and that's Imran Khan who chased after it.
Something is wrong definitely with him and his ankle.
Well, he has to be careful because you do not want to aggravate it too much. But the chase he gave there
And
wasn't a
he's limping
full-blooded
now.
chase. Yes, and he's walking slowly back there, Imran Khan. Nevertheless, Tejaran Chandapal, he now moves on to 25. Was a good shot. Imlak is on 30.
And he's looking better and better, the left-hander, as his innings is progressing this morning. And I'm very pleased that he came out today looking so positive.
Yes. So from 414 runs, you add 25 to that one there. Certainly he'll be looking for 500 runs this season, the way that he's batting. The battle continues between Gabriel and Tevin Imlak. Here's a drive down towards Imran Khan, down at wide mid-off. Once again, he cannot score.
And knowing Tej, he won't be satisfied just reaching 500. Well, that meant that he wouldn't have reached his 500, and he would want another 100.
Yes, so
And an unbeaten 100 too.
certainly he will be striving for that because the rains have since disappeared. The conditions are clear.
Please don't talk so much about the rains.
Well, I've said they have disappeared.
But don't mention rain. You jinxed it.
Yes, I get you, Sean. So, Gabriel, his final delivery in his 9th over coming up, Gabriel. None for 29 so far. And he's very careful how he grips that ball as he breaks into his run once again. Imlak is driving down towards mid-off. There is no run. The over has been completed. Guyana Happy Eagles, they're 68 without loss. Tejaran Chandapal on 25. Imlak has 30.
And talking about test players as the water card comes onto the field, we'll take a little break and then we'll come back after the players resumed. Well, welcome back after that short stoppage to refresh the two batters, Chandrapal and Imlak. And it's Mohammed will continue. He's bowling from the Northern Range Mountain end. The commentary box end comes around the wicket and bowls a ball that's on the line of the leg stump, pitched up almost Yorker length, and played out towards Hines at mid-on, and there is no run. I was talking about the players from the various clubs that these two lads represent. DCC, in fact, had the first West Indies winning captain when West Indies won their first ever test match at Boulder in 1930, Maurice Fernandes. And he is a long list of captains who captained the West Indies from Guyana. I think there are 7 of them. This is a ball outside the line of the off stump and no shot played. There was also Clive Lloyd, the most successful captain. Lance Gibbs, the most successful spinner for the West Indies. They were Roger Harper, one of the better fielders for the West Indies. And of course, down the line, Travis Dowling. Those are some of the test players that they've produced. They've produced a lot of other players. One who I feel was unlucky not to play test cricket, Andrew Light.
Oh, that little Rasta was a gem, Sean. One of the best we have seen. This is turned away into the onside field. Good delivery here by Uthman Mohammed, and he continues to impress this tall, lanky, fast bowler. And once he continues like this, I think he has a good future. I like the look of him. Surely he's going to develop in pace. He's also have some very quick deliveries that he bowled, bowling well within himself. You call some names there. Yes, they're all wonderful cricketers coming out from a wonderful cricket club.
And he's over 5 feet 5 inches, Mohammed. Almost like a basketball player.
Well, I think we have just brought down his height. He's over 6.
Yes, 6'5", I meant.
Right.
Yeah.
He's a tall guy. Has everything for the make of a fast bowler. Not muscular, like some others, strong in the muscle area there. I'm not saying he's weak there at all, but he reminds me of a lanky Courtney Ambrose.
And Ambrose wanted to be a basketball player also.
Yes,
Actually wanted to go to his father in the US to play in the NBA.
Uthman Mohammed once again. And,
Oh, that's a good delivery. But Chandrapal deliberately played inside the line, but that was closer and it tested him more.
Yes, that was beautifully bowled by Uthman Mohammed. So he's testing the batsman as well. And Courtney Ambrose is such a nice fella
Yeah.
to be around. I was happy to do commentaries with him at Albion for 4 days, and we had such a nice time.
And he's also a musician.
Yes,
Yeah.
he's a musician. He
Yeah,
plays the guitar,
musician.
a guitarist.
I was almost going to say magician. He's that
Well,
too.
with the ball, Sean, he
Yeah.
was a magician. There's no doubt about that. The over's been completed. Guyana Harpy Eagles, they're 68 without loss. Tej Narain Chanderpaul is on 35. Imlak is on 30.
Yes, the sun continued to shine, not in all its glory, but adequately enough here. And the limpness of the flag suggests that there's no breeze blowing across the ground. The Guyana flag, the Trinidad and Tobago flag, and the Queen's Park Cricket Club flag, all limp.
Well, now they're actually picking up because the wind is picking up here as well, coming from the northwestern position. You look at the flag where they're going. So 68 without loss, 25 overs completed so far in the Harpy Eagles innings. And now we're going to see a change in bowling.
Yes, spin for the first time. Brian Charles coming on.
Yes, Brian Charles. First time for today, we're going to see the off spinner. None for 4 from 4 overs so far.
Yes, Brian Charles actually made his debut in 2015 against Guyana. He's now in his 32nd first-class match, 26 years old. Has got 95 wickets with a best of 6 for 45. So very productive in his career. Charles bowls on the line of the middle and leg stump. Turned a little bit in towards the right hander, played out towards forward short leg by Imlak, and there's no run. So Imlak on 30 from 79 balls. Chandrapal at the non-strikers, he's on 25 from 74. Here's a ball that's straighter, and back goes Imlak, pats it away out towards the short cover position. Do you think they should have a forward short leg and the silly mid off?
68 without loss, 25 overs. Well, if you're going to support this, so that was a lovely looking shot, just coming forward and opening the face, steering it away down towards cover Imlak and getting to. No problem whatsoever. You will like to see them first spin, see how it plays off. Batsmen have to adjust themselves. No problem at all. Aggressive captains would have had the silly point there as well.
Yes, I'm sure even if the partnership is now 70, once you put a man there outside of your eye line, it makes you think about the fielder and about your drive, and it restricts the driving. You don't want to drive too loosely and push the ball to the ceiling mid off. So
And
it's a psychological ploy.
Yes, and
It
while
might not work technically, but it's a psychological ploy.
of course it is, and while you don't want to give away free runs, there is no way that Trinidad and Tobago Red Force will want to defend that 203 here. They must be aggressive to bowl the Harpy Eagles out. All right, thank you, and welcome once again to Queen's Park Oval, where we have the Water Boys making their way out in the middle, and so too Tej Narain Chandapal. He makes his way off the pitch. Got a beautiful delivery by Uthman Mohammed, was beaten, the edge found, and the catch taken by Joshua De Silva. He's gone for 25, having faced 75 deliveries. Well, it had to take an excellent delivery to dismiss Tej Narain Chandapal, and that was well bowled by Uthman Mohammed, who troubled both of them while he bowled from this northern end of the ground. Just want to let you know, we just had a little technical difficulty, but we are back up and running. It's 72 now for the loss of one. Sean, Tej Narain Chandapal has returned to the pavilion.
Yes, excellent delivery. It left him and he was induced into the shot. And knowing Shiv, he doesn't play at balls outside the off stump that he needs not to play. So in his mind, he needed to play it. Excellent delivery, excellent wicket. The danger man is gone. The man who is scored all those runs, second to Craig Brathwaite, he is now back in the pavilion.
Yes, and he has ended this year's tournament with 439 runs. He will feel pleased with his performance. No doubt he likes batting, would want to continue here, but will be contented. That was beautifully bowled by Uthman Mohammed. It's 72 now for the loss of one. Imlak is batting there on 32 as well. So that's what transpired this morning after the rain delayed the start of play.
And Leon Johnson, who served Guyana cricket excellently, especially as a captain, won 5 titles in a row, the most successful West Indies captain in regional cricket, and he's come to the crease after being awarded this morning for his 100th regional first-class game. He's played 121 first-class game, but his 100th first-class game was the one at Diego Martin. This is 101st. But apparently there was some miscommunication and they didn't know that this was his 101st. They thought this was his 100. So he's been rewarded with a plaque from the Guyana Cricket Board saying thank you very much, Leon, for playing so many matches for Guyana. 100 is not a small total.
Not at all, and congratulations to Leon Johnson, the Harpy Eagles captain, for achieving that. Yes, it was at Diego Martin where he played his 100th regional game. So congrats to him, and it was nice of the Guyana Cricket Board to ensure that he is awarded. And so good, you know, you award people for these achievements. It certainly makes them feel good. They feel that I have been recognized, you know, and others too will look upon that, and that's pure motivation as well. So the new batter out in the middle, Leon Johnson, the Harpy Eagles skipper, and he will be facing up to Uthman Mohammed.
On the back of a good half century. He's not been in good recent form, but in the Jamaica game, he scored a half century. He's forward and the ball is outside the line of the off stump. He pulls the bat away. It's into the gloves of the keeper, and there's no run. So good testing delivery. First ball to Johnson. Uthman Mohammed continues to bowl well.
Yes, and he is very impressive. We cannot help saying that. As a fast bowler, you want to see him first control the ball, and then other things will happen. And that is exactly what he has done here, Uthman Mohammed. And certainly, he's someone that we can look up to once he continue developing.
Lovely shot there from Johnson. Glorious shot. True extra cover. And he's off the mark with a sparkling boundary. So he's 4. Imlak is on 32, and the Guyana Harpy Eagles losing the wicket of Tej Narain Chandapal, caught by the keeper of the bowling of Mohammed for 25. They are now 74 for 1.
Yes, and Leon Johnson is not going to allow those to go. It was a half volley outside the line of the off stump, and his cover drives have been excellent over the years, and he's not going to fail in driving. Just the second delivery that he faced, a lovely flowing drive through the covers for a boundary. What a way to open your account.
2 slips and a gully going down. Overcast conditions. It's a back of a length. He's bowled them off the under edge. And Leon Johnson, after looking so promising with his first shot, which went to the boundary, he goes back to the pavilion. Successive blows from Mohammed. Johnson is bowled for 4. And Guyana all of a sudden, from 72 without loss, they're 74 for 2.
76 for the loss of 2. Their first wicket going down on 72 for 1. And that's the reason why we've been saying we're watching the replay at the moment, and let's see what this delivery actually did. Oh, that one came back to the left-handed Leon Johnson, caught him on the back foot, low down on the inner part of the bat, and it cannoned into the stumps. So well bowled once again by Uthman Mohamed, and he picked up a second wicket. Sad to see Leon go, but this wicket deserved, because the previous delivery that was struck for a boundary was a half volley outside the line of the off stump. He just pulled back the length of this one a little and got his man. So Uthman Mohamed has been rewarded for some excellent bowling. The Harpy Eagles, they have now lost their second wicket with a score on 76.
Well, Leon Johnson, the captain, going back, he's replaced by another GCC player, another left-hander, another fellow test player who would have played test cricket. It's the little Vishal Singh. And we said that Leon Johnson was off a half-century in the previous match. He's off an unbeaten 100.
Yeah, and that was a fine 100 against Jamaica as well. I remember him coming in and the first ball he faced.
A reverse sweep.
A reverse sweep that got him a boundary. So he must be seeing this ball very, very big indeed. After missing his match against Barbados with not feeling well, he came back and he did not look as a man who was sick. And that's good to see. So he has come out in the middle. He's a tough boy. A very difficult wicket to get as well. He normally plays a high premium on his wicket too.
Well, the oldest man in the side replaced by the second oldest man in the side, because Leon Johnson is 34 and Cheesy, as we know him, he's 33 in his 80th first class match. Solid as a rock. He looked like he's been batting all night.
Yes, if you want to bowl a batsman, first delivery make him play, that's a good delivery. Right on target. What the left-hander has to do now, sure he was sitting there looking at Uthman Mohamed. Mohamed has the ability to get the ball back into the batsman, especially when he pitches it on a good line and length. So he has to be very careful with that delivery.
Well, Vishal Singh has played 3 test matches in 2017 against Pakistan, but he's not played a single test since then. This is a ball that's pitched up and played with the bottom of the bat out towards mid-off. So an excellent, productive and successful over comes to an end by Mohamed. At the end of it, Guyana 76 for 2. Imlak still there from the start. He's on 34. Chandrapal gone. Johnson gone. Singh is yet to score.
Yes, Sean. And I think both Shannon Gabriel and Terence Hines will be looking at Uthman Mohamed for some inspiration. How is it that he can control this ball almost 98% of the time? And both of them, they've sprayed their deliveries all over the place, especially Terence Hines. Gabriel showed better control than Hines, but of course they can learn something from the young man as well.
Well, Charles will continue. Brian Charles, not Brian Charles Lara. Just Brian Charles plays this again against the spin, but in total control. He played it off of his stumps too, but out towards cover and hit it softly enough to run a single. So gives the strike now to the little Singh, and he's gone now to 35. 77 for 2. How quickly can things change? One time it was 72 without loss, and then all of a sudden now it's 77 for 2. Chandrapal, the rock, gone for 25, edging a ball from Mohamed to the keeper, and then clean bowled off the inside edge was Johnson in the same over. That's a good delivery. That's going to be a reflex catch. He didn't take it, but I didn't expect him to take it because it flew past him, and the only way that would have been a catch is if it stuck.
Yes, those are the catches that are taken by reflex, as you said. It was going to him and going fast. In fact, it went through. I doubt whether he even had a hand onto that one, going through the legs.
So, would you call that a chance?
If it doesn't,
Singh?
Well, I don't think so. Once it does not go to hand, you cannot call it a chance.
This is our next ball. With the right-hander this time, Imlak plays it again past. That's Solozano?
At forward short leg now for the left-handed Vishal Singh. Yes, it looks as though it's Solazano.
Well, two balls, one from the left-hander, one from the right-hander, past him. The first one from Singh was catchable, but it was with a very difficult catch. That would have been the catch of the year, or the catch of the decade.
Yes.
Here is Shaw's right arm off spin as the sun breaks out once again, and played by Singh out towards Murari. In fact, made his debut as a 20-year-old Vishal Singh against Barbados.
In fact, Sean, at forward short leg there is Keegan Simmons, or apologies to viewers and listeners, and Solazano as well.
Yeah, because it was not Solazano who dropped that catch, it was Keegan. But that was still a real difficult chance.
Yes, it came off the bat very, very quickly. He had no time to react whatsoever, Keegan Simmons.
Good delivery again, little bit of bunks. And forward he comes, more pat than pad onto that, or more pad than bat. And he survives. Good testing over from both ends now.
Yes, Charles, none for 11 from 6. Very, very good over by Brian Charles. 79 for 2 Harpy Eagles. Imlak is on 36. Singh has 1. Now, this is a good period of play for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, because Uthman Mohamed maintains pressure and penetrating the Guyana Harpy Eagles batting as well. He has picked up 2 wickets. So he wanted the support from the other end. And that over by Brian Charles is testimony to the plan here. You want pressure from both ends.
Yes, so Uthman Mohamed, tall man, number 16 on his back, comes in from the northern end of the ground. At the back of us there, the Northern Range Mountains. Here is a ball that's pitched up and stroked away. Inadvertently, maybe looking to hit it through mid-off, and it went scooting away out towards backward points. So a moral victory again for Mohamed as he bowls to Imlak.
Yes, and that was good feeling too by Isaiah Raja, running away towards his right, preventing them from looking for a single. But he continues to impress here. And when you are in this mold, you know things are going for you. Nobody's going to take the ball out of your hand.
Yeah, 2 slips, a gully, and the keeper going down. Here is Mohamed. He's on his way. Bowls, that's a better shot. A good ball too, but better bat, as they say. Forward in defense off the middle of the bat, and it rushed out to Hines at mid-off. So good period of the contest now. Battle of attrition here in the middle.
Yes, certain good contest going on. And Imlak, well, he shouldn't get carried away by the situation. He should not see this as a pressure that he cannot deal with. He's a compact right-handed batsman, and he knows once a bad ball comes, he's going to put them away.
Here's a ball wide outside the off stump, and the 25-year-old from DCC doesn't play a shot. He made his debut in 2018 against the Windwards, but this is just his 5th match, and he scored already 2 50s. Both of them were in the last 2 games.
Yes, and Sean, getting back to the tournament, when you at the start of this round, it could have been Barbados Pride or the Leewards Hurricanes winning this year championship.
Back and across he goes. Little start-stop there from Singh at the non-striker's end. Put the brakes on, got into reverse gear, and all is well that ends well. 79 for 2.
Yes, and with the rains, those are going to be interesting as well.
Yes, well, Barbados is the most successful team in the tournament so far since 1966. They've won 23 times, and this would be their 24th. If there is no play, they'll definitely retain the title, which they won in 2020, dethroning Guyana, the 5-time champion at that time. This is a ball that's pulled away, and
That's pulled down towards a long leg.
and that's gone for 6.
Yes, the umpire signaled 6. And there was Uthman Mohamed just opening up the hands, but he didn't realize that the ball cleared the ropes, was asking questions of the fielder down a deep
But
backward
they didn't clear
square.
the ropes by much, but the fielder at backward square apparently never saw the ball.
Well, yes, because his reaction time when he opened the arms there down a deep backward square, that ball was still in the air. And he's asking now the fielder down a deep backward square, what's going on? but could be because we do not have the sunshine blazing down in all its glory, did not pick it up early enough.
Yes, but they play also in English in England, where there's rarely any sunshine. I just think it was a concentration lapse. That's on the line of the leg stump again, and now he's got to move and feels well, bobbles it a little bit, and the batsmen capitalize on that misfield. Slight misfield, but he kept it in front of him, and they come back for 2.
Yes,
so
that's Terence
Imlach is
Hines.
now 44, and Terence Hines, who bowled erratically, now misjudging. I don't even think he misjudged it. He never even saw it, and this one, he bobbled it. So once you are under pressure, the next ball that most times the ball follows you. So the next ball that comes to you, you won't be as confident as you could be, and that's why he bobbled the ball. But all is well that ends well for both teams. 2 runs now to Imlach. He's on to 44. Singh is on 1. 87 for the loss of 2. 29 overs gone.
Yes, and it was away to his right. So Imlach gets a maximum to move on to. In fact, he's gone now to 44. Singh is on 1. 87 for the loss of 2. And Brian Charles will continue from the southern end of the ground. Right arm off spinner, bowling to the left-handed Vishal Singh.
Yes, that's outside the line of the awesome. Slashed away. Out to the vacant third man position. And Singh started as he started in the Jamaica game. But this time it was a conventional stare down towards third man. And he's a little man. He doesn't hit many sixes, but he hits a lot of boundaries. He finds the gaps, and that's why he scores so quickly. He's not known for his aggressive batting, but he's a quick scorer.
Yes, that was a fine shot. He cuts it and had to get it to the right of Uthman Mohammed at point, and he got the boundary. Fine shot by left-handed Vishal Singh.
Singh is forward, but Singh has to convert into hundreds. In his last 6 innings, he's had 3 90s and the 100 against Jamaica. If you've got 3 90s in your last 6 innings and still they classify as half centuries, you're not converting as you should.
Yes, and that has plagued a number of our batsmen across the region, the conversion rate from half centuries to centuries.
Forward he comes. He's got 19 half centuries and just 9 centuries to his name.
And if only he could have added another, let's say, 5 or 6 of that, it would have looked so different.
Down the track he comes. That's a lovely shot. Confident and audacious. Down the track, past the bowler, straight into the boundary, and that's 4 runs. Good shot, good confidence shown. Singh is on 9 with 2 boundaries.
Yes, and that is going to do his confidence a world of good. And he has dancing feet. He plays spin as well. Came down the track nicely and knows exactly where he wants to hit it. Over mid-on, and he gets a good-looking boundary.
Yes, he's in his 80th first-class game, Vishal Singh. And his average is a little bit on the low side. 34.9. This is a ball that's on the leg stump and looking to turn it into the onside. And a little bit of oohs and ahs from the fielders. But the single is not on, and the over comes to an end. Imlach is on 44. Singh is on 9. It's 95 for 2 after Guyana lost the wicket of Chandrapal, caught behind off the bowling of Mohammed for 25. It was 72 for 1. And then quickly after, Johnson was bowled. Beautiful delivery off the inside edge by Mohammed in the same over. He went for 4, and the total was 74 for 2. Since then, these two have joined forces, and it's now 95 for 2.
Yeah, so good battle going on out in the middle. Despite this is the last day, we know a result is not going to be possible here at all. Trinidad and Tobago, you can hear the noise they're making, and that's because of the 2 wickets that they got through Uthman Mohammed. They are happy with that. They want to make a fight of this. It's competitive out there. It's not boring at all. You're having one batsman well set and the other just trying to groove in and looking good as well.
Imlach is forward again as Mohammed bowls and plays it back towards the bowler. Imlach from DCC, the Demerara Cricket Club. one of the top clubs that play in the Georgetown Cricket Association. Want to say good evening or good afternoon or good morning to wherever you are in the world looking at the feed. And also want to say good morning to Neil Barry and the Georgetown Cricket Association. Plenty of clubs playing in the Georgetown Cricket Association. I don't know at the youth level they've brought in teams like
Oh, that was a
Agricola?
short delivery outside the line of the off stump, and there was Imlak looking to cut it through backward point and didn't make contact with the ball at all. It flew over the bat and went into the gloves of the keeper. Just got a delivery that was tight on line and length. This one a little bit wide outside the off stump. His eyes lit up, and lucky for him, he didn't get the edge.
maybe a lapse in concentration. He's 4 away from what would be his third. He's 6 away from what would be his third consecutive half century. This is a much better played shot. Good delivery also, but the line was a little off, and he played it off the pads out to backward square and got a single. So again, rotation in the strike, and that's a good thing from a Harpy Eagles point of view. Left-hander, right-hander in combination batting, and it makes the line of the bowlers just that more difficult to sustain when you're bowling to a right-hander. Your line is going to be different from when you're bowling to a left-hander. 96 for 2, Imlak on 45, Singh on 9.
Yes, and a little partnership here developing now between these two. A partnership of 20 so far for the third wicket as we watch Uthman Mohammed once again. That's another good delivery, and Vishal Singh just taking the left gloves off the bat and shaking it. He hit the bat very, very hard indeed. So that will tell you he's bowling with some good pace.
Yes, certainly bowling with some good pace. The youngster, well, not so young again, he's 33, being struck on the splice of the bat. And that might have shocked, you know, when the bat, you hold the bat handle and the ball hits the wrong part of the bat, it sends a shock. It's a good delivery, testing him with a bumper. He's a little man and he goes under it. And when he does that, he goes under the level of the stumps.
Yes, he's not a tall fellow whatsoever. And he handled that bumper very, very well. Just rocked the head back a little and went down and allowed the ball to go by. So his judgment so far of Uthman Mohammed has been good. Now let's see what the next delivery will bring, because he bowled the previous one a bumper. He's going to try to get this one up and in swing it to the left-hander.
Yes, he did that, but it was just going away too much on the leg stump. Played it with the inward movement down towards the long leg, and good batting there from Vishal Singh. He's gone into double figures now. He's 11 at the end of the 31st over. Imlak is still there on 45. Guyana 98 for 2.
Yes, and Vishal Singh coming into the middle has just cooled things down a little. He himself scoring a boundaries, but they've been taking the singles. They do not want to lose another wicket, which might very well trigger a collapse, because these two, they're out in the middle here. Vishal Singh is in good form, so too is Imlak. For his 45, he has played extremely well. And the first thing you'll be eyeing in this innings here, Sean, is another half century.
I want to throw a question to you with Bramble and Imlak. Do you think Bramble should be kept in the next 4-day team? Most likely you'll be playing in the one-day tournament. Here's a ball that's bowled by Charles out towards Imlak, and Imlak just plays it square into the offside, goes for his 46th run, and the total going up to 99 for the loss of 2.
Sean, I feel once Bramble is fit, Bramble should definitely be in the team. He's our number one keeper. He's our best wicket keeper. There's no doubt about that. Imlak, while he's a decent keeper, you want your keepers to ensure that they take more catches than they are going to drop.
Charles in, bowls to Singh. Singh plays it away to the right of the short third man, or mostly backward point, and gets another single. He goes to 12, 100 coming up, 100 for 2.
Yes, so I will definitely play a fit Bramble, and Imlak will definitely be in the team as a batsman. So there is room for that.
Yeah, because what happened to Joshua De Silva with Dowridge, and what happened in the past in 1983 with David Murray and Dujon, You don't see that happening now in this concept of the Guyana team.
Well, in life, sometimes things happen like that. It's not things that plan. Automatically, those things happen. And it's a different story with Bramble. He is injured, but he's classy and he still has cricket in him, Bramble. And he's a very good batsman as well.
Yes, but being the devil's advocate here, do you think that Bramble has a chance of going to the next level? He's performed very well and he's still not being picked. So the selectors have most likely gone past him.
Well, I don't think the selectors have gone past him. I think in their minds, they want to pick the best team and they feel whatever team they pick is the best team. But I still think there is room for Bramble to play more regional cricket for the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
This is a ball that's on the line of the off stump and played quietly into the offside, and there is no run. So another over is completed. 32 overs gone, 100 for the loss of 2. Imlach on 46 and Singh on 12.
Now, getting back to Bramble, Sean, Bramble is just 31 years of age. So that simple tells us that he has more cricket left in him, if not making the West Indies team for the Harpy Eagles. And who knows? Things can happen, like you mentioned. Some wicketkeeper can get injured, and a Bramble that is in form can very well gain a call-up to the West Indies team as well.
But
you
are
never
you
know.
surprised that Bramble has not even been picked for any representative West Indies team? And he scored. The talking was that his batting was not good. He made 196. The only keeper to score a double century was Junior Murray, 218 against Guyana. So he fell short. He was actually not out on that occasion, and still he was not being picked.
Well, let us look at him. First class matches for him, 68 before this last round, 2,871 runs. He averaged 30.84, and that average of 30.84 is competitive with almost...
Mohammed in bowls to Singh drives. I'm not disputing his performance. I'm disputing him not being selected.
No, I'm not disputing what you're talking, Sean. Just allow me to make my point. I am just reading out his records.
Yeah,
and
but that's what I'm saying. He has a good record.
No, I'm just giving the facts, Sean.
Yeah.
Don't make this into a quarrel.
No,
I'm
it's not a
saying that he's
quarrel.
averaging 30.84.
Yeah.
3 centuries and 13 50s.
Yeah.
And he's very competitive with everybody else. Based on that, after this delivery, I'll tell you what I feel.
In bowls, played out off the back foot. A nice shot there from Singh. Oh, real class. Didn't hit it hard. Just waited on the ball and steered it away. This is his third boundary. He's now gone to 16. It's 104 for 2.
Yeah, that was a fine shot indeed. I felt that Bramble should have been given his opportunity. Let him fail if he wants to fail.
Well, I agree with you.
Right. So you asked me and I'm telling you, Sean. Just calm down a little. What's the problem? So I'm saying that my thing is that he should have been given his opportunity. And I was shocked when the West Indies named a team to go to Barbados and practice. And they picked 2 wicketkeepers to play in that same team. We're talking about Devon Thomas and Jamar Hamilton.
Yes.
And Bramble was left out. I couldn't understand that. So yes, I think that he should have been given a call-up.
Mohammed is in bowls and played into the onset. But I agree 100% with you.
Yeah, you asked me and I was telling you, Sean. So it's 104 for the loss of 2. Imlach is on 46. Singh has 16. And the battle continues here with Uthman Mohammed, 2 for 28. He's in his 11th over. There are 2 slips, a gully, there's backward point, there's an extra cover. We're having a mid-off, there's a mid-on, a forward square, and a long leg as well. And Uthman continues to impress. And for the second time, we see that Vishal Singh pulling away the left hand and shaking it. I'm just wondering to know, he's having a little trouble with that.
Mohammed in bowls, and that's forward comes Singh and plays it back towards the bowler, and there's no run. So I'm just advocating for younger players to be picked at the first class level. We've not won the title in 2 successive years now. And there are lots of youngsters, Kelvin Anderson, Matthew Nandu, Isaiah Thorne. He might have played above Cameron if he wasn't injured. Here is a ball that's a short delivery, well played by Vishal Singh, just ducked away. and evaded it. And
That-
it
that
goes
was a-
by to be taken by the keeper.
That was an excellent short delivery once again by Uthman Mohamed. If you want to bowl the short ball, bowl it at the body of the batsman, but Singh handles it well once again. So his eyesight is excellent out in the middle.
Yeah, that's just my point. I'm just throwing out questions just like that.
Yes, that's fine, Sean. I understand your thinking of the game. This is played away nicely through backward square, and they will go back and complete two good-looking runs here by the left-handed Vishal Singh.
Yes, so that is it. Younger players, but those younger players have not forced the selectors, like Anderson and Machu Nandu, 106 for 2 as the over comes to an end. So I look at Siram and his crew, and I'm sorry for them because the players hasn't pressured them to pick them. So if the people want them to play, they have to perform. It's not the selector's fault. If Nandu and Anderson had scored runs, but in Isaiah's case, it was not their fault either because he was injured. But what I'm saying is, isn't it time for us to reintroduce younger players into the side?
Well, that must have a natural progression. A lot of people will talk about the natural progression from one level to the next. I don't know. Ramdare Sarwan, while he was the selector, the chairman of selectors for the national team back home in Guyana, he was making the point that we're looking at the youths. But you're right. If the youths aren't coming through, what do? You have to ensure that you trust the players that you have at your disposal.
Here is Charles, bowls again. That one bobbles back, hits the bat and bounces back. The back spin passes outside the off stump to be taken by the keeper off the bat. And a lot of chattering now by the Red Force.
Yes, they are keeping it alive out in the middle there. And that's the way to go.
Good delivery again, Charles. Charles is not a bad off spinner, looking to flight the ball and pressuring the batsman. He's also frugal. That's a good shot played off the stumps. And Gabriel stops it well at backward point.
Yes, it was a shot that hadn't the timing that Imlach was looking for. He was looking for the gap between short cover and the backward point. And because the timing was off, Gabriel had enough time to get there and prevent them from scoring the single.
But that's a dangerous shot he played off the previous delivery. The ball turned a little bit and he played it off his stumps.
Yes, well, you have seen him play that an umpteen time, which means that he's seeing the ball good. And then the pitch is not given those ferocious turns as well.
Quicker delivery, turned to the onside, made easier by the pace of the ball, just turning it with the pace out towards Mohammed, who comes off the long leg boundary and does the fielding. Imlach now goes to 47, 18 to Singh, who's back in strike. Guyana Harpy Eagles 107 for 2.
Yes, and this partnership continues to grow. It has worth 31 so far.
Round the wicket he comes. Brian Charles stabbed away into the onside and there is no run. So another over completed. 34 gone. 107 for 2. Imlach on 47. Singh on 18.
Yes, so good competitive battle going on here. Let me remind you that Tej was caught at the wicket of Uthman Mohamed for 25. It was 72 for 1. And then Leon Johnson was bowled by Uthman Mohamed for 4. He played on to a very good delivery, 76 for the loss of 2. And since then, these two would have come together and ensured that the Harpy Eagles do not lose another wicket.
Yeah, Guyana Harpy Eagles began the day on 30 without loss. Chandrapal was on 3 and Imlach on 2. They were responding to the 218 made by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. So Lozano 72 and Mohammed 68 shared in 118 partnership. And then Hines making 22 not out at the bottom of the innings, and a good performance also by Raja, the newcomer. He replaced Bravo in the side. And of course, Kimo Paul's 5-wicket haul, 6 for 50. And Moti supporting with 2 for 35. And so we've lost an entire day and most of yesterday. And this match really robbed by rain.
Yes, certainly. Well, that's the conditions, and the players, I know that they're eager to play as well. And once the rain stay away, we have had play. This ground relayed, lovely looking ground, and I am absolutely happy with the way the water have been sucked up or taken off the ground.
So Khan starts with a full toss and pushed away firmly towards mid-off. Mohammed does well to stop the ball, and Imlak goes to 48.
Yes, and Imran Khan is very, very experienced, the leg spinner. He's captain of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team. And now we see he's putting, that's Terence Hines. He's going further to the boundary, halfway to the boundary at the mid-wicket area. There's a deep backward square, and there's also long on. And Vishal Singh is playing it straight to the man down at mid-wicket there. And there is no run. Of course, Imran Khan would have played a lot of cricket against the left-handed Vishal Singh. So he knows how Vishal Singh bats. Once he floats it, he's going to go through mid-wicket. That's a good delivery. Just pull back the line, the length a little, having him now playing on the back foot.
And he didn't spin it in towards the left hand. It went straight on.
Yes, good delivery as well.
Started as a batsman, Imran Khan, but he's developed into a competent bowler. Lots and lots of first-class wickets over the years. Lots of experience too. Imran Khan, one of the senior members in this team now.
And before this round started in Trinidad and Tobago, 435 first-class wickets. And that will tell, a story about him. This is his 111th. Well, in fact, his 110th because he missed one of the games, Imran Khan.
Ball on the line of the off stump. And indecision, but safely in the end for the left-handed Singh, who was looking up and then hesitated. And they got through for the single easily in the end. And it's now 109 for 2. Imlak close to his third consecutive half centuries and 48 Singh on 19.
Yes, and it could have easily caused a run out of either of the two there. Hesitation. The single was on. I think it was Imlak was the one that hesitated a little. Singh was committed to it. And however, in the end, they got through there and scored another run. One left-handed, one right-handed. Imlak is in 48, 2 away from that half century. And he will love to get that. And Sean, it's beginning to get a little bit darker here now at Queen's Park.
Yeah, so when we look out, the clouds are fairly ominous, but it's not as ominous as it was this morning after the sunshine when the rain came.
Yes, so true. The clouds are very, very high.
And looking white.
Yes, and those are good signs when you have those.
Even if there's no blue sky and the clouds is white.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
That will say there isn't much water in those white clouds. So we're going to have Brian Charles. He will continue, right arm off spinner from the southern end of the ground.
In he comes, bowls, and Singh is again chopping it down towards Mohammed at backward point, and there's no run. That's his pet shot, a cut and a chop and a sweep. We've now seen him reintroduce the reverse sweep into his repertoire. This is a shot, edged and cut behind. Loose shot. Close, too close to cut. He cut at it, found the edge, the catch was taken, and Brian Charles strikes. Guyana lose their third wicket. Singh gone, caught by the keeper, De Silva, off the bowling of Charles. He made 19. And all of a sudden, Guyana from 72 for no loss, they're now 109 for 3.
Yes, that was a bad shot indeed. It was a good ball. It made a lot of height. Too close to the body. You cannot want to cut at that closeness. And he took the edge, and immediately the umpire had no doubt. Dayton Butler gave him the marching orders, and was a good catch as well by Joshua De Silva. So close to the batsman's body. Faintest of edges, and Singh has gone. It's now 109 for the loss of 3 wickets. So Tej has gone for 25, Leon Johnson for 4, and now Vishal Singh going for 19. So Trinidad and Tobago Red Force as the drizzle comes down here at Queen's Park, and the players, they're going to go off because it's getting a little bit harder here now. And the ground staff, they've been caught a little bit off guard. They're now running for the covers, and surely they're going to bring them on. There's still some of the players, they're lingering out in the middle, hoping the shower will pass. But it's coming down a little bit heavier here at the moment. We see Joshua De Silva pointing, and it coming down a little bit more regular here now. What's going to happen? Now they have to go off. And it is Colin Murray who actually brought this second session of rain.
That's correct. That's correct. Good morning. You can just say what you want. I also brought the wicket of Vishal Singh as I was walking in, but then you changed it to the rain. How are things this morning? I haven't been on here because I have football to do this afternoon.
Yes, I know.
So I just came to tell you guys hello and to relieve Sean for a little 20 minutes, give him a break, because I know he has a multitude of stories to write. But as soon as I came, as you rightly said, the rain came down. It's been set up really most of the morning, but thankfully we got quite a bit of playing.
Yes, we did. Actually, they didn't start on time at 9:30. We had brilliant sunshine. Both teams were out there doing their warming up activities, and then the rain came 15 minutes after 9.
Yeah.
Fell very, very hard for a period of time, and then it stopped. We restart playing. That time, Red Force managed to pick up 3 wickets.
Yeah, I think this shower is going to blow away quickly, though. It's just I gather it's just a passing cloud, so it should blow away. Give me a little summary of the morning's play.
Yes, so far, well, they continued from overnight, being 30 without loss, with Tej Narain Chandapal on 3, Imlak on 25. Tej looked fluent this morning. He played well, had some good shot through the covers for 4. Imlak looked very solid as well. But then Tej got a beautiful delivery from Uthman Mohammed, one that pitched right in line with the off stump, and it cut back a little. Tej got the edge, and the catch was taken.
An inside edge?
No, it was outside edge.
Right, okay.
It was a fine catch. It was dying as it got to
De Silva.
And he took a fine catch. And the other was Leon Johnson.
Yeah,
he played a blazing cover drive for 4, and the very next ball, Mohammed pulled the length back, and it came back into the left-hander, got the inner portion of the bat, and cannoned into the stumps.
Right. And I saw Vishal Singh there trying to cut a delivery, made a little bit more height from Brian Charles.
Yes, but Uthman Mohammed was very impressive. He had a loud shout against Tevin Imlak for a leg before decision.
Well, he had that yesterday as well. So
yes,
he seems to be troubling Imlak.
Yes, umpire Jonathan Blade decided that the ball was going to miss the stumps. We weren't fortunate to see the replay, but boy, that was close.
Yeah, he's bowled well actually. He bowled well yesterday, and again he's bowling today. Look, and as we talk, I think the rain has subsided. As I said, the reason the ground staff was caught napping because it came from nowhere.
Yes.
I walked across the ground, and I saw it cloudy, but I certainly didn't think it was going to rain at this point in time. And obviously the ground staff held the same view until, and it's one of these showers in the jet, and I don't know how to explain it to you. It just falls in the oval. It's all around. If you look around, there's no rain, but this just falls in the oval, and as quickly as it falls, it dissipates. So, I don't think they'll be off for too long. I expect them. There's still a slight drizzle, actually, so they're not going to come on now. There's this very slight drizzle, which is unfortunate, because it was I wouldn't say it was a heavy shower, but they caught the ground staff by surprise. It came down quickly, and as soon as it came down, it sort of left the ground. Now we've got this, the end of the cloud, the drizzle type of thing. But pity, because this round was heading so nicely to a good finish. Had we been able to get 4 days play in all the games, Guyana obviously trying to finish 3rd in the tournament, and Trinidad and Tobago obviously they're also trying to win this game to up their standings, their position in the standings. So it's a real pity that the final round has been spoiled by rain.
Yes, and you're right about that, Colin, but that's something that none of us can do whatsoever.
That's right.
Somebody has to be over this oval here, making a little bit of mockery of us. And absolutely it's not God, because he's way above, but there's somebody else here, the cat and mouse situation. Colin, let me ask you.
Before you ask me, you go ahead.
Yes, I was asking you, now that the tournament comes to an end, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force did extremely well in Barbados. You know, they were sitting second of the table, I think just about 3 points
That's
below
right.
Trinidad
Yeah.
and Tobago, below Barbados Pride. They come back home here in Trinidad and Tobago. Many feel that their performance is not what it should be. What is your suggestion now?
Well,
that
let me tell you, yes, the batting has been the problem, but I honestly think in the JIT it has to do with a lot of the preparation. You know, they've been playing a lot of 50 over 20 T20 cricket, T10 cricket in the country, and I don't think that is a proper preparation for the batsmen. Yes, some of those guys didn't play in the T20 tournament, but I always believe if you're gonna run 100 meters, you can't run 40 meters. If
Not
you're
at all.
going to run 100, you got to train by running 100 meters. You can't train by running 40 meters because at the end of 40 meters, you burn out. So, you know, it's just not, my view is that the preparation was not good. From the end of the second round to the end of, to the start of this fifth round, I thought they just didn't prepare properly for it. Yes, they had some 3-day trial games and they had 3-day games among themselves. But, you know, it was almost like friendlies, if you catch what I'm saying. When you have proper 3-day club cricket with Club A versus Club B, you're going to get that type of competitive nature. And you're gonna get guys wanting to do well for their club and for themselves, and you know, and they will probably say to you, oh no, the preparation was good. We had a few 3-day games, and some guys got good scores. It's just that when they got into the game itself, into the tournament, the batsmen that you were expecting to do well did not do well. And that's, we're talking senior batsmen. The openers, for example, Solozano, he struggled after he got some runs in the second round. He came back, he struggled, got a 70 here. But leading up to this game, he struggled. They brought in Tion Webster in the third round. He struggled. Jais Mohammed had a good score early on of 36, and he's a number 4 batsman. You can't have a top score of 36 coming into the last set of rounds. He did well here again. Yannick Carrier is probably the only one that can hold his head up and say, well, you know, I have contributed. Josh Da Silva himself he set big high standards for himself at Test cricket, but in the regional games he hasn't really scored. So, you know,
and Darren Bravo as well.
Darren Bravo, I mean, he was a huge disappointment. You know, you expected more of Darren Bravo, but I just think he's, you know, I'm looking at him in the field. I'm looking at when he went out to bat. I just don't think Darren Bravo was mentally ready to play tough 4-day cricket. And I don't know the reason why. I can't tell you. He alone will say that. He alone can answer that. But he didn't look his usual self. He didn't look, you know, when I saw him against the Leewards, I didn't see the game against Barbados, but just judging by the scores, you know, he is a superb player. Darren Bravo is probably one of the best batsmen in the region. And for him to get those type of scores, you have to say, well, something is wrong. Is it, you know, has he lost his technique? Is his footwork not there? You know, but, you know, I honestly think it's mentally. I just, you know, you see, even if you want to play regional cricket and you're still a level above that, you still got to go out there and bat.
I agree.
You still got to go out there and give of your best. You got to be mentally right. You got to be mentally prepared. So you can have all the ability in the world, but if mentally you're not there, you're not going to score runs. And I honestly think that was Darren Bravo's problem. He didn't seem to be, and I'm just looking at him on the field. I haven't had a word with him. I've not said to him, boy, you're not looking yourself. I'm just judging it, how he looked in the field. And he just didn't give that impression that he was with the game, if you catch what I'm saying. He gave the impression that, well, I'm here because of my ability. I'm not here because I really want to play. You know, and I'm could be, listen, I could be very wrong. Okay, he might have been there. It's just that he lost form. Sometimes batsmen lose form. Great batsmen lose form. But you have to work doubly hard to get back into form and to get runs. And I don't know if some of the Trinidad and Tobago batsmen were prepared to put in that extra work. And that's and you know what's the unfortunate thing is, you're 3 points behind the leaders. You've got 3 home games. You've got to take advantage of the home games.
Yes, and that's a surprising thing, because you take advantage of the home games. You thank God that, you perform well away from home, and now you come home here. I am disappointed with their batting performance. I think they where the problem lies. And you can have all the coaching, you can have all the system put in place, but Colin, if you yourself as the individual do not work on that aspect of the game, you'll never be successful.
And I agree with you totally. Let's just let our viewers and our listeners know that the covers are in fact coming off. The rain has stopped. As I suggested, it was just this quick passing cloud over the oval, and that has dissipated. So we should be getting play resuming in a couple minutes' time, because it was just a quick little shower. It wouldn't affect the pitch or affect the outfield. Yeah, and you're right. And I looked this morning, what I was going to tell you, I was also looking at the West Indies-Netherlands game and the West Indies batting. Superb 100 from Mears, superb 100 from Brooks, and but it's 50 over. It's a 50 over. So a lot of these guys playing in this 3-day tournament as batsmen, with Bangladesh series coming up, they've got to announce themselves. And the only way you can announce yourself is by scoring hundreds, and Tej has announced himself. He didn't score today. He got, 25? But he had back-to-back hundreds and big hundreds as well. So, he must be penciled in. Outside of that, Carrier had a couple good knocks, but it's the similar type of names popping up again. And you really want to start to see some other guys coming through, some youngsters, but they're just not getting the kind of runs they should be getting. I looked at some of the guys from Windwards, Athenaeus. I think he's a good enough player, but he gets to 15 and 20 and then get out. Imlak, they tell me Imlak is a good, very good prospect. He has to make hundreds. 50 is not good enough. You know what I mean? So I still think it's a work in progress. I'm hoping by next year they get back to 2 rounds of cricket. When I say 2 rounds, you play 10 matches instead of 5. I'm hoping that, for example, that the regional boards look to play the longer version of the game, because that's how our batsmen will be able to bat long and just want to bat. I think we are concentrating now so much on T20 and T10 and all of this cricket that our batsmen, I looked at some of our openers, and they want to hit the ball from ball 1. Unlike a Chandapal, who will leave alone the first 6 balls, get the pace and bounce at the pitch. Some of the other guys go out there and they start to blaze from the first ball. And they get out, they score a quick fire 10, beautiful shots, cover drive, flick off the pads, and then they look to play another cover drive to a ball that's not there, and they go back into the pavilion. And you wonder, you say to yourself, but that guy can bat, but he gets 10 and gets out.
Yes, and I agree with you there, Colin. And if we go back to the days when West Indies dominate the world, and you ask the question, what was the strength of West Indies cricket at the territorial levels that caused our regional side to dominate the world and drove fear into so many other nations? It was club cricket. And club cricket in those days, I can speak for Guyana. We had 3 days cricket in Guyana. And, as youngsters growing up, you will glue to your radio. You want to hear what happened on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And you hear these players scoring runs. They had time to bat in the middle there. So it was that club structure, which was the power structure of West Indies cricket, that developed us to play the longer format. Now,
you're right.
Yeah. And in some territories, you do not even have 2 days cricket or 3 days cricket.
Which is crazy. In Trinidad and Tobago this year, well, we've not had 3-day cricket now since the COVID. But I would have thought that this year they would have tried to reintroduce the 3-day cricket. They did not. They played a 50 over and they played a T20. And then they had another T10 tournament with a dreamy level and franchise cricket. You got to develop your clubs. You got to develop your club cricket. And that's where your guys will really come out and give of their best. When I'm playing for a franchise, I'm just playing for the money. Let's face facts.
Yes, that is so true.
Well,
yes.
we're getting ready to restart in Digit. And Brian Charles, who just picked up the wicket of Vishal Singh. He's going to be bowling to the left-handed Akshaya Prasad. And Prasad, number 7 on his back. Got a slip on a forward short leg, Charles. And thankfully the rain has left us for the moment. I may come down during the course of the afternoon again. It's a good shot from Prasad, and he gets off the mark because a bit of misfielding there by Raja. So they're going to come back for 2. So he's quickly off the mark. A little bit short. I thought Charles would have given it a little bit more air and tempt Prasad with the first ball to push on the front foot.
Yes, that was a short delivery, a easy delivery for him to get off the mark. Was lucky that he didn't got it a little bit more to the right of Raja. That would have gone into the boundary for 4.
Well, we see a little adjustment to the field that Carrier is being asked to go a little deeper, that short extra cover. Still in a catching position as this one, Charles, gives it a little bit more air, and Prasad playing from the crease, not using his feet. He waited on it and just pushed it out on the offside. 111 for 3 now with that 2 runs from Prasad. But Imran Khan maintaining an attacking feel here, looking to get wickets. That's a good shot. Well stopped there. Is it, let's see, that's Mohammed, is it? Yeah, it looks like Uthman Mohammed at that backward point. Dive into his left. He certainly stopped 4, because if that had gone past him as well, in the jet, it would have gone down to the boundary for 4.
That's brilliant fielding. And I always feel as a fielder, you anticipate the shot the batsman is going to play, so you start to move early, and that is exactly what Uthman Mohammed did.
The end of the over from Brian Charles, a successful over in which he picked up the wicket of Singh. So he's completed his 10 overs, 1 for 25. He's been quite steady, hasn't he?
Yes, Brian Charles has bowled well. He troubled the batsman. He flighted it nicely this morning as well, so much so that he got the wicket of Vishal Singh. So he has bowled well in the circumstances, 1 for 25 from his 10 overs.
Vishal Singh would be very disappointed with his innings today, because it was all ripe for him to go out there and get a big score.
Yes, certainly disappointed with the shot that he played. He knows you cannot be cutting at a ball that is so close to the body as well.
Yes, he got 100 in the previous game. Always seems to be among the runs. He's not a flamboyant player. You know, you're not going to see him stroking the ball all around to all parts of the field. But he works hard to get his runs, and if you bowl him the bad ball, he's going to put it away.
Certainly, he's one of them that will nudge the ball into the gaps. He will pick up the singles, the 2s, hit the occasional boundary, and by the time you realize it, he has 30, 40
Yes,
going.
That's right. Well,
And of recently, he has improvised. We have seen him playing the reverse sweep in the 4-day cricket and looking good with it as well.
Well, Imran Khan is in for his second over. Yeah, it reminds me a little bit of Larry Gomes. There was no better, trust me, player of nudging the ball into gaps and waiting for the bad ball than Larry Gomes. I mean, he was a perfect foil for the West Indian batsman, wasn't he? When he came into the middle around the Viv Richards and after Gordon Greenidge and Haynes and then Richards, Lloyd, I mean, he was the one that steadied things. I remember here, the West Indies, they had lost 3 early wickets against India. There was something like 4 for 3. I know it wasn't even double figures, and 3 wickets had gone down, and Clive Lloyd came in to join Larry Gomes, and they put on a big partnership. And Larry Gomes, if you looked at the scoreboard, and let's say Lloyd had 60, Larry Gomes was on 40, and you don't know where he got those 40 from. You know, you could remember Larry Gomes, Clive Lloyd 60, because he was hitting it over the top and over deep mid-wicket and, on the back foot, slapping it through the covers. And you said, whoa, there were some shots. And then you saw Larry Gomes on 40 and you thought, where did those 40 runs come from? But he was a master at that and was an excellent, he was a disciplined type of batsman. It's the end of the over from Imran. He's completed his 2 overs, none for 2. And it's 112 for 3 Guyana.
And you're right about that. What Larry Gomes brought to West Indian batting then was a calming influence with all the flamboyance around him. I remember the match that you talked about. There was some betting in Guyana, I think. Gavaskar and somebody else had lost their wicket when they batted. The partnership between the openers was 2. And the betting was that Greenwich and Haynes will not pass that 2. They lost Greenwich, they lost Haynes, and survive. Yeah, and then Larry Gomes and Lloyd partnership that brought West Indies back into that game.
That's right. That's right. And again, I remember a big innings he played at Lord's when West Indies, England had declared, and they gave West Indies something like 345 to win the game. And big opening partnership. And then he came out together with Greenwich, and they got the runs. They won by 9 wickets, 345 for 1. And Larry Gomes ended up not out, I think, 60 or something like that. And again, you didn't remember a shot he played. You know, you remember Greenwich on one leg pulling and all these things. But Larry Gomes was there to steer the ship home with Greenwich. He was a magnificent player like that.
Yes, and India remembered well because in a Bollywood movie that they made 83, they scout around to look for somebody in the West Indies that can play the role of Larry Gomes, and they picked out Tejnarain Chandapal. So he's a Bollywood star as well.
That's
and he did a
interesting.
fantastic job. I was
Okay.
telling Sean in Guyana, we say sakmak, meaning same thing.
Okay.
There was no difference.
That's a loud appeal, goes up, he's gone! So he's having a look, and that delivery from Brian Charles seemed to have just come back with the arm. Prasad was playing on the front foot, took him on the front pad. Loud appeal went up, and umpire Butler has no hesitation in sending him out. Another wicket Ghana lose at 113 for 4, and umpire Butler says, well, that's it. You Trinidad boys and Trinidad and Tobago Red Force boys, you've done enough damage. Let's have some lunch, as the players going to go off the field. Let's have a look at that, Inderjit. The delivery from Charles. Yes, I thought it may very well have gone on to hit the off stump. He's looking at his position, but it's sometimes you look at your position and you see him maybe just outside the line of the off stump, but it's at the time where the ball strikes you. And as far as umpire Butler was concerned, that ball was hitting the off stump, and he goes LBW for 3. He faced 12 deliveries, and at lunch, the Ghana Happy Eagles are 113 for 4. They would be a little disappointed so far with that score.
Of course they will, but I thought that was a very good decision by umpire Butler. Akshaya Prasad, that ball would have gone on to hit the off stump from what we've seen from the replay. He's disappointed, but, you know, the foot did move as he went back. So at lunch on day number 4, the final day, Trinidad and Tobago 218, Guyana Harpy Eagles, they're 109 for 3. Imlak is on 48 not out. Tejnarain Chandapal went for 25. Vishal Singh went for 19. Leon Johnson went for 4. In the wicket department, Uthman Mohammed 2 for 30. Brian Charles 1 for 22. So at lunch on the final day, Harpy Eagles, they are 109 for the loss of 3. We're going to take a break. This is Inderjit saying goodbye from Queen's Park.
Well, welcome back to a sunny Queen's Park Oval here in Port of Spain, Trinidad and Tobago. We greet you with the news that at lunch, Guyana Harpy Eagles 113 for 4 with Imlak on 49. He's now been joined by Chemo Paul. It was 30 for no loss when after 16 overs when play began today with Chandra Paul on 3 and Imlak on 25. So we saw today Chandra Paul caught by wicketkeeper De Silva up the bowling of Mohammed. That's Uthman Mohammed for 25. It was 72 for 1. And then Johnson was bowled in the same over by Mohammed for 4, 74 for 2. And then it was Singh was dismissed, caught behind off the bowling of Charles, who's continuing from the far end. And single as Chemo Paul gets off the mark. So Chemo Paul on 1. And with him is Imlak, who's on 49. Singh was caught behind off of Charles, looking to cut the ball too close. He made 19. It was 109 for 3. And then Ashkar Prasad, LBW to Charles for 3, 113 for 4. This is a ball on the line of the Midland leg stump, came off the pad and taken by Simmons at the forward short leg position. And there is no run. So the first over after lunch has been completed, and at the end of it, Guyana Harpy Eagles chasing 218 made by the Trinidad Red Force. At lunch they were 113 for 4. They now progress to 114 for 4 with Chemo Paul on 1. Chemo Paul is on strike. Chemo Paul on strike as Imran Khan, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force captain, about to begin the second over after the break. Want to say good afternoon to everyone, everywhere, wherever you are listening to this broadcast, especially those of you in the Twin Island Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, and to those of you back home in the 83,000 square miles of Guyana. This is clipped away nicely off the legs by Chemo Paul, and he's going to pick up 2 as he goes now to 3. So good convincing shot there from Chemo Paul as Khan bowled short, and he's gone now to 3 from 2 balls. Imlak 1 away from his 3rd consecutive half centuries at the non-strikers, and he's got on his helmet. Chemo Paul is without any headgear. That's a lovely shot, picked up and hit back past the bowler. 1 bounce into the side screen, and that's 4 good-looking runs from Chemo Paul. He's gone to 7. That's his first boundary. And Guyana now from a position of 113 for 4 at lunch. They've progressed to 120 for 4. So lovely shot there by Chemo Paul. Still the solitary slip, forward short leg in place. Here is Khan, bowls to Paul. Paul is forward and steers it away out towards the backward point. And again, there is no run. So a few more spectators gathered in the Caribbean stand. Bright sunshine now prevailing here at the Oval. Googly bowled there by Khan, playing it with the inward movement out towards the man at the long leg position, who has to run a long way to his right, and fires a return back to De Silva. In the meantime, Chemo Paul gets another double, so he goes quickly up to 9. This has been an expensive over so far from Khan, who's bowling with his sleeves buttoned down to his wrists. 122 for 4. Khan is in, bowls, and down the track comes Paul. Nice use of the feet. When he got there, he was slightly beaten and then pushed it out quietly out towards the man at the long off position. That's Mohammed, Uthman Mohammed coming in, and there's a single, so he gets a single. Again, rotation in the strike. He's gone to 10. He's into double figures. 49 is Imlak, 123 for 4. Here is Khan, bowls to Imlak. Imlak pushes it in the onside, looking for a quick single. He gets it too. That's his third consecutive half century. And Tevin Imlak raises his bat. He's got on his helmet and signals to his fans and those teammates in the dressing room. Another half century. He's got his 50 from 110 balls. Well played by Kimo Paul. By Imlak, as he's congratulated by Kimo Paul. So 124 now, Guyana. They are chasing 218 made by Trinidad Red Force, but that's immaterial at this time because there's no time for an outright result or even for a run chase, a spirited run chase if Guyana is dismissed for a low score. In the second innings by the Red Force. So this match will peter out into a tame draw. It's now up to the individual performances, both from the Red Force and of course the Harpy Eagles. Main focus now is on Imlak. If he can get his maiden 100. This is a quicker delivery from Charles, and he plays it out and bounces in front of him, and he kicks it back towards the bowler. Got himself into a little bit of tangle there. Imlak still under his green Guyana helmet. Man from DCC is playing it outside the line of the leg stump, misses it, and well taken down the leg side by De Silva. Want to say good afternoon to all of those listening and watching at the Georgetown Cricket Club. Here is a ball that's on the line of the leg stump, turned away into the onside. They look for one, they run the first one quick, and then they come back easily for the second run as Mohammed again comes to his right to do the fielding. So positive batting just after lunch, and Imlak is on 52 now, 10 to Paul, 126 for 4 in bright sunshine from the far end. Flighty delivery there from Brian Charles, the off spinner, and played back towards the bowler, and there's no run. To all those at GCC, want to say our deep condolences to on the death of Les Romalio from Noble House Seafood. He was a wonderful servant of cricket, and he loved cricket. And he was a close friend of Shivnarayan Chandrapal and also Leon Johnson. And the last time I saw him was in Florida when he went for the CPL. And to Richard Joda and everybody else at GCC, want to say condolences to you and the Romalio family. 126 for 4, 40 overs completed. Imlak on 52. This is really good batting this season from Imlak. Paul is there with him on 10. Charles 2 for 29. And of course Mohammed is taking the other 2 wickets to fall. So just 2 bowlers conspiring to take the wickets that have been dismissed for the Harpy Eagles. Khan, number 10 on his back, moves in, bowls to Paul. Paul is playing it forward. Good single again, pushed quietly into the offside, and both batsmen rush off for 1. So a good rotation in the strike. Paul has put on now a broad brim, cream coloured hat, and Imlak still with his helmet. Nice sunny day here in Port of Spain. Recently we couldn't say that. Second day completely washed out, and most of yesterday washed out. Yesterday the Red Force began on a 203 for 9, and they got to 218, mostly by the work of Hines, was not out on 22. Gabriel was bowled by a beautiful delivery from Paul, who took 6 wickets. He went for 4, and that was Paul's 4 to 5 wicket haul. Today, Guyana starting their reply yesterday afternoon. Another quick single, and that's very, very good running by these two. 53 now is Imlak, 11 to Paul, 128 for 4 Harpy Eagles. Yesterday, On a day spoiled by rain, Guyana ended the day on 30 without loss, with Chandrapal on 3 and Imlach on 16. And then today, they started half an hour late after the day began in brilliant sunshine, and then some dark clouds gathered, and they delayed the match. That was about 15 minutes before the scheduled start, and then the rain came down. The match eventually started at 10:30, so just half an hour was lost at the beginning, and then just before the lunch break, another shower. At lunch, they were 113 for 4. This is on the line of the leg stump. Came off the pad, so no big appeal from the captain of the Trinidad Red Force. The over is completed. At the end of it, Imlach is on 53, Paul is on 13, and the total Guyana Harpy Eagles 130 for 4. So we saw Johnson, after the demise of Johnson, and Chandrapal in the same over. It was then 74 for 2. And then Singh and Imlach took the score to 109 before Singh was caught looking to cut a ball too close to him from the off-spinner Charles. He went for 19, 109 for 3. And then Ashkar Prasad was leg before to Charles for 3, 113 for 4. That was the lunchtime score. And then after lunch, Paul joining Imlach. Imlach gets a ball that's on the line of the leg stump, turns it into the onside, hurries for the force run, but can't get a second because Mohammed, who has been in a lot of working after the lunch break, he's had a lot of fielding to do. Sun coming out, back, not in all its glory, but sufficiently enough to facilitate play after lunch. And it's getting a little hot out there. Flag still limp in the distance. Small crowd in the Carib stand. Here is the ball that's short and punched away down towards the boundary for 4. Found the gap between backward point and extra cover. And Paul punches it off the back foot. He gets the boundary. And the total now is 135 for 4. Paul goes up to 17 from just 11 balls. With him is Imlach, who's on 54 from 119 balls. So short delivery and giving him the room. And he said thank you and hit it down to the unprotected cover boundary for 4. So Paul, still in his broad brim hat, gets the ball. That's a quicker delivery, skidded onto him, tucked it out into the onside, out towards the man at mid-wicket, and he can score. Brian Charles from the Brian Lara Pavilion. On his way, bows a nice flighted delivery, full toss, and didn't capitalize on it as he could have. Hit it out towards the man at the long on position and got a single. But a rare loose delivery from Charles gives Kemo Paul his 18th run, brings Imlach, who's on 54, back into strike. Guyana 134 for 4. So good morning to you, good afternoon to you wherever you are. Here is a ball that's spinning back into Imlach. And Imlach was choked there. He was looking for an expansive shot through the offside. And then the ball turned back into him. And he had to just put the bat there. And the ball hitting the bat and the bat hitting the ball. Luckily, he survived. In comes Charles. This is a defensive shot, hitting the front pad. He was a long forward and stifled the peel there from Charles. So a testing over, except for the full toss, comes to an end by Charles. At the end of it, Paul is on 18, Imlach is on 54, and Guyana needing 218. Well, that's really immaterial to get a first innings lead, 136 for 4. So Imlach, the 25-year-old, and Paul, who's 24, building a decent partnership. It's gone up to 23 already, with Paul doing most of the scoring. So Imlach, who made his debut for Guyana in 2018 against the Windward Islands. This is only his 5th match. He scored a highest score of 79, so that would be his main task. No, this is a short ball and pounced on by Kimo Paul and played out into the offside and out to cover. And there's no run. So this venue played Test cricket before 1954 on Matin. This is a ball that's outside the line of the off stump again. And again, Paul can't pierce the gap. And in 1954, there's a groundsman from Guyana called Bads Menzies. He was the GCC groundsman. He actually umpired a test match. And he came and brought soil from Guyana. This one is played into the onside. Gabriel comes across his right, but can't prevent the single. Good running again by these two. Paul goes now to 1954 to Imlach. And Guyana Harpy Eagles 137. Well, Bat Mendes brought soil from Guyana and laid the first turf pitch here at the Queen's Park Oval. Ball that's spinning away, a little bit of bounce. Imlach is equal to the task, doesn't play a shot. Got the first slip, interested in it a while. Here is a slip on a gully, a slip and a forward short leg going down, and no run there as Imlach plays it quietly in front of him. So Imlach got a 53 against Barbados. Then he got 79 against Jamaica. And he's now on another half century. Gets the ball that's played into the onside. And they've targeted the slow-moving figure of the big burly and the muscular figure of Gabriel at short mid-wicket. As soon as they hit the ball to him, especially with soft hands, they take off for a run and they get it successfully. So 55 now to Imlach, 19 to Kimo Paul. And at the end of another over, it's Guyana Harpy Eagles 138 for 4. So lots of history here at the Queen's Park Oval. In fact, it's the biggest of the venues that play Test cricket in Guyana in terms of population capacity. And it's played the most Test matches here. 61 Test matches have been played here. West Indies won for the first time in 1935. That's the venue. This was the venue for West Indies' first win here in Trinidad. Here is Charles Bowles. That hit uppishly, but well past the right of the forward short leg Simmons and played out towards backward square. So the singles are coming easier now. Imlach on 53 brings Paul back into strike. He's on 19, 139 for the loss of 4. Well, the first Test match win was actually in Guyana. The third Test played in the home series, 1930. Guyana beat, the West Indies beat England at Boda under the captaincy of DCC's Maurice Finance. So a lot of captains have come from Guyana. He was the first of 7. Here is a ball that's looking to play a big shot. Didn't time it well, hit the inner half of the bat. He was looking to hit that over long off. And it came off the inner half of the bat, deceived in flight, a little bit of turn. And Paul gets a single. But that was a fortuitous run. Not where he intended it, but he's gone to 20. Charles will be buoyed by that. Bowling now to Imlach. He's on his way, bows to Imlach. Imlach gets a short ball and a quick bend of the knees. Just pulled it down all along the ground out towards backward square. So almost every ball, they're getting a single now. 141 for 4. Paul on 20. Imlach on 57. Good partnership here. 28 runs the partnership. This is a flighty delivery, loud appeal, and not out. That's Paul going across the line to a ball that's on the line of the off stump. And is he out? Yes, he's trapped. He's leg before. So Paul goes leg before off the bowling of Charles, looked to play right across the line of that ball and sent his marching orders by umpire Butler. So he's gone now, leg before to Charles, who's picked up this third wicket. Paul has gone for 20 and Guyana 145 for the loss of 5. Well, Paul is now departed, and Imlach has been joined by Kevin Sinclair, the Rose Altung Newton Sport off spinner from Berbice, and he's coming to join Imlach, who is still there. He's been there from the start. He's on 57. This has been a wonderful innings from Imlach. This is his third consecutive half century, 53, 79, and now 57. So Imran Khan was having a word with Joshua De Silva. Yeah. So Inderjeet will come a calling.
So hello to you once again, listeners. The Guyana Harpy Eagles, they're 141 for the loss of 5 wickets. And they're in a real spot of bother here at the moment. Just losing the valuable Kemo Paul, who was LBW to Brian Charles, the off spinner. And Charles so far 3 for 38. He's in his 14th over, the final delivery coming up. And he comes into Sinclair. And that's a good delivery. Sinclair is digging one out that was aimed at the stumps, and Charles fields well to his own bowling. So the end of a very successful over for Brian Charles. It's 141 for the loss of 5. And from a position of strength at one time when they were moving sweetly at 72 without loss, they lost their first wicket. Tej Narain Chandapal was caught at the wicket of Uthman Mohammed for 25. So it's a lovely atmosphere continues here. Imran Khan, short and cut down towards cover. That's Imlach. He's on 57, and he might be thinking, am I going to be left here high and dry? He would not want that because he's well set on 57, looking for a century. Good delivery, tantalizing outside the line of the off stumper.
Yes, and as I said, I heard through the grapevine that he is one of the players in the President's 11 side, himself, Tej Narain Chandrapal, Paul, and Moti. So that's good news for Guyana. It's not officially been released yet, but I've got my sources. And this is a ball that's pushed into the offside, but he wouldn't be thinking so early if he's going to be left unbeaten and short of 100 if he gets there, because there are a few batsmen who can stay with him, especially Sinclair, Moti. I'm being a little bit surprised why Moti, who got a century against Barbados, is not being promoted.
Well, I think actually they're giving Sinclair an opportunity to build an innings here with Imlach. This is Sinclair's second match so far in this round of the competition. And he has good batting qualities as well. I mean, you look to the future too. He's one of those youngsters that the Harpy Eagles have in their team. Oh, that's a good delivery, wrapped on the pad, loud shout for leg before. From our vantage
Might
point.
have been pitched outside the leg stump.
Yes, and pitch outside the leg stump, that is what saved them. But was a good delivery. Sinclair was completely beaten by the delivery, 141 for 5.
Yes, 141 for 5. Sinclair not yet off the mark. And of course, Imlach on 57. So, I want to say good afternoon to the people at GCC and the death of Leslie Marlowe.
Yes, we want to offer our condolences to the entire family, friends, and members of GCC on the death of Uncle Les. That's very, very painful indeed. He has been a wonderful contributor to sports in Guyana, especially at GCC. He spent of its time, his resources, including his money as well. And when souls like those passes on, it hurts. But the best we can do, Sean, is to celebrate the legacy that they have left.
Yeah, to all at GCC, especially Richard Jodo, the former Guyana under 19 player who worked with him at Noble House Seafood. His company was also instrumental many times in sponsoring me to go abroad to do commentary. So thank you to Noble House Seafood. It's going to be a bad miss when we look at the demise of Uncle S.
And this is good bowling here by Brian Charles. Continue to be on a spot. Sinclair, he knows how important it is for him to stay there. And I understand, Sean, on the 6th, we are returning to Guyana tomorrow. That's the 5th. So on Monday, there's going to be a wake at GCC for Uncle Les. And then on the following day, that's the 7th, that's the Tuesday, he's going to be cremated. And then on the 8th, they have a night of reflection at GCC for Uncle Les. We wish that, people attend and show your support to a great soul.
Yes, I would also join you encouraging those to attend the funeral. I don't know if COVID protocols will be enforced, but where is he going to be cremated? At the Lapintiere or in West Demerara?
I am not too certain, but I know the cremation is on the 7th.
Yeah.
Yes. We'll certainly find out and see exactly when he will be cremated. No doubt our friend Jai is listening to us at GCC. Jai, you can pass on and let us know where Uncle Les' body will be cremated.
And if you're listening, Jai, I would certainly be there for the wake. And you know what to give me. Lucozade. Short delivery and pushed into the offside. So it was a sad heart that I say I miss Uncle S. He was, as we said, a servant of cricket and one of my sponsors, Noble House Seafood. So he was a good man. And he would surely be missed, but not forgotten.
Yes, not at all. Like I said, his legacy is definitely going to live on, and he will definitely be missed. Imran Khan is operating from the northern end of the ground and bowling to the right-handed Imlak, who is on 57. He's coming forward. On drives down towards Isaiah Raja, fielding at mid-on. Cannot get past Raja. So Imran Khan will feel if they can stifle the Harpy Eagles batsmen out in the middle, they might very well get them to play some rash strokes. But this man that is batting Imlak, he has been there for quite some time, and this has been a good innings so far for him.
Yes, I want to say good afternoon to Saucy and Luke and their daughter Chelsea, who I call Gaitrin because she's half Trinidadian and half Guyanese. They said they're coming a little bit later. Well, the sun is all out in all its glory now. So fantastic atmosphere for cricket after most of yesterday and all of the second day was completely washed out.
Yes, definitely. And it's good to see the sunshine back up.
Here's a ball that's played into the onside. And there is no run played out toward Gabriel, who's had a lot of work to do. They're putting pressure on the big man.
Yes, certainly. So Imlak is kept quiet on 57. So too is Sinclair. He has faced 7 deliveries. He hasn't scored as yet. The Harpy Eagles, they have 141 for the loss of 5. And Imran Khan, none for 18 from his 7 overs so far. Tetnarain Chandapal has gone for 25. He was the first to go. Leon Johnson was bowled by Uthman Mohammed for 4. 76 for 2. Then the third wicket of Vishal Singh caught at the wicket of Mohammed for 19. And then Akshaya Prasad didn't last long. LBW Charles for 3. This is driven over the leaping figure there at cover and down to the boundary for 4. That's a brave shot from Kevin Sinclair to get off the mark with 4.
Yeah, almost touched it with his hand, Gabriel, as he leapt skywards.
At lunch, it was 113 for 4. The Guyana Harpy Eagles still trailing by 105 runs. And after the interval, Paul was LBW to Charles for 20. He played some lovely looking drives while he was there. It was 141 for the loss of 5. Since then, Imlak and Sinclair are out in the middle.
Yes, and they've got a partnership just now started by that boundary from Kevin Sinclair.
Yes, was a good shot over the top of extra cover. Gets a good delivery. This is nicely floated by Charles, and has Sinclair coming onto the front foot, killing the spin and stroking it away down towards short cover.
I want to say also good afternoon to Uncle Preman. He is the founder of the Riversdale Sports Club in Curep.
This time Sinclair chose to go onto the back foot, and of course playing against the spin, forces one out towards cover, and there is no run.
He is now 83. He's in a wheelchair, and that was the first pitch I ever bowled on in Trinidad. And the ground is dilapidated. He needs some help to get the ground back to what it was, and the pavilion.
Yes, and Charles continued to rein in this tight line and length, despite being struck over the top of cover. He has maintained a good rhythm here against the right-handed Kevin Sinclair.
Off spinner to off spinner.
Good battle.
Yeah. He's got 3 for 42. This is a 16th over. Very excellent figures.
Yes, good bowling by Brian Charles so far. And Trinidad and Tobago disposed of for 218. Certainly making a fight of this one here. This is turned away down towards short, backward square. Uthman Mohammed is in the way. He feels the over has been completed. Charles 3 for 42 from 16. Imlach is on 57. Sinclair has 4. The Harp Eagles in their first innings are 145 for 5.
Well, it's really the batting or the lack of batting by the Trinidad Red Force that got them into this predicament in the home games. The bowling has been relatively good, but it's the batting. Only Yannick Correa has scored a century. Everybody else has gotten starts and then got out.
Yes, and talking to Colin Murray, he was talking about the preparation, because the question has been asked, why is it they perform so well outside of Trinidad and Tobago? There was a break and then they came back for the final rounds and they suffered these batting collapses. The bowling has been very steady for the Red Force. And I think, Sean, that is something they're going to work on. Their batting, how they can get their batsmen to concentrate for long periods.
They've got to play more long version cricket.
And that's the only way it's going to come. That's a good delivery, good flight, drawing Imlach into the defensive shot. And he has been kept quiet on 57 for quite a while.
Yes, I want to say hello to the Ghana Cricket Board. They're preparing to host the regional women's tournament. That's starting on Tuesday. All the teams of the region will be in Guyana on Tuesday.
Yes, certainly. And that game starts on the 7th.
Yeah.
Yes, matches will be played at the National Stadium, Enmore and Everest. And this is lovely, swept around out towards the long leg boundary. It's going to get close and beat 2 fielders chasing after it. A good chase, tantalizing too, as the ball outwitted them and hits the boundary rope. Good 4 by Imlach. He now moves on to 61.
Yeah, from 142 ball, this is a good innings from Imlach. He's also in a good patch of form, like Chandrapal. But Chandrapal today didn't make much after he was on 3 yesterday. But I still think that he's a shoo-in for the West Indies Test team.
Well, we wish the young man all the best as the selectors sit and decide who they think.
I think he's done enough.
Well, one will feel so because he's played well this season. Off the back foot, played away down towards extra cover. So the West Indies Women's Super 50 that will start on the 7th. Matches at Enmore, the National Stadium and Everest. And after that, then they'll switch to the T20 Blaze.
Which all will be played at the Providence
National Stadium.
Yeah.
3 matches per day. That's going to be rather interesting. And it's good too that Cricket West Indies have put systems into place so that all 3 matches will be streamed live on YouTube. And that's real good.
Yeah, I want to say good afternoon to the Ghana Cricket Board again, because for the next 5 years, I think, all of the inter-county matches will also be streamed.
Well, that's the idea behind the streaming. You want to get the players known. You want to look back at videos. You're taking the cricket to the people as well. So that is so good. They've started well with the female and the under 15. Kevin Sinclair going for an almighty hit high in the air over mid-on and runs close towards the boundary, will not get there. The return comes in and Sinclair will get 2. But he was outfoxed by the bowler. It hung in the air for a long time.
And I think Sinclair was annoyed that he didn't get that ball properly. That could have been 3 runs. When he saw him come back, he was looking annoyed that he didn't get that ball properly, mistimed it.
And almost fell in the trap there set by Brian Charles, who is in a good spell. Nicely tossed up and forced down towards mid-off. There is no run. He has the mid-on in, he has the mid-off in. So if you want to go over the top, that's fine. And he had Sinclair going over the top. False shot, but it fell pretty safely.
And that ball was a well-flighted delivery. Beat him in the flight.
Yes, this is good bowling. Off the back foot, hit through covers and down towards the boundary for 4. It was short and wide. Gave himself a little room, Sinclair. Got back onto it. He moves into double figures on
But
10.
although it was short and wide, it turned back. Sinclair hit it off his stumps. Fantastic shot from the all-rounder.
Yes, and against the spin as well. So he will feel comfortable with that shot. I'm sure Brian Charles won't mind. He wants to see Sinclair attack him. And that's a good challenge for an off-spinner who is an attacking off-spinner
Yeah, but
as well.
that was bowled too short.
Yes, it was. Well, you're going to find this happening now and again. And it's good to see the batsman capitalizing once the delivery presents itself for that kind of shot. He's going again. This time got it on the outer portion down towards the third man boundary. It's not going to get there. And Gabriel chases after it and sends the return in. They will run 3.
And once they realized was Gabriel chasing it, Imlach was back like a hare.
Yes. And good running, so they get 3 more. Sinclair now moves on to 13. 158 for the loss of 5. And the partnership was worth 17 so far.
Yes, good little partnership building. The sun is out. The breeze is blowing. The flags are fluttering. The only thing, the stand is virtually empty. But this is the last day, and it was a rainy period. There's a ball that played into the onside, just out of the reach of Simmons. Did he get it full?
Well, I doubt whether actually the ball must have gone past him, whether he touched the finger or not. It came very quickly there. And those fielders who are fielding there, you expect them to at least make an attempt. Well, I'm not too sure if the attempt was there or was he just trying to get down. I'm not certain, but it went through him. And it could have been on the up as well.
This is the second time that it has been through him. When Singh was batting, he was the same person at forward short leg. So the over has been completed. It's 158 now for 5. Harpy Eagles chasing 218 made by Red Force. Imlach is 61. Sinclair is 13.
And Sean, while that 218 is not a huge one, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they have come out here fighting for all their words. It has not been a case where the Harpy Eagles totally dominate. We have had a good partnership between Tejan Chandapal and Tevin Imlach. Singh stuck around for a while. Other than that, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they are very, very competitive. And give them the thumbs up because at no time their spirit went down.
Yes, certainly. They kept the fight. They kept the intensity. And they got 5 wickets so far. For only Imlach has scored a half century. I want to say good afternoon to Vishal Nagamutu, the former Guyana wicketkeeper, and to Derek Kalicharan, who is his uncle, the former Guyana leg spinner. They're all watching in New York. Good afternoon to you guys. Here's a ball that's back over length, and Sinclair looking as good as a number 3 batsman. Well, when he started, he was a medium pace bowler and a top order batsman. He can still bat.
Yes, certainly.
He's now bowling off spin.
He's a good enough batsman. And you see him playing that defensive shot there, right out of the pitch of the ball, the left leg coming across nicely and keeping it down towards short cover. Imran Khan pegs away, none for 22. He's in his 9th over. Nicely tossed up again.
That's a lovely shot. Even though he didn't get a run, hit it straight to the fieldsman, inside out. Correct batting shot.
Yes, he's playing every ball on its merit. And it's good to see they're having a mid-pitch discussion here, Imlach and Sinclair.
Well, Vani from Canada says, "Good afternoon to Uncle Priman." She said she heard me talking about him. She didn't know he was in a wheelchair. Good afternoon to you, Uncle Priman from Vani in Canada.
Well, that's good to hear. Not that he's in a wheelchair, but thank God, you know, that he's in a wheelchair. Some people just lose their lives
Yes,
every
and his
day.
faculties are very good.
That's good to hear.
Had a long talk with him at Santa Cruz.
That's a good delivery. Drawing Sinclair once again on the front foot, and he's defending. So Imran Khan is keeping it tight. There's still a silly point and a solitary slipper.
Ooh, a little bit of danger in that shot. He backed away, but he got it in the middle of the bat. When the pitch is like this and you're in form, those shots look easy, but element of danger in them.
Yeah, there was a great element of danger there, playing right inside and back in the crease there too, exposing the middle and the off stump, but he got it in the middle of the bat and got it away down towards extra cover. 158 for 5.
And he's explaining to Imlak what he did. And Imlak was telling him, maybe that's not good. Don't do it often.
Yes, you don't want to expose those stumps. A ball can keep low. You can get the one that, what's it, they call it, the flipper that skids
Yeah.
on. You can out leg before it, or it's going to go on to hit the stump as well. So, we're going to have a change of bowling from the southern end. Is that Yannick Carrier?
Yeah.
Right, Carrier is going to come in here for
Bowling
his
some leg spin.
first spell of bowling in this innings, and he's a leg spinner as well.
Yeah, so Yannick Carrier comes into the attack and bowling from the Brian Lara end, or the southern end of the ground. That's the opposite end where the northern range is situated, just outside the, or behind the Queen's Park Oval on Tregarat Road. Here is a fighted delivery and edge there by Imlak out towards the boundary, and it's gone for 4. So in the judge's shot, 4 nevertheless, and it carries him up now to 65. Total going on to 162 for 5. Sinclair on 13, playing a good knock, and the partnership going into the 20s. It's now 21. So Carrier, the first delivery, he wouldn't mind that. It was outside the off stump, and he had to reach for it and didn't get it in the middle of the bat, found the edge. But once you're a spinner, you wouldn't likely to have a third man, so it rushed down to the boundary for 4. There's another a bit of turn there from Carrier, second delivery.
Yes, Sean, lots of turn there from Carrier. He's one of the boys that put a lot of force into his bowling. He has broad shoulders and has a relatively long run-up as well, and lots of energy. I saw him at the practice session putting some pace on the ball too, so he's not slow like spinners. He's getting them quick to the batsman.
And very good revolutions on the ball. Once there's a lot of revolutions, the ball is going to grip and turn, and this is a ball that's dropped at slip. And that really tangled Imlak up. He was looking to on drive, and then he started to realize that he was
We're
in
watching the
danger.
replay there now at the moment. Did he get an edge, or did it came off the pads? Very difficult to tell
It
from
looked like
here
it
on.
came off the edge.
Well, there were oohs and ahs there. I think first they might be looking for the leg before, but you never know. It might have very well come off the edge. We are not certain here.
And as soon as the ball starts to turn, you see the difference in the batsmanship of the batters.
Yes, exactly. So he's a different kind of a leg spinner here, Yannick Carrier. He's not one of them that's going to toss it up slow through the air, allow the pitch to do the thing. He's hitting the pitch hard.
Yeah, like a Mahindra Nagamutu. He used to bowl quick leg spin. Played a couple of matches for the West Indies. In fact, he played 5 test matches in 5 different continents.
Yes, Mahendra Nagamutu. He was quite a talent, and he enjoyed his cricket. Even since he started at the youth level, we remember the Nagamutu brothers, Mahendra and Vishal.
Yes, good afternoon to you, Yanko. That's what they called Mahindra Nagamutu.
A jovial fellow indeed. The over has been completed. Carrier first over cost him 4 runs. 162 for 5. Imlak is on 65. Sinclair is on 13. And they come from a cricketing family, the Kalichorans.
Yeah, and Rohan Kanai is their uncle on their father's side.
Yes, exactly. Rohan Kanai, that great West Indian cricketer. He was a crowd pleaser, Sean.
And you know how Mahindra Nagamutu, well, Vishal Nagamutu became a keeper? Because they had a strip in Wim at the side of their yard, and Nagas, Yanko, wanted to be a spinner. He bowled, and somebody had to stop the ball. And he had Vishal, because he had a sister, Natasha, but she wasn't interested in playing cricket. So Nagas, Vishal had to keep, and that's how he became a keeper, just by stopping the balls from his brother.
Yes, and so I guess so many people have these strange stories to talk about how they got themselves involved in cricket and a career blossom as well.
Of course, Shivnarayan Chandrapal had a sister who was an accomplished batter, but she left early to go to America, I think.
Yes, she left the soils. That's a good delivery by Imran Khan, drawing Kevin Sinclair into the shot. But he played it well, opened the face at the last moment and steered it away down towards backward point.
Yeah, well, as regional women's cricket is coming to Guyana, there are lots of females who set the foundation, build the track. That's a lovely shot, played through the gap, and it's going to go close to the boundary and into the boundary for 4.
Yes, well, we saw a dive put in by the fielder there. In the end, the ball just touching the rope. Wondering
Hope he's
to
not
know
hurt.
if he has done any damage to himself there. That's Jormi Solazano
Yeah.
running after the ball. He's over the ropes. One time he was flat. Now he's on his 2 arms and his 2 knees, and he's going to stand. There's some pebbles in that distance
Yeah.
there, and he's limping. Well, that doesn't look good at all. Might have hit the knees very hard. He's down again. Well, that's sad indeed.
Just after he was hitting his head.
Yes.
Fielding, and didn't get a bat in his only test match.
Yes, and you feel sorry for him. Now he's on his back and he's laid there. He's turning again because of the pain. Could have hit the knees there, I think, as he put in the dive. The ball was getting close to the boundary. I mean, it was kind of dangerous the way that he went after it. But
that showed commitment.
yes, exactly. Showed commitment. You want to save a run for your team.
Yes, unfortunate for the young man. We hope it's nothing too serious. And he's going to be all right. He's a good, strong young man, Solazano.
Yes, so the physio is there with him so far. And seems to be that he's going to get up, just holding the back of the legs as well.
He might have also pulled a hamstring when he started to sprint and then tumbled and maybe damaged his knee or ankle.
Yes, and we would have seen some real dangerous destruction to fielders and batsmen as well. Some
And that's
injuries.
why the ICC mandated now that the grounds, you have to have at least 4 feet between the boundary ropes and the perimeter fence.
Yes.
That's the least.
Well, here we do not really have a perimeter fence, but the rope is in from where those
Yeah.
pebbles are, more than 4.
Yeah.
So there's nothing wrong with that,
Yeah.
I'm afraid. So Lozano is some trouble here, Sean. He's holding the hamstring as well, and that's not good sign. If he has done some damage there, that's going to be very, very, well, look again.
Yeah.
Yes, so he's favoring that area, trying to walk, and is unable to do so at this time.
And Colin Murray was telling us that he heard that he is also in that President's 11 lineup.
Oh boy, well then if that be the case, we hope that the young man recovers from this. Nobody, because of injury, will want to miss a very important cricket match. Not at all, especially when you're making your comeback.
Yes, and sad for Solazano. And that match is not far away from now.
Yeah, not at all. We can remind you, though, our listeners, as the pitch attendants, they are marking out the crease and so on, ensuring that the dust is taken away from there. The Guyana Harpy Eagles today resuming overnight from, 30 without loss. Tage was on 3, Imlak on 25. Today, Tage was the first to go. Caught to the wicket of Uthman Mohammed for 25, 72 for 1. Then Leon Johnson was bowled by Uthman Mohammed for 4. He played on 76 for 2. After then, Vishal Singh came in, stuck around for a while. He was caught to the wicket of Uthman Mohammed for 19. Akshaya Pasad, LBW Charles for 3. They went to lunch on 113 for 4, still trailing by 105 runs. Paul after that came in. We saw some fine looking shots, but when he got to 20, he was LBW to Charles 141 for 5. Since then, Imlak and Sinclair have been locked in this partnership.
And it's nice to see some youngsters. When I say youngsters, little youngsters playing football there. They come to see cricket, but their activities does not involve cricket. But it's still good to see young children participating in outdoor sports. Too many times they're caught up with the iPad, the tablet, the computer, the phone, and they're not doing any physical activity.
Yes, I agree with you, Sean. And this is the land of the Soca Warriors. And football is huge in Trinidad and Tobago. You go around the entire country, you see football is being played, cricket is being played, lots of parks in this country. There is the opportunity for people to relax, enjoy, and you never know where that can take you through.
When it was the under 17 Football World Cup stage here, they built, I think, about 10 football stadiums.
Yes, and our friend Colin Murray has gone to do some football as well. So they are broadcasting them live too.
Yes, well, he's not only involved in cricket, he's a part of the Football Federation of Trinidad and Tobago. Did you know he captained the West Indies on the 19 team in the second tour that they made in 1973?
Well, he was talking about that, I think it was yesterday, about his involvement in sports, telling us about his trips to Guyana and so on, how Colin Crawford almost killed him on the cricket pitch. He's a man that is very busy, love his sport too. So Imran Khan will continue, and Solozano definitely is going to go off.
So Khan bowls, and back goes Sinclair, pushes it into the offside, and there's no run. A club that has produced his coach, Eason Crandon. Crandon's brother, who played a couple of one-day matches for the West Indies, Royston Crandon, footed in. He also played for Rose Hall. Tongue that slapped away, finds the gap between backward point and the gully, and it's going to be 3 runs. No, Sinclair. It's Imlak this time puts up his hand like a traffic policeman in a busy Regent Street saying, hold on, you got to wait.
Yes, so he's not going to take chances here. The chances weren't taken. You don't want to put in that dive and get yourself injured as well. So once they completed the 2, Imlak was not entertaining any 3.
They were produced Andre Percival, who initially started at Port Morant. And he was Ghana's most successful under-19 captain. He played a little bit at Rose Hall. He was actually born in Rose Hall, but he gravitated to Port Morant, and then later Albion. This is a lovely shot, but well fielded there by Imran Khan. Made it look so easy.
Yes, and the over has been completed. Khan, none for 28 from 10 overs. Imlak is on 65. Sinclair is on 19, 168 for the loss of 5. And good to see that Percival is still in cricket.
Yeah.
He's one of our national selectors back home in Ghana.
Youth selector.
And he's a part of the administration of Ghana cricket as well.
Yes, and he was involved a couple of years ago with the female teams of Ghana. He was the coach. So it's good to see Percy, the left-handed Percy. And he got, when he played against Barbados senior level, he said he could have woken up in the middle of the night and done well against Barbados.
Yes, well, he played well during his playing days. Was a very successful captain at the under-19 level.
Yeah, but he only got his 100 in the last innings that he played. He played for 5 years, I think, and the last innings he got 100. But cumulatively, his consistency was there. He got 50s, he got 40s, he got 60s. So he scored a lot of runs during his youth career, but he only got 100. Same thing with Paul Passad. He never scored on the 19 regional 100. The first 100 he made is against Australia, when Australia came with Shane Warne, and they played Guyana.
Yes. So Yannick Carrier will continue. He's a leg spinner. And this
Getting a
is-
lot of bunks.
Yeah, a lot of bounce here. And I think because he's exerting more energy on the ball. And with the pace that he's bowling, he's hitting the pitch harder than the other spinners. And that's the reason why he's getting the bounce.
Well, most leg spinners turn the ball bigger than the off spinners,
Off-spinners.
and they get more bunks because of their action. And it's almost impossible for a leg spinner to be called for suspect action.
And the reason why, Sean?
Because when you bowl leg spin, your arm is extended and it's not bent or unextended.
Yeah, you have to have a round arm.
Yeah.
That's a good delivery coming off the outer portion of the bat as Imlach was stretching forward, and he stretched because the ball had the length to draw him into the defensive shot. Good bowling this from Yannick Carrier. And on the offside, we have the slip. There's also backward point. We have square cover on the boundary. There's a short cover and a wide mid-off. Mid-on, there's also mid-wicket and a long leg. It's a silly point right inside the face there of Tevin Imlach. And that was in the air. Oh my goodness. And the silly point there didn't react.
No,
it
that
and
was far away from
Yes,
me. That
from-
was between the ball on his follow through and way to the right of the silly point. But it was in the air, a fall shot. So
Yeah.
that's what got the fielders excited.
Yes, and the bowler too. I think Carrier felt that Keegan Simmons should have at least made an effort going where the ball was going, but he wasn't even moving from that position at silly point. I think that is what Carrier was asking about. And here's a drive. He gets off strike, Imlach, and you're going to come back for two. The return comes in from Gabriel right over the stumps, but good
Well, they
running.
targeted Shannon Gabriel. Every time they hit the ball to Gabriel, they run faster. Look for two. Even if they pat it into the mid-on, short mid-wicket, they run one.
Yes, and it's good, the awareness level of where the ball is going and who
And
it's
to
going.
it's going to.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the important part.
170 for 5, Carrier none for 6 from 2. Imlach is on 6 to 7. Sinclair is on 19.
And the partnership already 29. So good thing Guyana's batting in partnership. Throughout this restart, they've built a lot of partnerships. And when you get a lot of good partnerships, even if it's not 100, if it's 50, the total generally goes up.
So Imran Khan starts another over, none for 28 from 10 so far. And he'll be bowling to the right-handed Kevin Sinclair. And
This
Sinclair...
is pulled away.
Yes, and that's gone way over mid-wicket for 6 runs. It was short. He got onto the back foot and slammed it away over mid-wicket. And he gets the maximum, 176 for 5.
Well, we are still in the 55th over. And even though Guyana got 584 for 7 declared against Jamaica, and before that 470 for 7 declared against Barbados, we've got the least batting points of the top teams because it's 110 overs. You need to get those batting points in. So even if you make $1 million after 110 overs, that don't count. And we batted too slow most of the time, but sometimes it was required.
Yes. And that's a good delivery by Imran Khan. But I think these bonus points, the batting bonus points was placed there. So you have your batsmen
To be positive.
to be positive. And then the pace bowling points, you want our fast bowlers to be given a longer run
Yeah.
out in the middle there.
And then your bowling points, generally, you want to out the opposition bowling, attacking bowling. All those
Yes.
things are in 110 overs.
So here is Imran Khan once again. He's defending. Good delivery. Back up the track. There is no run. Do you think these point systems have benefited the fast bowlers?
Yes, I think so. But imagine Kimo Paul is the leading fast bowler and Guyana has the least fast bowling points.
Yes. So, you know, teams need to strike that careful balance because sometimes your best bowlers are the spinners. But just because you need fast bowling points, you tend to sacrifice some of your spinners and you have the overs wheeling away with some of the medium fast bowlers.
And
too.
another point, you overuse some of your better fast bowlers in the interest of getting fast bowling points and you work them out.
Good. All those things
Yeah.
can play around. At the end, though, the intention is good. You want to develop our fast bowling and you want to have batsmen on the positive mindset. The over has been completed. Khan, none for 35 from 11. Guyana 177 for 5. Imlach 67. Sinclair on 26.
Yeah, so Sinclair looking a good prospect. He's on 26. He's got to go and bat on though. All of a sudden you see Sinclair play some impetuous shot and get himself out. He should realize when you get to this stage, I prefer to see a batsman get out for a duck or one than get set, knowing the conditions, being there, and then you throw away a wicket. Obviously a bowler has to get a wicket, but it's not a batsman game alone. But if you don't get out with a good ball and you throw away a wicket, that is when I'm disappointed.
Yes, I understand. I hear you there. And maybe that's the time when you feel that I've done all the hard work too. You become most vulnerable because you feel now is the time I can go play my shots, but you have to be very selective. So Yannick Carrier will continue right arm leg spinner to Kevin Sinclair. And Sinclair is cutting at this one, out through point. Gabriel has a long chase from square cover. He gets there, will sends the return in, and this time they can only get 2. So 2 more to Sinclair. And that's because the ball was going faster to Gabriel this time.
Gabriel is getting a real workout. Mohammed started it at long leg. Now Gabriel is getting a workout because these batsmen, Imlach and Sinclair, prepared to play horizontal bat shots out to cover. Good delivery there. Had him in 2 minds. He was looking to sweep and then check the shot.
I think he flighted that one, give it generous flight. And the line was reasonably good as well. That's the reason why Sinclair was looking to sweep and then realize, you know, I haven't picked the length of it as I should. Good forcing shot off the front foot
And
down
they picked
towards
out
Imran Khan.
Imran Khan too. So they're looking at who is moving slowly, who's injured, and they're batting intelligently.
Yes, nothing wrong with that shot. Everything was good about it. Just coming forward and stroking it away, realizing Imran Khan is a little bit back. There was enough time for the single. Oh, and he was beaten there. He was pushing forward Imlach. The ball cannot into the pads, but he was doing the right thing. He was stretching long forward, well bowled.
And when you bowl the ball slower and higher, it leaves the batsman in 2 minds. It gives them longer time to think what shot to play. And that's the difference with fast bowlers and the spinner.
Here comes Carrier once again. Has Imlach on the front foot. He's driving down towards mid-off. This time cannot score.
A fast bowler can just out you by bowling fast. You're intimidated, but a spinner has to use guile because he doesn't intimidate you physically.
Yes, you're right about that, Sean. It's a good delivery once again, and it's a running off the outer portion of Imlach's bat down towards gully. There is no run. Carrier none for 9 from 3 overs, 180 for 5. Imlach 67, Sinclair on 29.
Excellent first 3 overs there from Carrier. Bowling the ball quicker, flighting some, bowling the googlies. This is a fantastic performance. Only 3 overs, but he's really impressed me.
Yes, he has done well so far. Khan will continue. He has bowled 11 overs, none for 35, and he'll be bowling to the right-handed Sinclair. For Sinclair, there is still the silly point, the solitary slip, backward point. There is cover. short extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, a mid-wicket, and a deep backward square. Sinclair is coming forward, and you could see Sinclair there just winding up, hoping that the ball is flighted more, but the length was pulled back, and Imran Khan was a little bit more flat with that delivery.
And the best thing for today is the sunshine.
And we all will welcome that off the back
that's a good
foot.
stop.
Yes, driving away down towards Keegan Simmons.
And when you're feeling in a position like that where the other pitches is just near to you, that could be dangerous too. You got to be smart and feel the ball well, because if it hits the hard spot on the pitch, it could bounce.
Yes,
upwardly.
all those are possibilities, and he's feeling just at the edge of where that pitch ends. And he will be relieved that he's out of the forward short leg area, Keegan Simmons. Here is Sinclair going over the top. Will he get it there? Jason Mohammed is after it. He's not going to get there. And the ball will go into the boundary for 4. Stayed in the air for a long time. Didn't get it the way he wanted it. But he had the height. And in the end, it went away down towards the
Yeah,
boundary
but that
for
was
4.
a mishit. That is what I was talking about with Sinclair. He gets set, and then you want to go after the bowling. That was not a ball to play that shot. If
he
it was a ball to play that shot, no mind. Hit it for 6.
Yeah, he was not even in position to play the shot. He was looking to get it over mid-wicket. Look where it landed, down towards mid-on.
Slow delivery. Excellent bowling.
Yes, and he's a very intelligent fella.
Yeah, he's very experienced.
Yes, and he knows exactly what to do to Sinclair there. The line was right, was lined up with the middle stump. The length was good as well. Tossed up and driven, beats the diving Keegan Simmons down at extra cover. But Raja is in the way down at cover, and he blocks it. The over has been completed. At the end of it, Imlak is kept quiet on 67. Sinclair on 34, 185 for 5.
And Sinclair is batting brilliantly. This is maybe the best I've ever seen him bat. Why would you want to play shots when the shot is not there? Why would you want to manufacture a shot? Play the ball in its merit. That's good shot selection. Shot selection doesn't mean you don't pull or you don't cut, but you have to cut the balls that are cuttable.
Yes, and Sinclair will understand he's doing all the hard work out in the middle. Just don't want to give it away, because you just want to hustle the runs. 218. You don't want to get there in a hurry. He has enough time. But by nature, he's an aggressive batsman. But you have to ensure that, you know, your best sense prevail. Guyana's already lost 5 wickets. And the last thing you want to do is to give your wicket away.
If you get 5 bad balls, you hit 5 fours. But if you get a good ball in between, you can't hit 6 fours.
And this time he's coming forward and deliberately playing it to the right of the short cover and to the left of mid-off and picking up a single.
Good match awareness. They know the liabilities on the field because of his ankle injury is Khan, and his immobility is Gabriel. So they're picking those two fielders and running hard to them.
So Imlak off the back foot, and this time he's going to bring Gabriel away from the square cover boundary and gets another single. So we're having better rotation of strike here now, and Imlak moves on to 68.
Yes, and that's always good. And Imrak looking good, but all of a sudden he seems to have a brain fade. Meaning that he loses his concentration. He must keep his concentration. That's what's called temperament, good temperament, like Tejanarayan Chandrapal has. You believe in inheriting certain skill in genes from your dad?
But you might not inherit the skills. You may inherit certain qualities. Skills is something that you develop.
Mm-hmm.
And you have to work hard to develop those skills as well.
Oh.
That's edge by Sinclair, beating the keeper who leapt in the air, and so too the fielder
slip.
down
Yeah.
at for slip. And my word, it went quickly off the edge of the bat, and both Charles and the keeper could not have managed to bring it into a catch.
So Sinclair is riding his luck.
Yes. And, you know, That was a good delivery. And Yannick Carrier will feel, what more can I do to get my first wicket here?
Well, there's a lot more he can do. Bowl straight and bowl him down. Don't depend on the fielders to catch it.
Yes, I thought that the keeper could have done a little bit more better with that one, Joshua Da Silva. A little bit lethargic in getting up to that one there.
Much more responsible, respectful, good shot.
Yes, and Sinclair will continue playing this way. He's going to block a few, and he's going to go after a few as well. By nature, he has aggressive instinct, as Kevin Sinclair. Just you asking is that just be a little bit more selective.
Yes.
Back he goes.
I don't mind you scoring quickly, but once the ball is there, you can't give your wicket away. The bowler must have to work for your wicket. Bowl a good ball and you're out, so be it.
Yes, certainly. So,
So
the partnership so far, Sean, has gone to 50.
Yes, in quick time.
And Sinclair has gotten 39 out of that 50.
Yeah, so he's dominated the partnership. Imlach is still on 68, 191 for 5. 58 overs gone.
Yes, let me remind you, listeners and viewers, that Trinidad and Tobago Red Force made 218. So the Guyana Harp Eagles, they're 191 for the loss of 5. Half their batting lineup has already departed, sitting in the dressing room. Vishal Singh might consider himself, why did I go on and play that shot?
That was a good ball, though.
Yes, it was a good delivery. There's no doubt about it. That got Vishal Singh. But why you want to cut at a ball that is so close to the body? And you've been looking good. There's always danger. The ball made a lot of height from the pitch. And he miscalculated, I think, the bounce and the line of the delivery as well.
Sometimes your favorite shot could be your demise also.
Yeah, because you love playing it.
Yes, and you compulsively trying to cut and stare, and then the bowler knows that, and he's going closer and closer, and you still want to cut, and you get out. That's the bowler's credit.
Yes, and when Dwayne Bravo played Test cricket for the West Indies, Sean, a lot of fielding side worked him out. One of his favorite shots was to flick through the onside. And that caused his demise on quite a few occasions because they'll bowl him, they set the field there for him, and he's going to go for it, sometimes taking it forward short leg or down at forward square.
Like Paul, when he went right across the line.
Yes.
So a ball that he could have played to mid-on, and he got leg before.
Yes, I think Paul just got carried away with it a little out in the middle. He can bat, but
and
these
he was looking
20s...
good also.
Yes, and you score 20s and 15s and so on, you're not going to create an impact.
Nobody's going to remember that. They remember hundreds. They don't even remember 50s.
Terence Hines replaced Imran Khan from this end, none for 17. He's in his 6th over. First delivery, getting Imlach to play. Previously, Sean, when he bowled, he was all over the place.
Yes, a good start to his second spell. Let's don't talk too fast. So he's got a slip now. He's got maybe a gully. Let's see where that field is going to settle. Yes, a slip, a gully, a backward point, a deep cover, extra cover, and a mid-off. That's the offside field. On the onside, there are 3 men in a row. Fine leg, mid-wicket, and Mohammed at mid-on. So he's got a 6-3 field. Yes. So Hines in bowls, good delivery again. That's the second ball, bang on target. Good, intelligent running. Just stop the ball, and there was Mr. Gabriel again.
No, that's Isaiah Raja feeling down at cover. He was the one that chased after it and had to run. And they know the ball was going straight to him, but they judged the pace of the delivery to perfection. And the communication was good between the two of them in getting that single. We'd like to say hello and a big thank you to our friend Vinod Mamchan for having us on board Cricket 360, covering Cricket West Indies 4-Day Championships 2022. Thank you so much, Vinod. And we are happy that we are on board with Cricket 360.
Yes, I would want to echo those sentiments. I want to know if he's still in the States doing commentary.
I'm not too certain. I think he was actually traveling returning to Trinidad and Tobago at some point. I'm not too sure, but we have gotten a brand new T-shirt, very colorful as well,
Not
black and
T-shirt.
green.
T-shirt is without color. This
So-
is a proper
This is a jersey,
polo shirt, jersey.
polo shirt jersey.
And fantastic colors.
Yes.
Green.
And it changed our outlook too. Before I was looking poverty-stricken. Right now I'm looking like a millionaire.
Yes. No, you weren't looking poverty stricken. You were just looking like a proper clothes.
So thanks to you, Vinod, as we watch Hines once again. Good delivery, but Kevin Sinclair plays well too. Right over the line of the delivery, plays down towards mid-on, and there is no run.
So Kevin Sinclair, when he played under 19, he got into the his claim to fame was when he played for the emerging West Indies players in that one-day tournament right here in Trinidad, when he got the second most wickets.
They won that tournament.
Yes, and Ashmi Ned, the son of Gavin Ned, the former Guyana off spinner, he was also one of the outstanding players in that tournament. He's gone now. Well, he's maybe coming back. He went to the IPL as a nets bowler. And most times when you go to the IPL as a nets bowler, if they're impressed with you, next year you get a contract, even if it's a low contract.
Yes, and I was so happy for young Ned. I mean, the experience he will gain rubbing shoulders with some of the best in the world is going to do him a whole world of good. And I'm sure on his return to Guyana, he will pass on that as well to his friends.
Hines in bowls to Sinclair. Sinclair, who has replaced his hat now with a helmet.
Yes, taking no chances, both of them having on the green helmet. The over has been completed. Hines, none for 18 from 6. Imlach is on 69. Sinclair, 39. 192 for 5.
Yeah, good partnership built in there. Already 50, actually 51. So it's partnerships that build scores. I remember Chandra Paul in this series alone, and the last part of this series, the last 3 matches. Even today, he and Imlach had a 72-run partnership. And he had like about 650 partnership or 550 partnerships against Barbados and 100 with Moti. And again, against Jamaica, he shared in a lot of half-century partnerships.
Yes, first against Jamaica with Chandrapal Hemraj, then with Leon Johnson, then with Vishal Singh as well.
Yeah.
So he was the stumbling block there, while the others batted around him.
Yeah, the glue that held the Guyana innings together.
Yes. So Karia begins another over. Oh, and this time he has Imlach jumping on the back foot, which suggests that the ball would have jumped off the pitch there. And Imlach was in some trouble. Now we see that the forward short leg is going to be moved down towards the silly point, Keegan Simmons.
From a selfish point of view, I was hoping that he got at least 500 in this innings. Good shot again. But just a single because the protection in the offside. I think that came off the pads of the city mid-off.
Might have very well. So with that single now, Imlach moves on to 70.
9 short of his high score though.
Yes, and that was 79 that he made against Jamaica. Certainly, he will follow. He must know, or he should know, his individual score in different matches. He has just started his career, so that should be foremost on his mind. Sinclair is driving, comes off the outer portion of the bat, down towards a backward point. And who is fielding there? Keegan Simmons. In fact, the man at backward point is Keegan Simmons, and the silly point, I'm not too certain. We'll have to ensure. We'll just get it for you in a moment. We know that Solazano went off. He hasn't since returned.
Nice delivery again, bringing the batsman forward. And Sinclair mixing caution with aggression.
Yes, good to see him settle down here a little. I don't know how long he will be settling down, Kevin Sinclair. He's an attractive player. He's a boy that can bat. has good batting qualities. It is left on him now. And he's getting it on the full and smashing it away. That's gone. Has it gone for 6? It has. Over mid-wicket. Nothing wrong with it. Up there in the slot. And he carted it away over mid-wicket for 6.
Nothing wrong with that. You get a full toss, you put it away. If you get 5 balls like that, you hit 5 sixes.
Yes, and Sinclair is always on the lookout for that. He has gone on to 45. He's in search of his first 50 at this level.
Yes.
And he's very close to that of just 55 deliveries. He's getting a good delivery, and this time he's playing solidly, getting in behind and defending. The over's been completed by Carrier, none for 22 from his 5. Imlach is on 70, Sinclair on 45, 199 for 5.
And if Sinclair is to continue playing first-class cricket, he's got to improve a little bit on his wicket-taking ability. But he has to play the role like Roger Harper did. Get runs, be an all-rounder. You wouldn't be an outstanding spinner, but you could be an okay spinner or a above-average spinner, but you have to contribute with the bat and the field. Well, he's a good fielder. That's why Roger Harper stayed in the West Indies team for the long period that he did, because he was a utility player, especially for his fielding and his all-round ability.
Yes, and he complemented that quartet of pace bowlers that West Indies had, and he did a good job within that period. Could have given you some runs. His fielding was a blessing. It was absolutely terrific. One of the best fielders in the world, Roger Harper, and he complemented that with good off-spinning as well. In the air, between the first slip and the gully, down towards the boundary for 4. It wasn't a deliberate shot. He was going with the rise of the ball, took the outer portion and flew down towards the third man boundary.
This is the period that Imlach starts to lose his concentration. In the 60s, in the 50s, in the 70s, once he passes a half century, he starts to lose his concentration, and he gets it back, but he's have to stay there. If he doesn't stay there, he'll get it back when he's in the pavilion.
So the 200 has come up for the Harpy Eagles. They're 203 for the loss of 5. And he just simply followed that delivery all along. And he got enough to clear the first slip and the gully.
You talk about Roger Harper, but when he came down to regional level, he was an accomplished all-rounder with bat and ball.
Yes, he was. And here was Kevin
Look
Sinclair.
at Sinclair.
Where was Kevin Sinclair going there? Look at the cluster of fielders on the offside field. You have the slip, the gully, backward point, short extra cover, short cover, and the mid-off. All were coming in there. And Kevin, just looking for a single that was impossible.
He is a very hyperactive young man. You'll see when he takes wickets when he does double back fix. You know how dangerous that could be?
Yes, one time I saw him land on the behind and I was scared for him. But that is nature of celebration.
Yeah.
I see him since then stop doing the double. He has since have himself doing it once. And this one go
Lovely
past.
shot. Excellent timing.
And they will go back and complete 2. Good timing, good placement, and he gets 2 more Imlach to move on to 76.
Yes, good partnership here from 145 for 5. They've now, that was yes, the last wicket fell at 145 for 5. So since then they've joined forces. They've taken the score now with a 64-run partnership. This is a fantastic partnership.
Yes, and out of that, Sinclair has 45 from 56 deliveries. So he's the one that is taking the fight. But Imlach is in strike. As Hines, he tries once again. He's asking the gully now to go into a, what you'll call a third slip position, where third slip would have been. So there are 2 slips and there's a huge space between the 2 of them.
But Imlach wouldn't mind once he's there. They can have the opportunity of making runs. That's a good delivery. Came back, but it came back after it passed the batsman.
Yes, and he's looking for Imlach to drive. Now, if he wants Imlach to drive, he has to get it closer to Imlach and maybe look at the one going away from him as well. If he's looking for the leg before or a clean bowl, he has to get it closer and get the one coming back into the right hand. And he can do both of them. but most of the time he tends to get it going away from the right-handers.
If Imlach is there by tee, he'll be close to 100, if not 100. Oh my.
Taken on the there's a shout for leg before, and he's
gone.
gone. LBW, this time umpire Jonathan Blades raised the dreaded finger, and Imlach, yet another half century, not being able to convert to 100. LBW Hines for 76.
Played around that ball when he could have played it straight to mid-on. And that's why I said during this period he seems to lose his what he did. Look to flick the ball square instead of playing it to mid-on with a straight bat. And that's what caused his demise. So he's gone. 205 now for 6. A good inning, 76 from 172 balls, and a good partnership also, 6-1 I think. So he's done his part, but he's got to learn as he progresses to, when you get such starts, you got to start over at naught again. You have to carry on, and that's the problem with most West Indian batsmen. If you look at the ratio of hundreds to 50s, the conversion rate is pretty low.
It is, Sean, and I do agree with you. And just prior to that delivery, I was making the point that he has to be careful here with Terence Hines, because what he's going to do, he can get it away. If he's looking for the leg before, he needs to pitch it closer to the line of the off stump and bring it in back. And there was Imlach looking to play the flick shot and missed it comprehensively and was out LBW. Umpire Blades, in my mind, had no doubt whatsoever. From our point, we would have said, you know, from the time it hit the bat, he's a goner. But a fine innings has come to an end. Imlach, in the latter part of his innings, had some problems that he never recovered from. But all in all, he has played well for his 76.
Yes, and he's a new kid on the block. You've got to understand that he's now learning what's the difference between club cricket and regional cricket. And it's going to get harder as you get higher to international cricket.
Yes, and the thing about Imlach is that his consistency level is good. So that is going to go for him. Should not be despondent. He's a young man, like we said, and he has enough time to ensure that he continues to score and score consistently. So Virasamy Permaul has come out into the middle. The man with the ball has so far 498 regional wickets to his credit. He's just looking for 2 more. I'm wondering to know if he might have a chance today to get that 2 more. You never know.
Yes, you never know. Once the sun shines and maybe Ghana gets bowled out, he would have the chance.
So Hines to Permaul.
Ooh,
Short, and he's
shot.
flashing at a short ball going out to the keeper. And no doubt, still been spending a long time in the dressing room there. Just come out and decide to have a flash. A successful over by Hines. 1 for 24 from 7.
I'm going to be provocative here. He might be saying, I want to bowl again. Let's get out.
Well, he was given that award early this morning, Sean, in anticipation
of it.
And here is a chance for him
to really do it.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. On the same day that he got the award.
That's right.
Because I heard that after the 5th over, there's going to be a restart of the first round of the 4-day tournament and conclude that with the other half, the other 5 matches next year. So they're going back to reverting to the 10-rung system, which I think is very good.
Excellent thought. And I know that Cricket West Indies want to ensure that players have enough opportunities to play the game of cricket. Here is Sinclair, that's short, and he's pulling this one away. That's going to go out towards the boundary. Well, I was saying Anil Raja, it's his son. Isaiah Raja is after it. He sends the return in, and they get 2. Well, that was an aggressive shot by Sinclair.
Yes, aggressive indeed. And he goes now to 47. You talk about Anil Raja. I remember him as a left-handed batsman, tormenting the Ghana bowlers, Colin Crawford and company.
Well, he was an excellent batsman, Anil Raja. He's now doing cricket commentaries with our colleague from Guyana, John Ramsing, Diego Martin. And he's coming forward, driving down towards extra cover. There is no run. He was actually slated to come here with us, but his son is playing in this game. So he decided to say, you know what, Vinod, just let me go down to Diego Martin and I'll watch my son on the television behind of me. And that is exactly what Anil has been doing. Hello to you, Anil.
Very good man.
Sinclair beaten outside the line of the off stump there, back and looking to drive. And luckily for him, the edge wasn't taken as it went into the gloves of the Silver.
Most times when a batsman gets his first 100, then he knows what it is to get 100. He's not so speculative and nervous as he approaches another 100.
Outside the line of the off stump again.
In the sense of Kevin, he's never gotten a 50 at this level, so he doesn't know what it feels like to get a 50. But once you get going, you score many more.
Yes, we hope that Gudakesh Moti, he got to 100 there, and he is telling himself that, listen, boy, this talent that I have, I want to make it count. I need to get some decent score very often. Driving back up the track for Carrier to feel to his own bowling, and there is no run. And I think they have done the good thing for Kevin Sinclair. They realize that he wants to go after the bowling. You give him an opportunity to go against the spin over mid-wicket. And let's see if he's going to take that challenge there now. He's driving
Lighted
sweetly.
delivery again. And into the pads of the silly mid-off again.
Yes, and
deflecting it to point.
yes, and they get the single too. And Sinclair will keep the strike. He now moves on to 48. Carrier none for 25 from 6. It's 208 for the loss of 6.
Yes, shin pads is more important to silly mid-off than the helmet. But you still have to wear the helmet. But the forward short leg now, the helmet is more important than the shin pads. Because you've got to duck at forward short leg and turn your back. At silly mid-off, you've got to jump.
As I remember, Alvin Kalicharan batting against Australia, and the Australian had Keith Stackpole fielding at silly point, and Alvin cut a short delivery into the eyes of Keith Stackpole that actually destroyed his Test career.
I'm sure it wasn't done deliberately.
No, not at all. But you want to ensure that once a ball come, you play every ball on its merit, and some batsmen will deliberately remind those close-in fielders, hey guy, I have the willow in my hand. If you're brave enough, just take this as well. Brilliantly knocked down at the gully as Sinclair went onto the back foot and cutted that one from Hines as he looks and walks away now. Look at the bottom of the bat. No doubt he knows he's on 48 because that's on the National Gas Company scoreboard there, which is having good view. We are seeing it from our end.
When you talk about short leg fielders, Gus Logie was one of the best from Trinidad and Tobago, both at regional level and at Test level.
Yes. Clayton Lambert was a bully in that position.
Forward backers
Yes, they
was
were
even better.
excellent fieldmen at forward short leg. Flicked away down towards mid-on. They've gone for the single. The return comes in and they're home. So one more to Kevin Sinclair as he inches closer to that for us. Half centuries onto 49.
That's good, putting the pressure on Mohammed there, coming in, running with the shot. Most times when you play on drive, you take a couple steps, even if you don't go for the single. So he's running with the shot, and that's good batting, good running, good sensible rotation of the strike.
Yes, and I think the time has come now too, when they might even Imran Khan look back at Uthman Mohammed and decide, well, let me give him another bowl at this juncture.
But to be fair to Hines, he's come back and he's bowled far better than in his first spell where he sprayed the ball around. He's bowling on target now, and he's looking good.
Yes, good control in this second spell from Terence Hines. Veerasammy Permaul was walking into that shot, walking across and coming to reach the ball as well.
And that ball which he got Imlak with, Imlak played around the ball.
Yes, he did.
And it was bang on target. You miss, I hit. In that case, he hit the pads, but it's still in front of the wicket.
Yes, and this is a good delivery to Veerasammy Permaul. But he came forward and he drove down towards wide mid-off, off the meat of the bat, and there is no run. So this is what Hines did there to Imlak. Sprayed it outside the off stump, little bit outside the off stump, and then got the perfect delivery that cut back close to the line of the off stump and had him on the pad right in front.
Ooh,
Like
one's
that,
just a bit low.
Good delivery, keeping low too. So much better spell, like you said, Sean, here from Terence Hines. So far, 1 for 25. He's in his 8th over. So the final delivery of this over coming up. And Virasamy Permaul, he has faced 4 deliveries so far. He hasn't gotten off the mark.
You talk about Craig Braffett. I wonder how much he's got now. He had 8 or something the last time I heard. But he just keeps going and going.
Yes.
Like a Duracell battery. Free advertisement for Duracell.
Good delivery here by Terence Hines. And he's defending Virasamy Permaul. Hines 1 for 25 from 8. Sinclair is on 49. Permaul is yet to score. It's 209 for 6.
Yes, 209 for 6 here at the Queen's Park Oval. Trinidad Red Force versus Guyana Harp Eagles at Diego Martin. Even though he's the West Indies captain, he wants to show that he's the premier batsman in long format cricket, Craig Braffett.
Yes, and
He's got a big double century, 270. And now when Craig Braffett gets to 80, it's rarely that he gets dismissed before 100. And that's when he was a little boy playing in the Sir Garfield Sobers tournament, playing for his school. He has the most hundreds among most of the, if not all, the batsmen at all levels.
Yes, and he's much more matured now and scoring freely as well.
Yeah.
Craig Braffett. And this is what test players must do. When you come back and play the regional tournament, you want to stamp your authority. You're a different person. You know, you have represented us at the highest level, and you need to put the pressure on bowlers here. Or bowlers put the pressure on batsmen as well.
And he's gotten much stronger now. He's gotten older. When he was little, he was slim, and so he couldn't hit the ball away. But now he's gotten stronger. He's gotten older. He's gotten more experienced, more matured. He's likely to bat faster, if not lightning fast, adequately fast.
Yes, so Kevin Sinclair, all eyes are on him now. He's on 49. He's coming forward, gets a good delivery that was floated up nicely to the right-hander. No room whatsoever for Kevin to look for that single that might very well bring him up his 4th half-century in regional cricket.
I know he's gotten lots of half-centuries at youth level for Berbice, in Berbice club cricket, at under 15, under 17, under 19.
Yes, and Kevin Sinclair is what? Is he 22, 23 now?
22.
22 years old.
Very young boy.
Yes. And with a whole future inside of him. And the good thing is that CWI thinks very highly of him. That's the reason why he would have played one-day internationals for the West Indies. Back he goes, and he's cutting down towards short third man.
And that was on the back of his performance in Trinidad, right here in the one-day tournament.
Yes.
He's a very good one-day bowler, a very good 20-20 bowler. But he has to learn a little few things if he wants to be a wicket taker at the first class level. But he's young and he's listening. I heard a lot of people say he doesn't listen to them, but he listens.
Yes, so the thing is with Kevin Sinclair is that there is a great opportunity for an off-spinner. And he's coming forward, driving through the covers, out towards the boundary. Gabriel is lumbering after it. He's not going to catch it. And that's Kevin Sinclair, first regional half-century. Congratulations to him. The man from Berbice, he now looks to the heavens where he gains inspiration, saying, thank you, Lord. Congrats. Now he's going to lift the bat. What fine little celebration. He's gone on to 53, 213 for 6.
Yes, a great knock. And the way he brought up the half-century with a 4. He was on 49. Many people would look to push it for a single. He played a flowing cover drive. Confidence. And that's the type of man he is. He's hyperactive and he's confident.
Yes, and he has every single thing. He's an excellent fielder, like you said, Sean. He has batting qualities. And if he can just improve that off spin, wow, he's going to be a vital member of any team. short and slap through point straight to Gabriel. And he's going to send a return in. Sinclair gets another run. He moves on to 54.
We were talking about if the umpire would call off the match at 4:30 with Imlach getting to 100. But now if Sinclair looks like he's got the ability to get 100 at this level, all he has to do is keep his head.
Well, Primol will have to keep his head as well if Sinclair is going to get close towards that 100.
Keep his wicket.
Exactly. Once he keeps his head, he's going to keep his wicket too. Primol won't mind. He too, we have seen over the years, have played some crucial innings for his team, Guyana.
Last one is when he got in the first round against the Windwards and he made 23 not out.
Yes,
And they won by 1 wicket.
exactly. That was an exciting encounter. I remember us celebrating a 9-day. One of my family friends' daughter got her baby, and 9 days after, we were all there celebrating the occasion, and we were glued with so many phones on the table watching Virasamy Primol taking Guyana home. It was John Ramsing and Colin Murray on the mic then. As Hines will continue from this end, that's the Willie Rodriguez end, and just behind the commentary box over the road is the name of that great man. What a great soul, Nelson Mandela.
Yeah, the Nelson Mandela Park.
Yes.
And that park is equipped with lights and everything, exercise machines.
Yes. Short, and this is lovely, clipped to 2 point and out towards the boundary for 4 by Kevin Sinclair, as if to say, I'm going to celebrate my half century in another way. He's moved on now to 58. It's 218 for 6.
That was an authoritative shot with stamped his authority.
Yes, it was short. He got on the back foot and just clipped it on the up, bisected the cover and the point, and he got the boundary. So 58 from 71 delivery so far. He mops the brow and takes the helmet off. Now he's going to put it on back. He enjoyed that shot, didn't he?
And that guy chased the ball to the boundary, and he's going to stay right there now because there's protection on the boundary. He doesn't have to come in anymore because he knows the power of Sinclair through the offside.
Yes, and if it's short, and I guess if he gets the opportunity, he will want to delay the shot and pick the gap between backward point and the gully. Good delivery this time, much closer to the line of the off stump, and Sinclair defending down towards short cover. There is no run.
And that song indicates that the ball hit near the splice of the bat, a little cracking song, as Let It Kissed Willow.
Yes, you will get that song when it hits at the higher end of the bat. But Hines has done reasonable good job so far. This second spell has been much better than his first spell. Good delivery, right on target again, closer to the line of the off stumper. And Sinclair plays well too.
I'm still having in my head how an international women's team got bowled out for 8.
Oh, that's in the qualifying for the
Yeah.
under 19 female. Yeah. That's sad. I think, was it, I just get this right, Bermuda. Bermuda were actually bowled out for 13, so they have broken that record. They've been bowled out for 8.
Nice shot again. Delayed the shot. He was looking to play it a lot squarer and then delayed it and played it towards the straighter position at mid-wicket.
And he read that ball beautifully off the pitch, Kevin Sinclair, because it was making its inward movement when he played the flick shot.
Had any recent update on the weather in Guyana?
Yes, it has been raining. The sun has been shining as well in different parts of the country.
That's what my mom said this morning. It was sunny. Oh my, again.
Wrapped on the pad, there's an appeal. He's gone. Leg
Yes,
before
again
Kevin
playing
Sinclair.
across the line.
And he stands there. He knows he's played a bad shot. And he's gone. LBW to Terence Hines for 58.
Let's look at the replay and see what he did. He played completely around the ball when he could have played it with a straight bat to mid-on.
Yes, so we shall surely monitor that on the replay. But umpire Hines had no doubt whatsoever As the replay pops up, there we saw the ball,
See?
and he was hit there,
Try to hit it towards square leg.
and that was hit plumb on the boots. So it would have definitely gone into the stump. That would have crashed into middle and leg stump. So good decision by the umpire as well. It's now 218 for the loss of 7. Sinclair going for 58.
Yeah, 58 from
75 deliveries. And Terence Hines gets his man. It's now 2 for 29. And as the boys come out with a little bit of drink, we're going to take a little bit of a break here too, and we'll be right back. So good to know we are back once again. So the boys with the water bucket, they have departed, and play is about to resume with Gudakesh Moti joining his Albion partner Virasamy Primol. 218 for 7. The scores are level here, Sean.
Yes, which means that for sure the Red Force will have to bat again.
Yes, that is
Unless
absolutely
Guyana
certain.
bat out the rest of the day. And of course, these are on a ground which he last played and got 100.
Yes, so true.
110 from a little bit of balls, 103 balls.
So let's see how he's going to face up. He's going to take his first delivery from Hines. The last ball coming up in this Hines over. So Gudakesh Moti, 2 slips a gully. There's backward point, a cover, and we also have wide mid-offer. A few stuttering steps, and then Hines stepped into a good rhythmic approach. Short, and he's tucking this one off the body down towards fine leg, and it will go away for 4. So good start by Gudakesh Moti. He's off the mark with a boundary, 222 for 7, and the Harpy Eagles have overtaken that 218 scored by Red Force.
And talking about Hines, Hines made his 2020 debut before he played first class cricket. You often don't see that. You make your 2020 debut after you play first class cricket. But most of the young Trinidadians have played 2020 cricket before they play first class cricket. Of course, Pollard, who has a very good average, a couple of first class centuries, including the first one he made against Trinidad, against Barbados, he never played a test match.
Yes, that is true. And I remember that 126 he made at the Kensington Oval against Barbados. Good bowling attack. News coming out of Guyana through our colleague John Ramsing said that President Irfan Ali, His Excellency, is having a challenge against Everest Masters this afternoon in a friendly 2020 match. It's a tape ball cricket affairs. Good luck to those fellas at Everest as Imran Khan starts another over here. That's going to be very interesting. His Excellency President Irfan Ali, a people's man.
Yes. In fact, President Irfan Ali played cricket and he could bat. Same thing with his sports minister, Charles Ramsin. And he's good friends with Ramnaree Sarwan. They grew up together.
Yes, certainly. He's a sports
Yeah.
enthusiast. And it's good to see that, you know, the President of Ghana, His Excellency, he's going to play in the game as well. So
Yeah.
that's going to be real fun at Everest. And Everest is managed by no other than the Speaker of the National Assembly, the Honorable
Mansour Nadir.
Mansour Nadir. Right, so he's going to be there too. So lots of things are happening in Guyana. And that's what our country needs. Our country needs our leaders to identify themselves with the population. And that is happening at the moment.
And the Speaker of the House, Mansour Nadir, is a competent tennis player also. And I believe that he played squash, even though John Ramsing says no.
But when we get back to Guyana, we're going to see that one. Here is Imran Khan to Moti. That's a good delivery. And Moti in this easy manner, just pushing forward down towards wide mid-off. There is no run.
Yes, it's good to see politicians involved in sporting activities. Not just supporting it, but involved with it as a fun hobby, a fun day for the population.
Yes, certainly. And sports bring people together, and great minds will know exactly if we present the opportunity. The more we mingle, the more we're going to understand each other. This is pulled around, down through long leg and away to the boundary for 4. That's another fine shot by Gudakesh Moti. He now moves on to 8. So he's dealing with boundaries, the Albion man. 227 for 7.
Yeah, so 66 overs completed. Moti's on 8, 2 boundaries, and Pomal is 1. But when you talk about unity, I believe that sports, especially in my instance cricket, cause you to play with different races, different religions, people of different cultures, different status. They all played in one team. So you learned about the different person's culture. You learned about, you didn't have race in your mind. You learned about the different religious backgrounds, even though you wouldn't divulge into it if you don't want to. But you had an idea of dealing with different cultures, different people. That's the advantage of playing sports.
It is, and the best way to bring people together is through sports, where everything could be tolerated, understood, and we see each other as our brother's keeper. Here at the Queen's Park Oval in brilliant sunshine, and it's good to see. I'm going to say it now, confidently, no more rain.
Yes, no more rain.
Hines to Premal, that's a good delivery, and he's driving straight. You can't get a straight drive better than that, as it cannons into the non-striker's thumbs.
But the 12th one stopped it.
Exactly, that's right. 227 for the loss of 7. And I think what happens to our country, Guyana, Sean, is that when it comes around election time, the immaturity of some politicians to spread the race card has devastated our country through the years. I think our people wants to live good. Here's a drive from Pimal down towards backward point, and there is no run.
And also I remember during elections, 2002 it was elections, when Dave Martin sang that song, Hooper and Chandrapal. Guyana needs both of them in terms of the race to be united. There were a protest march outside of border. Hooper and Chandrapal was batting. Those people laid down their pickets and went into the ground.
Well, you'll find that at cricket matches there, they don't care who, they support their national team. And that should be the spirit in everyday life. Short, and he's cutting at this one. And it died before it got to the keeper. Did he get an edge onto
Might
that?
have gotten on the edge.
Because the ball went very low to the keeper. That's Da Silva. So Hines will feel that he induced a bad shot from Premal. But once Premal is there, he's going to look to score.
And,
This is expected.
and when you go to cricket and you see people who don't know each other of different races, an Indian man, a black man, and they're high-fiving when Chandrapal hits a boundary, when Hooper hits a boundary. And that shows that there could be unity.
Of course, and I think, we are striving for that in Guyana. I hope that the day come when we look and see each other as one Guyanese. The signs are good at the moment because we've seen a number of Guyanese. They just want to put this race thing aside and ensure that the development of Guyana and the love for each other is of paramount interest.
And even though if that's a little bit here too, when you talk to a Trinidadian, I'm a Trini. When you talk to Jamaican have Indian people also
Yes.
living. I'm a Jamaican. Guyanese should be Guyanese. Be proud of who you are, despite what race, what color.
And there's Premal walking down the track and playing it back up. It took the hand of the ball and goes away down towards mid-on.
It actually hit the stumps.
They hit the stumps again.
This one is having a good day at the office.
Yes, certainly.
He has to do a lot of feeling.
And they couldn't get the single. But Premal was very brave enough to walk down the pitch there, taking a few steps from outside the batting crease and killing whatever inward movement Terence Hines might have. Just have to be a little bit careful if he digs the short one in.
But he's getting on in age. He's 30 now as a fast bowler.
And he did try for the short ball, but Premal responded well, cocked on the back foot and turned it nicely down towards the backward square and collecting 2 runs.
Almost genuflected when he hit that ball down towards backward square like a Gordon Greenwich hook.
Yes, and he picks up 2 more. Premal, he has gone out to 3. He has faced 12 deliveries so far. So hello to you in beautiful Guyana. Your boys this year is not able to bring back the prize, but certainly they have played extremely good cricket, especially in these 3 rounds in Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, both batsmen and bowlers, well, batters and bowlers. Well, that's a good delivery, Yorker length, and well played there by and Gabriel tries to throw down the stumps and he misses.
Yes, well, in fact, that's Brian Charles.
That's Brian Charles with the number 6 on his back.
Right, so Hines completes another over, 2 for 35 from 10. It's 229 for 7. Premal is on 3. Moti has 8.
Yes, Hines actually made his first-class debut in the 9th of January 2020 for Trinidad and Tobago after making his T20 debut for Trinidad Knight Riders. That was when they were called that in 2008 in the CPL.
Yes, and when I saw the name Terence Hines, then I was just wondering to know where did he come from, because his name wasn't really talked about. And then we were told that he played a lot of tape ball cricket in Trinidad and Tobago where the talent was spotted. He went into hard ball and then made the team.
Yeah, so Khan switching himself to the southern end of the ground now from the Brian Lara end, and he gets the treatment it deserves. Moti is going all guns blazing like he did against Barbados. He's got 12 with 3 boundaries, 2 4s and a 6.
Yes, and like
No, 2 4, 3 4s.
And like the Western movie, I heard you talk about guns blazing there. The guns of Navarone coming out here from the left-handed Moti. Now, this has forced the long off and long on to go back towards the boundary. Got a flighty delivery, Moti, and he's playing defensively. He loves this pitch. Here is where he scored that century against Barbados.
Yeah,
you talk about shots?
explosive, destructive century.
Yes. Shots all over the place.
And he's scoring shots now. Has been 3 scoring shots. He's got 12.
Yes, and this time he's coming forward. Thought Imran Khan might have done a little bit better, but he's not going to go down with that maybe strained ankle there. Allowing the single, Moti gets off strike, moves on to 13.
Yes, intelligent batting by Moti. You spread the field, you flight the ball, I don't know if I could hit a 6. There's protection there. Just push it down the ground for 1. Give the other batsman the strike. Excellent awareness.
Yes. Can to Premal is getting a good delivery, showing
Yeah,
great
that one
respect.
spun across the bat.
Yes. So with these two at the wicket, Premal and Gudakesh Moti, we can expect entertaining cricket, and we have gotten it so far between the two of them. Premal, he has been the more sedate of the two, but we know he can open up as well. Moti has been the one that is looking to score and score quickly. Good
Again,
delivery.
the ball going past the outside edge. A little bit of spin.
Yes, well bowled too by Imran Khan. He must just be feeling, why this one click into the stumps or got the edge?
But I always feel the leg spinner would bowl better from the southern end, and the off spinner would bowl better with the wind behind his back from the northern end. That's how we grew up in our days, but times have changed. Cricket has evolved, and there are new things now.
And you're expected to bowl from either end.
Yeah, well, you could bowl from either end, but the first choice would be from the northern end as an off spinner.
That's right. So Khan, none for 50 from 14. Premal is 3. Moti has 13. 234 for the loss of 7 as the two continue the fight against the Red Force.
And Colin Murray, who played his cricket in the old-time days, so to speak, he was remarking to me the other day, well, it's been so many days, but no cricket. Yesterday, I think, how the bowlers are running to the right of the umpire and are running up straight. They don't go between the umpire and the stumps anymore, the spinners. The left-arm spinner going around the wicket, bowling between the umpire and the stump. The off spinner bowling around the wicket, bowling between the umpire and the stump. That gives you a leverage that when you get there, you are sideways. So you get to spin the ball more. If you're going straight to the right of the umpire, you're chest on. And you don't get to spin the ball as much as if you were sideways.
Yes, so now we are seeing a change in bowling. Uthman Mohamed has been reintroduced, 2 for 30 from his 11 overs, and his first spell today was a fine spell of fast bowling.
Yes, he really bowled well this morning. Got both Johnson and Chandrapal. Really broke the back of the Ghana innings. Johnson at 72, and a couple of runs later he got Johnson, and then a couple of runs before he got oh my, that's a wild swipe.
Moti with a big swing of the bat. First delivery from Uthman Mohamed, peeling off the edge, flew over the slips, fell safe, and away towards the third man boundary for 4.
So he's dealing in boundaries. You don't mind where they come from.
Not at all. So the Albion connection out in the middle there, Virasamy Premal and Gudakesh Moti. Just now I was saying no more rain, Sean. Just look in the distance.
I'm afraid to look.
Well, this has been the pattern for the last 3 days or so. And
But at least we must say we are thankful for the other 2 games which was not affected
exactly.
anyhow with rain.
So true. Mohamed, and he's getting onto the back foot this time. Moti opens the face down towards backward point. He walks away, and knowing well, he got a good delivery and played well too.
We must also remember that the 1st of June sparked the start of the hurricane season, and also there was Sahara dust, and we still got good weather, ideal cricket weather in the first couple of games.
Yes, certainly great conditions for the first 2 matches. None were affected because of rain. Uthman Mohamed once again to Moti. He's coming forward, checks the shot because the ball came back into him, plays well, opens the face down towards backward point.
Yeah, so he's got just a single, and all of his other shots reach the boundary.
Exactly. So let's see. It's not going to be long from now when we see Moti winding up and going after another delivery.
He's played a couple of one-day internationals. Pomal has played that too, but he's played Test cricket, and they're both left-arm spinners.
And that's a short delivery, but outside the line of the off stump, and Moti is not going to be tempted whatsoever. Just moved inside the line and allowed the ball to go by into the gloves of the keeper. So Tejan Chandrapal 25, Leon Johnson 4, Akshaya Prasad 3, Vishal Singh 19, Paul 20, Imlach fine knock of 76, Sinclair fine hand of 58 as well. Those are the batsmen back in the pavilion, 238 for 7. And the fight continues with Uthman Mohammed, 2 slips and a gully. Moti full toss outside the line of the off stump there, driving at it.
Yeah, because that was wide and he almost scooped it up.
Yes. So it was wide outside the line of the off stump, like Sean said. Moti was looking to go after his man. In the end, the ball ballooned away down towards mid-off.
Very agricultural shot.
Yes, certainly.
Why do they call it agricultural shot? Do the cane cutters look so wild?
Full
Lovely
toss.
shot again. This is a far the opposite of an agriculture shot. It's a graceful shot through the covers and another boundary. And that's also a no ball.
Well, that's a classical cover drive
Yeah.
for 4. Waited on it and then stroked it through the covers for 4. He's gone on to 21.
Just one single and all the rest are
Yeah,
boundaries.
5 boundaries so far. You asked me why they call it agricultural kind of shot. I guess when you're agri-business, you do all kinds of things. I'm not too certain as to the meaning of it, but I know once you play a shot, it peels off the edge, or you play it.
When you make a wild swing,
Yes.
they call it an agriculture shot. Maybe because of the cane cutters, how they cut the cane. Yeah, because
Could very well
Yeah.
happen. You never know. I will not trust a cane cutter with one of those Chintaman cutlasses in your hand. Short and well played by Moti. He rode it well and then steering it away down towards gully. There is no run. The over has come to an end. Moti is on 21 from 15. Pramal has 3. 243 for 7.
I remember when I first went and played in Berbice for a Georgetown team, Altinos, and we were feeling on the boundary. Well, I was feeling on the boundary. And the shift, I didn't know they had shifts with cane cutters and all these things. But I saw some men come into the ground with their cutlass and they tried to sharpen it on the concrete and went king, king, king. And I got afraid. I thought they were coming to chop me. I said, I don't want to feel on that boundary no more. That was a match at Port Morant. I remember that match. And then when we played on the 19, and Georgetown played at Blairmont, the persons were there when we played Albion at Blairmont. And I was a third man again. And they were on the boundary saying, when Danny Ram hit the ball, let the ball pass, let the ball pass. I was so scared.
Well, the crowds will do anything to intimidate the fielders there. We want to hail out all cane cutters in Guyana. You are great people. You're the ones, that brave the weather, whether rain or sun, to get the cane from the field to the ponds and then to the factories so that we can all enjoy sugar. It's a bittersweet story of sugar in Ghana. Down comes Virasamy Pramal over the top of long off. Has it enough to clear the ropes? To my mind, it has. I think the umpire is waiting on the fielder to show him something there. Has it gone over? In fact,
No,
he's
it
now
bounced
going to
just in
signal
front.
4 runs.
So Pamal now taking charge, and he's got his first boundaries moved to 7. Moti, who's got just a single and all the other shots are boundaries, he's 21, 247 for 7. I also remember Gussie, Randolph Baker. He was a cane cutter. Some gang, they call them a gang, and they used to come with a big Gaisuko truck. And he came to town. He was a swashbuckling batsman.
Back goes Pramal, cuts it down towards backward point.
He was playing for Burma, and we picked him to play those agriculture shots, as he said. And when he came to border, Gavel bowled 4 maiden overs to him. And he was defending. And when we went out, I said, Gussie, why you playing like that? You gotta lash the ball. He said, this is border, boy. I want to look correct. I want to look proper shots.
Yes, the man Gussie. Here is Pramal. He's sweeping at this one, and it comes down towards fine leg. They will get a single. One more to Pramal. He's gone to 7. In fact, it was that sugar that brought so many people to the West Indies to get labor on the sugarcane plantations. The rest is history now. There is where the sweat and blood of our foreparents are.
And both Africans and Indians, because the Africans came as slaves and the Indians came in 1838 as indentured servants. So they both played a part. I wonder why they're so divided now.
Imran Khan bowls to Moti, and he's playing great. Respect, Moti. Tucked it away on the onside of the pitch. There is no run. It's getting darker here at Queen's Park Oval. The over has been completed there by Imran Khan. At the end of it, 247 for 7. Pemal is on 7. Moti on 21. The Portuguese and the Chinese too came as indentured immigrants to work on the sugarcane plantations as well.
But they didn't last long because
They were not suited to
their
that kind
physical strength.
Right.
And then they went to a place called Uttar Pradesh in Britain owned that state in India, and there was when the first of the Indian immigrants came to Guyana. They came to St. Lucia, they came to Suriname, they came here. They came, I think, to Jamaica. But that was long ago, and still now, in 2022, we've got division.
Yes, from Uttar Pradesh, from places like Calcutta, Madras, there was where the majority of them came from. Uthman Mohammed bowls, and Pemal is coming forward and turns it away down to a short backward square. He gets a single, and with that single, the score moves on to 248 for the loss of 7.
Yes, and he is not from Pakistan. He's from right here in Trinidad and Tobago and doing a fine job for the Red Force. When you listen to his name, if you don't see the TV, if you listen to it on radio, you would think that's a Pakistani.
Yeah, well, there are lots of Muslims in Trinidad and Tobago and Guyana as well. Thus the name Muhammad, Muhammad, and quite a few others as well. And that's how we integrate into society as one. Moti gets a short ball, tucks it around down towards short backward square, and they'll get another single.
One of the best Muslims batsmen I've seen in Guyana is Timur Mohammed. That man was class.
Yes, absolutely fine player as well. At regional level too, forward backers who went on to play Test cricket
And
as
Timur
well.
Mohammed scored 100 for West Indies against a county filling in for somebody who was
Alvin
injured.
Kalicharan was injured when
Yeah.
Timur was summoned to go to England.
No, he wasn't summoned. He was playing there for the county.
Was
And he transferred to the West
to the
Indies
West
team
Indies.
and got a first class 100 against one of the counties when they played the warm-up matches. Remember those days, like the days with Shell Shield, when the touring team came, they used to play against the
Yes, they
regional
used to have
teams.
those 3-day
And
games.
when West Indies go on a test tour, they used to play against the counties as warm-up matches. But the calendar is so filled now with 2020, one-day internationals, that there's no space for that. And that is depriving the cricketers who are not known at international level to play against international players.
This is a short delivery. Didn't get up. Premal had no difficulty just steering it away down towards short cover, and there is no run. I remember that series, whether Alvin Kalicharan felt better or not, when he saw Mohammed making those runs, he had to come back in the West
Yeah.
Indies team.
And I remember Andy Jackman making a brilliant 100 at Boda against Australia.
So, Mohammed, this is a good delivery. Testing 1-2. Premal jumping onto the back foot and opening the face. Those were the days, Sean, when the West Indies could have had almost 3 test teams to play international cricket.
And beat most teams.
Yes, of course. In that era, our cricket was absolutely at its best. Very, very strong as well.
Well, I started watching cricket as a 10-year-old in 1980, and for 15 years after that, I never saw West Indies lose a single series.
Yes, so you just can imagine that now, how it feels to that generation that is not accustomed to losing. The over has been completed, 247 for 7. Premal is on 7, Moti on 21.
That's why people like Brandon Corlett tell me that I grew up in an era where the cricket was strong, but he grew up in an era where a 40 is a big thing, flashy 40. I said, that's not a big score. A big score is 250.
And sometimes you journalists must take some blame as well, because sometimes you open the newspaper and people score 35, 40, and you begin to paint a picture that is a Rohan Kanai look-alike,
I
a
don't
Brian
do that
Lara
at
look-alike.
No,
those are
I would. I'm guilty
I'm
of
just
putting
kidding,
a
Sean.
picture in the papers because you can't read a whole text. And if you struggle to find people to put in, so if a man make 40, you have his picture because he top scored, and the person will be fed up reading a whole page of text. You have to put in a photograph.
Imran Khan bowls to Moti, and Moti is swinging at this one, gets it down towards a long leg. The return will come in.
But I agree with you. Sometimes the journalists and the photographers in the newspaper industry especially big up mediocre performances because that's the best. You ever hear a blind man is a king? One-eyed man is a blind man is a king in a blind man country.
I've heard that phrase as well. Well, I know too, some newspapers, they like to sensationalize things as well. Off the back foot goes Premal. He cuts down towards backward point. And there is no run. Cannot get past the fielder. So the battle continues out in the middle as we head towards the end of the number 4. There's still a session to go after this one. Premal is swinging and missing outside the line of the off stump. It goes by into the gloves of the keeper.
So Premal must be saying, I got a chance if we get out to bowl and get my 2 wickets.
Well, he will love to get that this afternoon. Whether he'll be given the new ball or not to bowl, it is left to be seen. Khan to Premal off the back foot. He's forcing this one away down towards a cover. And there is no run.
We're talking about the extension of play. If Guyana gets bowled out and Premal is bowling and he's gotten 1 wicket, this match can go, oh my.
What has happened there? It came off.
The pad.
Well, the pad.
And he missed the stump with the batsman out of his crease.
Yes.
Premal is trying his best to get out to bowl again. And the fielders are not cooperating with him.
Yeah, no, not at all. He should have been at least run out there, Virasamy Premal. It went quickly down to Keegan Simmons at Silly Point, into his hands, off the pads.
And De Silva is killing himself with laugh.
Yes, Premal hustled to get back there. The return from Keegan Simmons missing the woodwork.
Well, that's a Guyanese slang. He's not actually trying to commit suicide.
He's playing this one down towards mid-on, and Premal gets a run. And with that single, the score moves on to 252 for 7. 252 for 7. That's what we're seeing on the big scoreboard, with Virasamy Premal on 9 and Gudakesh Moti on
so
23.
the 250 has just come up and 7 wickets down.
Yes, there's still 3 wickets standing out in the middle. And I think, Sean, if we reach the hour of 4 o'clock, both captains can decide with the umpire. That's it.
I think 4:30.
4:30.
Mhm.
Right. Yes, 4:30 is correct, not 4. So we're still a long way from that.
We haven't even reached.
Well, they've taken, they're having an extended tea session
Yeah.
here, and that's because of rain delay
Yeah.
and so on.
We haven't even reached 3 o'clock yet.
Yeah, not at all. So there's still lots of time here in the middle as Uthman Mohammed will begin his battle with the right-handed Virasamy Premal. And gets a good delivery and playing well to Premal down towards short cover. And there is no run. Uthman Mohammed has bowled pretty well today. And he's bowling with 2 slips a backward point. There is cover. And we're having a mid-off and a mid-on. So let's see if Premal is going to take the challenge to go over mid-wicket, the mid-on, maybe over cover as well. You never know. Mohammed to Premal, he gets a good delivery. So he's playing every ball on the merit as he defends down towards short cover.
So good afternoon once more to everyone in Guyana who are looking and listening to this coverage. Of course, those in Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah. So to all our viewers, just you're watching the screen there, you'll see it's 247 for 7. We're suffering a little technical hiccup. Nothing that will last too long.
Good delivery there, though. That was pounded in short and got up to the neck level of Pamal, who played it well in the end.
Yes, so it's not 247 for 7, it's actually 252 for 7. Moti on 23, Pamal is on 9. I hope that you bear with us. These things do pop up now
Yes,
and again.
all electronic equipment freeze at some time. That's the benefit of getting manual stuff as a backup for electronic equipment.
Yes, I do agree with you, Sean. Uthman Mohamed to
Oh.
Pamal down the lakeside
And,
there.
and you see how far Pamal went across. You could have seen his leg stump behind him.
Yes, and why Pamal is doing that? He wants to ensure that he kills whatever movement Uthman Mohamed is getting from this end. So he's stepping out of the crease and moving across. Has to be very careful with leg before if he misses the ball.
A ball behind his back.
Yes, all that is possible. And he have this way in walking up, taking 2-3 steps outside of the crease. He's chopping at this one, down towards point. Got the timing wrong this time, Pamal.
Trying to hit it too hard.
Yes, and there is no run. Just pulling back the length of the delivery this time, Uthman Mohamed. Uthman Mohamed so far, he's in his 14th over. His final delivery coming up. 4 maidens, 2 for 40 for Uthman Mohamed. And he will feel that he's had a good match so far. Maybe just looking to add another wicket or 2. Easy play for Veersamy Pamal this time. Jumping onto the back foot and defending down on the onside of the pitch. Mohamed completes another over. 14 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 40. It's 252 for 7.
Yes, well, as you spoke just now about the rain, the sun reappears. And let's hope that it stays this way until 7:30. Rain could fall after that.
That's when you want to leave the Queen's Park Oval, Sean. You have your story to be written for Kite Show News.
Yes, but I wouldn't leave 7:30. I would finish by 7:30. I would leave like about 7. I would finish about 6:30 and leave about 7. So that's why I don't want the rain to fall while I'm traveling.
So Imran Khan will continue to operate from the southern end of the ground. That's the Joey Carew members balcony there. On top of that, the Queen's Park Cricket Club Brian Lara Pavilion. Here is Imran Khan to Moti. Moti swinging at one. It goes through the silver here and it will come very close under the commentary box. It's almost stopping now. It might not get there. And they will run 3. And I'm sure the umpires are going to signal buys for this one not long from now. He signals the buys. But the silver's been a little bit rugged behind the
Yeah, that's
stumps
the
here.
second time we've seen the ball go right through him.
Yes, and you want your West Indian keeper to look that I'm a West Indian keeper. That's not good enough. It should never ever happen.
He's not had a good time with the bat also in this series.
No, not at all. Just wondering to know if he has gone off the boil. Well, he needs to recuperate and recuperate very quickly indeed. Veersamy Pamal is back in strike. As we watch Imran Khan. To Pamal, back he goes and he's cutting at one there. Did he got the edge? Well, the players will suggest he got the edge. And once again into the gloves of Jason Mohamed and he floors it.
Seems that he hit the glove.
The gloves somewhere, I don't know.
And the silver went right across and the ball spilled out of his gloves.
Well, that's not good keeping at all by Joshua De Silva. He's showing Keegan Simmons at Silly Point that it took his arm. It didn't went into the gloves. You see again there he's showing the arms. That's not good keeping whatsoever.
Oh,
And
lovely shot. Nobody out there and swept away. And that's going to go close to the boundary. Yes, it goes for 4.
Yes, and beats the sprinting there of Isaiah Raja running away from the mid-wicket area. Pamal gets a boundary. Picked that from outside the line of the off stump and swatted it out through forward square. So he has now gone on to 13, 259 for 7.
And I heard yourself and Colin Murray was talking about Larry Gomes. When Larry Gomes hit a ball, the fielders, if they could, if it was legal, would kick it into the boundary because Larry Gomes would run 5, especially on grounds like Melbourne in Australia.
And this is Nicely tucked away down towards wide long on, and he gets another single. Virasamy Pramal. He'll now move on to 14.
I heard it was said that when Viv Richards hit the ball for 4, you know it's 4, so you just trot or let somebody throw back the ball. But when Larry Gomes hit the ball for 4, you don't know it's 4 until it's 4.
Yeah, I guess the tantalizing chase
Yeah.
right up to the boundary there.
So that tired out the fielders more.
Exactly. Can to Moti, and Moti is driving out through extra cover and away to the boundary for 4. Oh, that's a fine shot from the little man. Gudakesh Moti gets another boundary, and that was 264 for 7. He moves on to 27.
Still a single, and all the rest in boundaries.
No, he had 2 singles.
2 singles, and all the
Yes.
rest in boundaries.
Yes.
So you're dealing in boundaries.
Uh-huh. So Gudakesh Moti,
Maybe he can get to 50 also.
very possible here this afternoon. Here is Khan. He comes in, bowls to Moti. Back he goes and plays defensively. Up on the offside of the pitch, Imran Khan doesn't clean it up. There is no run. The umpire looks at this watch, and they decide we might very well have 1 over more. Virasamy Pramal is calling for somebody to come in and bring something for him. They'll go right on to 10 minutes after the hour of 3. The extended tea session.
Because of the time we'd have lost. And that can't even make up for the time we'd have lost, but making up some of it.
Yes.
And the 9:30 start, that's gone out of the window because of the rain, which just started to fall at 15 minutes before the scheduled start.
Yes.
So both batsmen now have taken off their helmets, so they're capless.
So I wonder if Imran Khan is going to bring on a fast bowler here now. No, he's going to bring on back Yannick Carrier. Or is that, we're just going to make him out in a moment. But that's going to be Yannick Carrier, right? Brian Charles, rather.
Yeah, Brian
the
Charles.
off spinner.
Yeah.
So Brian Charles has been reintroduced into the attack.
And
And-
he's bowled pretty well too.
Yes.
He's got picked up three of the wickets.
17 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 51 for the off spinner. And he has just done a fine job for his team.
So he's going to be bowling now from the northern end.
Yes, he's bowling from the northern end, or what we call the really Rodriguez end. That's the media center end
Yeah.
of the ground. Queen's Park Oval has played its part, regardless of the rain. The outfield remained dry, it's hard, and it's lightning fast.
And there's the Jeffrey Stallmeyer stand.
There's also the KFC stand towards the southeastern part of the ground.
That entire stand there is the Carib stand. But there's sections in it that are sponsored by different people.
Yes,
KFC, Royal, RCB, RBC, Royal
Bank.
Bank, and all the different things.
So
The
Brian
entire
Charles,
stand is Caribbean stand.
yes, and that was a little strange delivery by the off spinner. That one actually came back to the right-hander, Virasamy Pramal. He managed to steer it away down towards backward point and gets the single.
Yeah, but that's what the off spinner has to do. Bring the ball back to the right-hander.
Yeah, it was a good delivery. Made some height off the pitch too. So let's see this battle between Brian Charles. He's calling in the fielder from the cover boundary to come halfway in, and he's brought in the mid-on as well. Is Moti up to the challenge? And he's tickled this one.
Bad
Deliberate
line.
shot by Moti, and they've gone for 1,
That might also reach the boundary.
and it does.
Yeah.
Goes into the boundary
So
for
4.
4.
boundary for the boundary flowing Moti. Boundaries galore.
Yes, he's dealing in boundaries here today. Strayed and paid the penalty, and he gets another boundary to move on to 31. So you multiply 7 fours, will give you 28. So he has had 3 singles in this 31. Or, if I mistake, could have been a double and a single. I'm not too certain, but definitely there are 7 fours in this inning so far. by
And most off spinners would prefer bowling to left-handers, has he got a slip? Yes, he's got a slip. He's now coming back to that position. But that was a bad delivery because he strayed. I don't think he deliberately bowled that line.
No, he actually strayed. So at lunch, 113 for 4, still trailing by 105. Moti's going for a big drive
That's the line.
outside the line of the off stump. Missed it. It cannoned into the pads of the keeper. And there is no run. And Moti walks away saying, "Hey, Albion boy, what are you doing? We're
But-
just heading towards tea."
But the silver looks pretty untidy, especially in this session.
Yes, he's not holding the balls in the gloves. Moti stretching forward. He's defending. So at 113 for 4 at lunch, Paul was LBW to Charles for 20, 141 for 5. Then Imlach, LBW Hines for 76, 205 for 6. And Sinclair, LBW Hines 58 to 18 for 7. Those are the wickets gone after the lunch session. As we watch, the umpires are going to drop the bail and the players will walk for tea here. So it's 269 for the loss of 7. Pemal is on 15. Moti is on 31. Charles 18 overs 3 for 56. We're going to take a break too for our water. 269 for the loss of 7. This is Inderjeet saying goodbye. Do join us in another 20 minutes or so. Well, good afternoon once again, wherever you are. Welcome to the final session in this final round, West Indies Championship, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force against Guyana Harpy Eagles at the Queen's Park Oval. Thanks to the heavens that the rains have stayed away and we are still having play after the tea session with the Guyana Harpy Eagles on 269 for the loss of 7. Pramol is on 15, Moti has 31. So it is left now for these two. It's of academic interest to see how far Moti can go and maybe Pramol as well, because definitely there isn't going to be a winner. There isn't going to be a loser. Cricket will win in any eventuality. So like I said, 269 for 7, and Gabriel has been entrusted with the ball in his hand. 9 overs, 1 maiden, 29 runs. He's yet to take a wicket. And so far, the Harpy Eagles are leading Trinidad and Tobago Red Force by 51 on first innings. At tea, the score was 269 for 7. So let's see what's going to be the response of Virasamy Pramol. There's a slip. A fine third man. There's also backward point. There is square cover on the boundary. And now we see a fielder is going to be placed down at... well, as you can hope that you're seeing there on the screen, we're going to have a third man, and there's backward point. So here is Shannon Gabriel from the southern end of the ground. There's a drive by Pramol down towards mid-off, and they will scoot away for a single. So one more to Virasamy Pramol. He will now move on to 16, and that will take the score into 270 for the loss of 7. So they have to exchange now for the left-handed Gudakesh Moti, and this is what the right-hand, left-hand combination can do for you. Gabriel so far, none for 30. One was a maiden. So here's the conditions here at Queen's Park Oval. This is the final session. 3 rounds played in Trinidad and Tobago, and they've been good hosts indeed. We had the first 2 rounds here that wasn't affected by the weather, but when we come down to the third, rain did intervene. And we're watching Shannon Gabriel, a big man, very strong, comes over the wicket to Moti, and Moti's looking to cut at one, and then got the inner portion of the bat. It went all along the ground down towards wicketkeeper Joshua De Silva. He feels there is no run. Moti walks away. So too is Gabriel to the top of his mark. Well, I've just been told by Sean that the West Indies skipper Craig Brathwaite, who is leading the Barbados Pride, completed his 3rd century this season, and that's good. He started with a fantastic double century in the first round in February. Moti swinging at one while outside the line of the off stump, not making contact, and then scored a century right here against Guyana. And now he scored a century against the Windward Islands. So 3 centuries so far in a competition that was reduced to 5 rounds. And that was because of the pandemic COVID-19. And still, we've gotten some cricket, and that's good to see. Shannon Gabriel, from the top of the mark, races in. And Moti, for a moment, I thought he was winding up to go flashing at that one, decided against it, and allows it to go by into the gloves of Joshua De Silva. Highlights, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force made 218 in their first innings. That innings was punctuated by Jeremy Salazano, who made 72, Jason Mohammed 68, Kimo Paul picking up 6 for 50, Moti 2 for 35. So far for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, 2 half centuries, Imlach 76 and Sinclair 58. short lifting, wayward delivery, way outside the line of the off stump, and there is no run. So Bangladesh will be here next in the West Indies for 2 test matches. June 16 to 20, they play in Antigua, and then the second test match will be on June 24 to 28. They go to St. Lucia. But just before that, the CWI President 11 team will be playing the Bangladeshi. There will also be 3 T20 matches, July 2 and 3 in Dominica, and then the 3rd of July. The third one will be played on July 6 when the action switches to the National Stadium in Guyana. Good delivery, flying off the edge, but falling safe in front of the four-slip fielder. The over has been completed at the end of it. 270 for 7, the Guyana Harp Eagles. Moti is on 31. Pemol has 16. And then the start of the 3 one-day matches, July 10, 13, and 16, all in Guyana, to bring the Bangladesh series to an end. And just after that, in the month of July, India comes for 3 one-day international and 3 T20s as well. I think 2 of those T20s will be played in Florida, but West Indies will definitely be the host. Yes, so West Indies have been given the responsibility for the development of the game of cricket in the Americas. So lots of cricket coming up. I understand New Zealand will be here too, just after India. Right, they are going to be here in August. Playing in Jamaica and Barbados. And then we head into the biggest party in sport, CPL, that begins in August and ends in September in Guyana with the grand finale. So it's going to be Terence Hines to continue. Hines so far 2 for 35 from 10 overs. So he has had a good spell. The partnership so far between these two worth 52. Hines to Premol, and Premol is coming way outside the line of the off stump there as he plays it down towards cover, and they get the single. And Hines keep looking at Premol there. And Premol, he decided that this is the way he's going to kill the swingers, the in-swing and the out-swing from Hines, that he's going to move outside the crease, but he went way outside the line of the off stump. He moves to 17. Two slips, the third man. There's backward point, an extra cover and a mid-off. Moti is swinging this one away out through mid-wicket. They surely will go for 1 and come back and complete 2. So he's not afraid to play his shots at all, Gudakesh Moti. He has now moved on to 33. And he's looking dangerous. He has ridden his luck a little, got some off the edge of the bat, flew into the air in no man's land, and collected his runs. Scored that fine 110 against Barbados Pride right at Queen's Park Oval in the first round. And he's going after his man. That's a full-blooded shot. Bang, it goes just under the commentary box end for 4. And no fast bowler will like to be hit back over his head in the fashion that Gudakesh Moti did to Terence Hines then. And Moti will now move on to 37. That was a great cricketing shot. Pitched up, and he came forward and drove it immaculately. Looks good, Gudakesh Moti once again. So now let's see if there's going to be any change to the field. Imran Khan having a little discussion with Terence Hines. No. Well, Gabriel, he's been asked to stay out. He's going down towards wide mid-off. And Imran Khan is going to position himself down at wide mid-on. And he's swinging at it again. The edge found. The catch is taken. A diving catch by Joshua Da Silva. He has taken the catch. And Gudakesh Moti goes for 37. Caught Da Silva of the bowling of Terence Hines. It's now 277 for the loss of 7. So Moti goes, played a little cameo for his 37. Some has been airy-fairy, and Da Silva took a good catch. Yes, look at that big swing, and Da Silva has to go away towards his left and came up with the catch. In fact, it's 277 for the loss of 8. Moti going for 37. Well, some are saying that Guyana should declare in the sense to give Premal a chance to get his 2 wickets to reach the 500 in regional cricket, but that's not going to be the case. I doubt whether the declaration will come, but we might very well see Trinidad and Tobago bat a little this afternoon too. You'll never know. Moti scored 37. 277 for the loss of 8 as Niall Smith makes his way out into the middle. And he'll be joining Virasamy Premal. So let's see if Niall Smith will join the party too, looking for a few boundaries. He's known more for his aggressive fast bowling. 2 slips, a backward point. Hines 3 for 42. He's in his 11th over and has done the job his skipper's asked him to do. Come in, break the partnership. That is exactly what he has done. And he's driving at one outside the line of the off stump and lucky to stay there. The edge could have been easily found. And first delivery going after him there. Just driving at the delivery. And you look at Hines walking back to the top of his mark. There's a little smile on his face there. Knows that he has induced a false shot from Niall Smith. Hines begins his approach once again. And Smith is coming forward and opening the face and looks good too. Gets it out down towards backward point coming off the boundary. He opens his account with 1. That will take the score into 278 for the loss of 8. So the over has been completed. Hines 11 overs, no maiden, 3 for 43. Premal is on 17. Smith has 1, 278 for the loss of 8. So a little mid-pitch discussion going on between the two of them. And it seems as though Premal is the one doing all the talking, the touch gloves. And Premal will be at the non-striker's end. And Gabriel will be bowling to the right-handed Smith. Fast bowler to fast bowler. Let's see if a bumper might come along the way. Very cool conditions here now at Queen's Park Oval. On the first day, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force won the toss and they decided to take for a strike. They struggled, 203, but a loss of 9 on the opening day. Here is Shannon Gabriel once again. Just a solitary slip and a gully. There's also backward point and a short extra cover. And Smith is coming forward. It ballooned in the air, but nobody down short in front the bat. It goes away down towards Isaiah Raja. He's feeling down at short mid-wicket. And there is no run. But a good delivery ensuring that Niall Smith played at the delivery. Maybe what Shannon Gabriel needs to do here is bowl it at that length where the rise of the ball can go to touch the top of the off stump. Good delivery. Didn't get the lift off the pitch he was looking for. Moved the shade back into the right-hander, however. And he plays it down towards mid-on. There is no run. Just want to say thanks to Regal Stationery and Computer Center, Mr. Anil Hardial and family out of Guyana. Thanks so much, providing accommodation for us here in Trinidad and Tobago. Thanks to Cap Global Inc., Johan and Yudi and their families. Also, Diamond Trading, my dear friend Iqbal, Big B's Restaurant and Baksh Travel Service. In the air, but it fell safe. That one goes away down towards a short extra cover position that was a little bit out. They were shout of catch it, but nobody was there to take the catch. Thanks to Shabir Bakshan family. Also Badesh Thakur out of the United States of America and my friend Archie Mohan from Canada. Ramesh Sunich of Trophy Stall. Thank you so much, Ram, for your kindness, ensuring that our trip is a smooth one to Trinidad and Tobago. That's a good delivery, but it's tucked away nicely out through forward square. They have taken one, and they will go back and complete two. So well played by Niall Smith. Just tucking it away forward of square. Wasn't a bad ball and a no ball now. Signaled by the umpire. And that will take it further to 278 for the loss of 8 wickets. Also say thanks to the manager of Bank of Baroda in Guyana and to the boys from the Retro Lunch and Bar in Florida. Just a solitary slip for the right-handed Niall Smith. And now we see Raja is pushed closer to the umpire, standing at square leg. Short lifting delivery, and Smith didn't know too much about that one, but he got bat onto it and kept it down, falling safely in front of him. And there is no run. Want to say thanks to our Trinidadian friends here who has ensured that, we are good to go. Harry Raghunath, the man in charge of Brian Lara and Diego Martin, invited us on Indian Arrival Day here in Trinidad and Tobago and treated us well. Thanks to our friend Graham Singh, who is living in Bamboo. They just reached out to us. He's coming forward, squaring up here, Niall Smith. Once again in the air. And Gabriel will feel, well, we need to get that man closer. Now the guy is coming closer there. That's Keegan Simmons. Maybe, just maybe when the horse has already bolted. To Chandra, Amanda, Rupa, Ryan, thanks so much for your hospitality in Trinidad and Tobago. And of course, Mr. Vinod Mamchen for having us on the broadcast. We do appreciate it very much. So now you're having a short extra cover and a short cover. They should have been there a while ago. The final delivery in this over coming up by Shannon Gabriel. Niall Smith taps away at the crease as we watch Gabriel. He sprints in. And that's in the air again, but down in the onside, down towards where a short mid-on would have been. No harm done. He survives Niall Smith. It's 281 for the loss of 8. Pamal is on 17. Smith is on 3. Gabriel none for 33. 11 overs gone. Hines with 3 for 43 from 11 overs will continue from the commentary box end, which is the northern end of the ground, and he'll be bowling to Virasamy Pamal. And there again you see Veerasammy Permaul walking across his stumps to negate that moving ball and playing well too. Let's see if Terence Hines might be aiming at the leg stump, because that is left exposed as Permaul move across the stumps. No doubt Jason Mohammed handing Terence Hines the ball, saying something to that nature to him. Get it closer to the stumps, Terence Hines. And here is Permaul cutting at one and falling safely down towards backward point. There is no run. A good looking shot as well. So he has negated those swings from Terence Hines. It's always good to see when the batsman can read the bowler reading the batsman as well. And Permaul is pulling this one away over mid-on, over the head of the tall Shannon Gabriel and down to the boundary for 4. Well, they had him placed there, but Permaul had enough on it to cart it over the head of Shannon Gabriel. And Hines is not satisfied. He's just swinging the arms out there. Never know from this distance what he's saying, but he looks very frustrated. Permaul gets another boundary. He moves on to 21. 285 for the loss of 8. That was a brave shot by Veerasammy Permaul. And now Gabriel is going to take a few steps back. That's short, and Permaul is swinging again. It's in the air. It's going to fall safe. And the return comes to the striker's end and barely misses the stumps as they go through for the single. Well, that was excitement out in the middle. I think Hines collided a little with Veerasammy Permaul, or was it Niall Smith actually? And then actually they went through for the run. It was in the air, and yet fortune favored the brave. Permaul survives. He's on 22. It's 286 for the loss of 8. And Hines just might be thinking, Lady Luck has just deserted me for a long, long time. So he tries again. This time he'll be bowling to Niall Smith. Must be striving for a length that is right into the block hole there to Niall Smith. And Smith is coming forward, and look at that shot, like a number 3. He's carting this one over mid-wicket for 6 runs. That's a glorious looking shot. Just came forward and a nice little flick of the wrist, and he connected, and the ball sailed over mid-wicket. Smith moves on to 9, 292 for 8. The Harpy Eagles, they're getting closer to the 300. And you can feel Terence Hines just grunting ouch as Smith played that shot. That had a lot of style and guile on it. Looked very elegant there, Niall Smith. Oh, let's see how Terence Hines will respond. He's coming forward and he's whipping this one off the front pads down towards mid-wicket. There is no run this time. And now they're going to get the overthrow. Now that's not good at all. The return came in and Imran Khan didn't pay attention. He was the one, the skipper, that should have been saving that as the return came from Uthman Mohammed. Well, the overs now ended 293 for the loss of 8. Permaul is on 22. Smith has 10. Hines 3 for 55 from 12 overs. So Gabriel continues his battle with Niall Smith. pulls out of his approach, not getting the rhythm right, and that's the right thing to do. You don't want to struggle through and then deliver the ball and you get yourself injured, or you bowl a long hop or a half volley. Just losing the rhythm there at the moment. Shannon Gabriel. Call the field for you here. There's a slip, a gully, backward point, short extra cover, short cover, a wide mid-off. And he's playing this one down towards short mid-on. There is no run. Just wanting to know if Imran Khan might bring in the mid-on a little bit closer, and also the short mid-wicket too. To my mind, they're a little bit out, but you never know what's the thinking going on there. We have seen 2 deliveries popped through mid-on. It was in the air, but nobody was there to take the catch whatsoever. Put a little bit more pressure there on Niall Smith. Of course, runs is not the problem. It has nothing to do with this so far. And he's coming forward and he's on driving this time. And looks good to Niall Smith as he plays the shot. They will surely get 2 here. The ball is not going to reach the boundary. They'll go back and complete 3. And that's good running between the wicket. Nice on drive. Just coming forward, reaching the delivery and stroking it down through mid-on. And Smith getting 3 more. With that, Niall Smith too moves to 13. 296 for the loss of 8. And the Harpy Eagles batting has clicked so far in the matches played in Trinidad and Tobago. 490 for 7 declared against Barbados Pride right here at Queen's Park. And then 584 for 5 declared against Jamaica at Diego Martin. This is turned away by Virasamy Pamal down towards a fine leg, and they'll take another single. That will take the score to 297 now for the loss of 8, and they're inching up to a 300 total. So that's not bad at all. You want to end with a good momentum. You feel satisfied. You know there's nothing you can do. You can't do anything against the weather. All you can do is to ensure that you put in a good performance with whatever time is available to you. It has been a joy being in Trinidad and Tobago covering this tournament for Cricket 360. Thanks to Cricket West Indies for ensuring broadcast of all the matches. And Niall Smith comes forward, plays it down towards cover, bring the field away from the boundary. He'll send the return in. Smith will get another run. And it's a joy working with our colleagues here too in Trinidad and Tobago at both venues, Diego Martin and Queen's Park. Our scorer here has been doing a fine job and willing to share information with us too. Down the leg side, just maybe trying a little bit too hard there, Gabriel. 1 delivery remain in his 12th over so far, none for 38. And this match will definitely end in a draw here at Queen's Park Oval. And words are out that just maybe after the Super 50, we'll start the 2022-2023 regional 4-day season, returning back to 10 rounds of action. If that is so, then it's good for West Indies cricket. Here is Gabriel to Pramal. And Pramal is on driving, and they'll take the single. With that single, Pramal will move on now to 24. Smith is on 14, 299 for the loss of 8. You want to sit there?
Well, thank you, Indrajit. Good afternoon again to everybody. We're in the dying stages of this tournament. It's the last day of the fifth and final round. And these are the only two matches being played. The one at Diego Martin and this one here, the one at Taruba, has already been called off. Here is Hines bowls outside the line of the off stump and looking to swat it away. Big booming cut, played over the ball, and in the end it was taken by the keeper, the silver, 299. So Guyana has had some good scores here. This is the third time they've passed 300. Well, they've not passed it yet, but they're going to pass it in a short while. And of course, they had 470 for 70 cleared, and they had 584 for 70 cleared. This is a ball that's short, and it's pulled away, and it's top-edged and gone down to the boundary for 4. So the 300 comes up with a top-edged, and they raced into the fine leg boundary. There's nobody catching at square leg, long leg, or fine leg. And so Pomal goes up with that boundary. Not the most convincing of shots, but a boundary nevertheless. He's on to 28 now. And the total is 303. So a boundary bringing up the 300. Of course, this is a fine batting performance overall from Guyana. 3 batters in the side, Vishal Singh, Moti, and of course Chandrapal twice, scoring hundreds for Guyana. Here is Hines on his way, bowls to Pomal. Pomal is swatting it away out towards the extra cover boundary, and consecutive boundaries to opposite parts of the field takes Pomal now to 32. And of course, 14 to Smith. He's the silent partner at the other end, but he's looking to play shots too. 307 for 8. I want to say good afternoon to Dave Mohammed. Also to Vishal Nagamutu, listening in New York. Also to Ajaz Ali. He's at a big match there today in Queens, where some Guyanese are making their debut. This is a ball short and ponged away. And would that go for the third consecutive boundary? No. Pulled back just inside the boundary. There's a sweep in place. So Pomal gets 10 runs from 3 balls. Coming back for the second. 309 for 8. Ajaz Ali, my former youth team keeper for 3 years. And he is the manager player. You're still playing, I see. 309 for 8. They've got a game tomorrow also in the Bronx. That's the MMZ New York team, playing 2 matches. Of course, people like Richie Lucknott from the Everest, Balgobin, will all be playing in that game here at the Queen's Park Oval in fading light. The sun has gone down, but at least we've gotten sun, which is a rare thing during this period of this match. So Diego Martin called off, Indrajit telling me. Volcanoes 203, Pride 285 for 6 in reply. Ball that's played into the onside, and there is a single, and it goes back for a second, putting pressure on the arm of the fielder on the mid-wicket boundary, and Pomal pushing for 2. Smith now is 16, Pomal is 35, and the over comes to an end. 312 for 8. Well, of course, Craig Braffett, scoring his 3rd 100 in this tournament. This time is Lewis, 109. Reefer, who played for Guyana right through the 5-year success of Guyana in the franchise tournament, he got 71, and Roston Chase got 58, thanks to you, Indrajit. Of course, in those 2 matches in America, MMZ from New York, they recently played here in Guyana, And Rennie, who's one of the newcomers to the team, Ronaldo Rennie, he scored 100. And those two matches are set for today and tomorrow in New York. One in Queens, one in the Bronx. Here in Trinidad, in the closing stages of this match, one would have thought maybe that Ghana would have explored the possibility of declaring so as to give Versamy Pomol, the Albion and West Indies left arm spinner, a chance to get his 500th regional first class wicket. He's in strike now and he's down the track, and I'm sure he wouldn't mind not bowling because he's lacing the ball away all parts of the ground. He's now on to 39 with that boundary over cover, and the total moving up to 316 for 8. So maybe not getting the 2 wickets. We'll wait for this year. Hopefully if the one-day tournament is played and then the 4-day cricket is resumed this year, he can do it then. And this one is hit in the air. It's gone high over the top, almost into the Harpy Eagles Players Pavilion player section. And that's a big 6 from Pomol. So 4 and a 6, 2 consecutive boundaries. He's quickly gone to 45. 5 in sight of a 50. 222 for the loss of 8. As Indiges were telling you, maybe after the one-day tournament, they'll restart the 4-day tournament and then play the second half in the new year. Lots of cricket to be played here. Just 2 test matches though, among all those matches. Pomol is back and slaps it away over the head of where a mid-on would have been, down towards long on. And he gets a single, so he's on 46. Smith is on 16. Guyana Harpy is replying to the 218 made by the Red Force. Only 2 batsmen offered resistance in that score by the Red Force. So Lozano 72 and Mohammed 58. That's Jason Mohammed. They made 118 runs between them, but then they lost 7 wickets for 21 runs, ending up on 218. This is a ball that's powered away by Niall Smith. He too is in attack mode, and the ball is picked up at mid-on. So the over is completed, 323 for the loss of 8. Pomol on 46, Smith on 16, and can now none for 77. He's finished 18 overs. Of course, the 2 test matches that will be played in June. The first one starts on June 16th in Antigua against Bangladesh. West Indies and Bangladesh then play the second test match from June 24, and that would be played in the island of St. Lucia. Good afternoon to Red Sporera, who lives there, and his charming wife, Zandra. To everybody in St. Lucia, looking forward to the test cricket. And then we've got in July 4 matches to be played by India in Trinidad and Tobago. That's a waiver delivery by Hines, and it's umpired so wide the umpire blades signaling a wide, stretching his shoulder blades out to signal a wide. Umpire blades, and it's 224 now for 8. Well, India comes for 3 one-days. And the first T20, they'll all be played in Trinidad. The 3 one-days will be played right here at the Queen's Park Oval on July 22, 24, and 27. And then the first 2020 will be played on the 29th of July at the Brian Lara Stadium, wrapped on the pad, stifled the peel. Pomol was way down the track, and that was only an appeal in hope more than conviction. He goes now to 46. 16 to Smith, to 325 for 8. Of course, the Brian Lara Stadium will become an international cricket venue with that first T20, and then there'll be 2 more T20s. The 2nd and the 3rd in St. Kitts on August 1 and 2. This is pushed into the onside by Smith. Nice batsman-like shot. And there is just the single. So Smith now goes to 17. And with him is Pomal going closer and closer to another first-class half-century. 226 for 8. And of course, the last two 2020s in the 5-match series, the 4th and the 5th, will be played in Florida from August 6th to 7th. So those of you in North America, there's cricket coming your way on August 6th and 7th when West Indies play India in the last two 2020 matches at the Bohard Stadium in Fort Lauderdale. So then in August, New Zealand comes a-calling, 3 2020s and 3 ODIs from August 10 to 21. And those matches will be played in Jamaica and Barbados. So another single brings the fast bowler, Niall Smith, into strike. And Pomal goes close to his half-century, 47. Harpy Eagles responding to the 218 made by the Red Force. They're 327 for the loss of 8. So after that, the biggest party in sports, CPL, August 30 to September 30. A slow delivery there by Hines. And they clipped away, and nobody on the onside. Acres and acres of space there between the deep mid-wicket and the third man. Nobody behind there. So Smith gets a boundary. He goes into the 20s. He's 21. It seems as if runs are giving away here because all the Guyanese batsmen are cashing in. 331 for 8 now. And of course, the final for the next 3 years will be held in Guyana. The final set for September 30 at the Guyana National Stadium, where they'll have a carnival of cricket for the entire week. So if you're coming to Guyana, there's not only cricket, you can go to the interior where you see the Harpy Eagles in the Amazon jungle. Short delivery, pulled away. There's protection at deep mid-wicket, and there is just the single. So Pomal will go now to, he'll stay on 46, 47, Smith on 21. And at the end of another over, the partnership now has gone to 54. And 331 for 8. And you can also go to the highest single drop fall in the world. 11 times the height of the Niagara Falls, which borders America and Canada. And that's not the only falls that you can see in Guyana. There are falls like the Orange Falls and a lot more. Guyana called the land of many waters, and not because of the rain that falls when there is cricket. It's because of the many seas, the many rivers and lakes running across the 83,000 square miles of that country, that South American land. Here's a ball that's on the line of the middle and next stump. Pomal is forward, a loud appeal, more by Khan than anyone else. And on the coastline, you can drive up to Berbice. That's the second largest county in Guyana. There's a brand new bridge there now. And you can also go, and he's gone, pull back the length, Khan, and back goes Pomal, struck on the pad. And he's gone. He's gone now for 47, falling just 3 short of what would have been a well-deserved half-century. 47 from 65 balls, leg before off the bowling of Khan. 331 for the loss of 9. Will Guyana declare now to give Pomal a chance of getting his 2 wickets this year? No. There is Cameron, the man from Berbice, who is now playing for Albion. He's walking down the pavilion steps, and he will join the fellow fast bowler from Berbice, Niall Smith. So as Cameron comes out, it's just about 15 minutes past the hour of 4 o'clock. And it's interesting to know if Cameron is dismissed now, if the match will be called off, or if the Red Force will bat a second time. So after the CPL, there is the Australia Tour, the T20 Tour. West Indies going to Australia October 5 and 6. And there's two T20 matches, and broken by the Cricket World Cup. That's the T20 World Cup. And he's gone, leg before, first delivery. Cameron is gone for a duck. And, well, Khan will have to wait until his first match next year to get that hat-trick, because he's ended the game on a hat-trick. Well, not the game, the innings. Cameron is gone for a first ball duck. And 21 are out from Smith. Guyana all out for 331. Khan ending with 2 for 77 halfway through his 19th over. Well, we will see now if Red Force will bat again. This is all we have for you until the resumption of play. I'm Sean Dever saying goodbye for now.
Well, good afternoon once again, and welcome to Queen's Park Oval, where Trinidad and Tobago Red Force will be starting their second innings with the Harpy Eagles leading them by 113 runs. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force had the Harpy Eagles all out for 331. Pramal opens the bowling and bowls to the left-handed Simmons. He's coming forward, strokes it down towards mid-off. There is no run. And there's an obvious reason why Pramal has opened the bowling, and I'll tell you just after this delivery. Comes up, bowls to Simmons onto the back foot, and that picked up by Akshaya Pasad down at forward short leg. Veerasammy Pramal just need 2 more wickets to reach 500 in regional cricket. So that's the reason why. And he's been given the ball and given an opportunity to do it in this round. Outside the line of the off stump and beaten too. It goes into the gloves of the keeper, Tevin Imlach. So, Veerasammy Pramal has a chance. It is left to be seen now how far they're going to go with this one. So there's 2 slips and also a forward short leg. Pramal bowls to Keegan Simmons. Gets a good delivery. Came back into the left-hander. Taken on the up and stroked down towards mid-off. There is no run. So the highlight of the Harpy Eagles batting would have been that 76 by Imlach. Pramal comes in, bowls to Simmons, gets a good delivery. He covers up, plays it down towards extra cover. And I've been joined by Sean Devers. Sean, Veerasammy Pramal given the bowling opportunity. You're elated at that.
Yes, I'm very happy that he's actually given the chance to get those 2 wickets. But it's easier to get 50 runs than to get 2 wickets.
Yes, it's going to be difficult, but he's given an opportunity. And of course, if he continues playing the game, we'll have whole over 10 rounds when that starts next season. Imlach, 76, Sinclair, a flamboyant 58, Moti 37, Pramal 47. And of course, in the bowling department, they were led by Terence Hines, 14 overs, picked up 3 for 75. Brian Charles, 18 overs, 3 for 56, did bowl well, 2 apiece for Uthman Mohammed, who picked up 2 for 40, and Imran Khan, 18.3, 2 for 77, as Kimo Paul will pick the bowling up.
Yes, well, Kimo Paul comes in to do the bowling from the northern end. Pramal started from the south. Well, I want to clarify what I said. On this pitch, it's easier to get 50 runs than to pick up 2 wickets because it only takes 2 balls to get 2 wickets. But I don't see 2 balls getting out top order batsmen in a row, even not in a row, on this type of pitch. Kimo Paul now will start the bowling from the northern end, the northern ranges, mountains behind his back. So is the northern side screen and the commentary box.
And Da Silva is opening the batting now.
Yes, here he comes to bowl to the Silva, and the Silva pulls and doesn't get it properly. There's a chance of run out, and there's a direct hit. What would the umpire say? He has a bend, he has a look, and the umpire blade says, not out, you're safe. So, an auspicious start for the Silva. Look to hook. He's not been among the runs this year, and all of a sudden he wants to get himself run out.
Yes, so should not have been going for that single at all. And he's opening out there, and that's because Jeremy Salazano suffered a little bit of injury. So they do not want to risk him there.
Well, he is known all about injuries. He suffered an injury when he was fielding, chasing a ball, and might have knocked his knee and pulled his hamstring. But also in the last test series that he was picked for, it's a single. So the Silva off the mark with 1. It's 1 without loss. In the last test series he played, he didn't even get a chance to bat. He just got hit at forward short leg on his head, and that was the end of him. And he was not played in the subsequent series because of his poor form in the first 2 rounds of this tournament, which was used to pick that team. But now he's back. I understand he's in the President's 11. One wonders if this injury would keep him out of that too. That would be really unfair to him.
Well, we are all hoping that's not the case, because it's a youngster that the selectors thinks highly of.
Here is Paul, not a youngster that Anthony Gray thinks highly of. He's a scout. and he's going to recommend these players to the selector. But that was a good, nice short ball from Kimo Paul.
Yes, certainly. And there you saw Keegan Simon actually awoken with that one. He went down at the last moment and had to go down too. Maybe just might have missed just the bounce of the delivery. But in the end, no problem for him whatsoever. But an aggressive start here by Kimo Paul.
Kimo Paul once more hustles in. It's going to be passing the umpire Butler bowls, and that's outside the line of the umpire. A lot of way movement, and well kept there by Imlak, who dived in front of second slip. And there is no run. So good afternoon to Saucy and Luke. They're listening from their home in Chaguanas. Of course, Chelsea, the girl I call Gaitrin, because she's half Trinidadian, half Guyanese. Good afternoon to each and every one of you. Good afternoon to Uncle Preman, the 83-year-old man with a sparkling memory and a sparkling faculties of it in his head. This is outside the line of the off stump. Little bit of lift, but too wide to induce a shot from Simmons. And the ball goes by to be taken by the keeper, and there is no run.
I heard you mention a name there, Saucy. That's a fine name.
Yes, that's John Ramsing during the last commentary explained how she got her name. But I can tell you, she got her name from a soca singer. I think it's Saucy Belafonte.
Okay.
So that's how she got her name. But the connoisseur of soca is not here with us. He's Indigo Martin, another bouncer, and nicely goes under it like a boxer ducking out of a straight right. And he survives. He's on naught from 10 balls, and the Silver is 1 from 2. So the overs come to an end. 2 overs gone. Harpy Eagles in the second innings, 1 for no loss.
Well, actually, the Red Force in their second innings are 1 without loss, and that was an aggressive over bowled by Kimo Paul. The first delivery he sent to Joshua Da Silva, he attacked the body, but was a little bit down the leg side here. Da Silva looked for the pull shot, got it down, and then other than that, he got one towards mid-on, got a single, and he played. That's left-handed. Keegan Simon played 2 short lifting delivery by going under them. So Kimo Paul started in an aggressive nature, and Premal will be hunting another wicket at this level.
So at the end of day 1, the Red Force were 203 for 9 with Gabriel and Hines at the crease after Solozano 72 and Jason Mohammed 68 had put on 118. After that, 7 wickets fell for 21 runs as Cameron triggered the collapse when he removed Jason Mohammed for 68. Here is Pomal on his way, bowls to Da Silva. Da Silva is whipping it away off the pads. They hurry for 1. They come back for the second, then they abort the idea because it's a good return coming in from the man Chandrapal coming off the boundary. So Raja, who replaced Darren Bravo in the side, got 26, added a half-century partnership with Solozano, and then Hines at the bottom of the order made 22 not out. Pomal didn't get a wicket. Strange enough, in the first innings, bowled 20-something overs, I think 26 overs, and he is now continuing to try and get those elusive 3 wickets, 2 wickets. Paul 6 for 50, the architects of destruction, and Moti 2 for 35. Forward comes Simmons, plays it back towards back towards Pomal, and there's no run. Then Guyana were overnight on 30 without loss with Chandrapal and Imlak who opened the batting. Here is a ball that's flighted and pushed into the offside. Chandrapal darts in from cover and does the fielding, and there's no run. In the Guyana innings, Chandrapal, who's now gone to 439 runs, including 200s in this season, he was dismissed for 25. This is the only match he didn't get 100 in the resumption. He was caught behind by beautiful delivery from Uthman Mohammed, and he was first dismissed at 1 wicket for 72 runs. This is a ball that's punched away off the back foot, and there is no run. So 2 overs gone, 3 overs gone, in fact, 2 without loss. And then there was Tevin Imlak, who got 3 half centuries in a row, including this one, fell just short of his high score of 79 when he was LBW off the bowling of Hines for 76. And then down the order, 19 Vishal Singh, 20 Kimo Paul, 37 Pamal, 37 Smith, 37 Morty, and then Sinclair made 58. That was a brilliant innings, played a lot of shots, and then 21 from Smith at the bottom of the order. Those were the batters to get into double figures. Only Johnson, who was bowled by a beautiful ball off the inside edge for 4, and of course the last man, Cameron, who had a first ball duck, didn't get into double figures. Great batting display all round. Partnerships of that 3 for 18, the off spinner Charles, Mohammed 2 for 40, Terence Ice 3 for 75, and Khan, who ended on a hat trick, 2 for 77. Paul in bowls. That's a beautiful ball. Almost cut De Silva in half as it left him and went by to be taken by the keeper.
Yes, Sean, that was certainly a very good delivery. And Kimo Paul continued to probe outside the line of the off stump. De Silva knows it was a good delivery. He walked away. And no doubt we'll be looking for those delivery. But it's good to see that De Silva coming out, having a little knock here. He's a very important component of the West Indies team. He will like to get into form for that Bangladesh series as well.
Paul still in bright sunshine, bowls to De Silva. De Silva covers up, plays it into the onside, and there's no run. So Paul marches back towards his mark. Sparsely populated, well, less than sparsely. Few fans in the stands, and most of them in the Carib stand, maybe about 5. So Saucy and Luke, they wanted to come down, but they aborted the idea because I believe rain is falling in Chaguanas.
Oh, that's sad. I know they love their cricket.
Back and across comes De Silva and plays it hard into the ground on the bump, picked up by Kimo Paul. Kimo Paul has looked fitter, he's looked stronger in this season.
Yes, certainly he has. Just got a message here out of Essequibo in Guyana. Ryan Narain and a group there watching the game. Hello to you guys. They said that they're enjoying the commentary so far. They've been watching the game for the entire day. That's good to hear. Hello to all Essequibians.
Well, the man from Saxakali in the Essequibo is getting another good delivery. This one made a little bit more height, but it left him again, and 2 consecutive balls comprehensively beaten.
Beautifully bowled by Kimo Paul. Pitched just outside the line of the off stump, just that nagging away movement, and De Silva was lucky that he didn't get the edge. But there are questions being asked here by Kimo Paul, and that is good to see.
Later in his life, he went over to live in Wakenham, where he went to school, and then came down to the city where he first played with DCC. Here is Kimo Paul again. This one is coming back, but not close enough to challenge the off-stumper, force the batsman to play. De Silva plays no shot. Kimo Paul was initially a wicket keeper when he played for the under-15 team, and he bowled off spin. And then when he went to DCC, Gavin Ned, the former Guyana off-spinner, changed him into a fast bowler. His batting is still up to scratch, but now he's made his career at the senior level as a fast bowler. 84 on his back. He rushes past umpire Butler, bowls, and that's a good delivery. Kept low, and luckily for De Silva, he barely got the bat down on it.
Yes, he got the bat on it. There was a thick edge there, but a good delivery. The intention was good by Kimo Paul. After 2 deliveries outside the line of the off stump, this was bang on target, and De Silva was lucky to get the bat down in time. But that again was a terrific delivery.
Yeah, so the Essequibian, one of 2 Essequibians in this touring party. The other one from the east bank of Essequibo, the left-arm spinner Anthony Adams, but he's just a travel-in reserve. And these COVID times means that they're travel-in reserves. I wonder how long this will keep up for.
I am not too certain. COVID-19 is still around. We can only encourage people to take your vaccines, take your precautions, wear your mask, avoid crowded areas. and we all can do our part to bring it down. But it's difficult to say, Sean, this might be with us for a very, very long time. My personal feeling, it might become like the flu where you need to take your shot once a year. Many countries are now offering their second booster as well.
Pomal from the county of Berbice, the second largest and second populated county, bowls to the left-hander, Simon. Simon plays it into the onside. So he gets a single and gives the strike back now to the right-hander, the Silva. So gain rotation in the strike. And this would also affect the line the bowlers have to bowl when you have to bowl to a left-hander and a right-hander. And every delivery they get a single. It's annoying to you as a bowler because you want to set up a batsman. This is a beautiful delivery. Goes right past the outside edge. And how didn't that touch the edge? Taken by Imlach.
Yeah, Joshua De Silva didn't know anything about that one at all. Spinning past the outside edge as he was pushing at it.
Well, two men bowling in tandem, one from Berbice, one from Essequibo, opposite parts of Guyana. Demerara in the middle of that, and this is a ball that's on the line of the leg stump and pushed away back towards Pomal. Pomal desperately would love to get those 2 wickets to reach 500 regional first class wickets, even though his first class tally is a lot higher than that. This is his regional tally. He's got 498 wickets. And he would love to end on a hat-trick like Imran Khan. Even he has to wait until next year to get his hat-trick.
Yes, well, I think he's patient enough there, Imran Khan. And Premal too is patient here. He's trying all that he can to get the breakthrough.
This is a good delivery. A little bit squared up is De Silva as he plays the last ball, looking to hit it straight towards mid-off. And it went out towards the short cover, and there's no run. So 5 overs completed, 3 without loss. The Red Force in their second innings.
Yes, and De Silva here is struggling, opening the batting in the absence of Solazano, who is in the team, but suffered that little injury. He's been given the job to open. Hasn't looked the part so far. Was beaten quite a few times outside the line of the off-stump bowl by Virasamy Pomal in that over. Squared up on one occasion. So he too seems to be badly out of touch.
110 runs more for the Red Force to make Guyana bat again, but that's immaterial. They wouldn't have time for those 110 runs or to bowl out the Trinidad side. So this game is heading for a draw. The important thing is if Pomal can get those 2 wickets, good delivery again, bounces. And also if Paul can further impress the West Indies selectors, because he's got a half chance of getting into the test squad also.
Yeah, so what he's doing is to build his form here, Kemo Paul, 6 for 50 in the first innings, and his skipper is supporting him. You look at that slip cordon, 4 men in the slips, there's a gully and a backward point as well, and he can move the ball outside the line of the off stump, but he has to be careful of the line.
Rewind to the 1980s, Roberts Croft holding Garner, and down the leg side he goes, no slip in play. That's 1 slip, 2 slips, 3 slips, 4 slips, and a gully. That's the field that's set for Michael Holden.
Yes, certainly, and West Indian fast bowlers as well. And yes, those are glimpses of those golden years of West Indies cricket. And that's because Kemo Paul here is very, very aggressive. And the Guyanese skipper as well, Jason Johnson, he's not afraid. He has given his fast bowlers all the backing they need in that slip cordon, because he had 4 slips and a gully at one time, 5 of them, 4 slips and 2 gullies.
Johnson, one of the most, well, not one of the most successful of the Guyana captains with 5 titles, all 5 in a row. They've also had captains like Maurice Fernandes. Well, he captained the West Indies. He was the first of the West Indies captains, and 7 who captained the West Indies. But for Guyana, Rohan Kanai was the first captain when Guyana won a title in 1973. Then you had Lloyd, who won 2, Hooper, who won 2, Harper, who won 2, and Leon Johnson, who won 5. This is a ball that's pitched up. On the back foot he goes, punches it out towards wide-ish mid-off, and there is no run. So good afternoon to everybody watching. This is the last day of this tournament, and I want to say good afternoon to Vinud Mamchan, who's allowed us to be here to do commentary on this game, on the 3 games, the series after the restart. Also to everybody who's helped, Dave Narayan of Dave's West Indian Imports, Dalap Singh of the Essequibo Cricket Board, he's the president, is WD Hotel and Mall in Charity. Here's a ball that goes past the edge again. Excellent delivery there from Kimo Paul. How did that not hit the edge?
Well, there was Da Silva. His judgment wasn't good again. Couldn't get the bat inside the line. Misjudged it. Did play that one, and it goes by into the keeper. I heard you mention Rohan Kanai and Guyana winning that 1973 tournament. It was against Trinidad and Tobago at Skeldon. That was a high-scoring game. Clive Lloyd made 100, Bachan made 100, so too Stephen Kamash making 100.
Ooh, another delivery going past the edge, almost cutting him in half again.
Now this is good bowling to end the over. Joshua De Silva is being troubled
Let's
by
look at the
Kimo
replay.
Paul.
Oh, that was a beautiful delivery. Ooh.
Yeah, beaten all ends up too good to get a wicket. 8 without loss. Getting back to that match at Skeldon, Sean, 4 Guyanese scoring 100. 100 was scored too by a Trinidad and Tobago player. I just can't remember. But Joey Carew, who skippered that team, was so frustrated that he actually ended up bowling an entire over on the hand.
Yes, I remember. Well, I don't remember because I was just 3
Yeah,
at
we
that time.
only read
but
those
I
things.
read about that, Joey Carew. And later on, I think right in Guyana, when Australia came, Greg Chappell was the captain, or Ian Chappell, and they ordered their youngest brother, Trevor Chappell, to bowl on the hand delivery too.
Yes,
in a one-day international at Albion.
yes, and I think it was Derek Murray for Trinidad and Tobago who scored that 100 at Skeldon. Skeldon then was a top-class venue for first-class cricket in Guyana. Of course, Guy Suko at the time, they were running things.
Yes, of course. Good afternoon to Derek Murray. After cricket, he got into administrative work. He was former president of the same Queen's Park Cricket Club. He was one of the accomplished wicket keepers for the West Indies. There were 3 Murrays that kept for West Indies, and he was the most accomplished. There was Junior Murray, the only batsman who scored a double century in regional cricket as a wicketkeeper, and also there was David Murray, the son of Everton Weeks and the father of Ricky Hoyt. Here is Pomal on his way. Bowls not a delivery. Well, what is happening with this boy? He forgot his bat inside the pavilion.
Well, what is happening to Joshua De Silva? He's not reading Virasamy Pomal, and Pomal is on a high here. Joshua De Silva is having his problems and no doubt looking to see how he can counter this from Pomal with an addition of 2 slips as well. Once again, it's not coming off the meat of the bat. It came off the thick outer edge, but this one falling safe. So there are 2 slips now, a leg gully and a forward short leg, almost a silly mid-on for the right-hander.
Balls have passed his outside edge about 8 times out of his 18 balls.
And this is another one. He's playing from deep inside the crease. Just wondering to know, what's happening out in the middle, but he doesn't look the part. He's been badly troubled here by Kimo Paul and Virasamy Pomal as well.
Pomal in bowls, and this one hits the middle of the bat. And if I would say, at the end of the over, it's 9 without loss, Simmons on 3, and De Silva on 2, that he was batting with a pointer. What would I mean? You're the countryman.
He was batting with
A pointer.
a pointer. You tell me, Sean.
A pointer broom. A branch of the pointer broom. One part of the pointer broom.
It
was so thin.
Yes,
that he
he's not
missed the ball.
making use of the full blade of the bat out in the middle there.
I want you to explain what is a pointer broom.
Oh, what's a pointer broom?
Yeah.
It's made from the coconut branches in Guyana, where they take off the leaves, and that's mid-rib. It's a straight vein leaf. That's the only straight vein coming right through. And they'll gather many of them, tie it together, and they sweep.
Yeah, and I
You're
think
expecting him to play the sweep shot?
I think in the rural areas in Trinidad they also use pointer brooms. But I'm not sure because I know they have coconut trees here, as in Jamaica. I think in Jamaica they use pointer brooms too, but they call it a different name.
Might very well be.
Here is Paul. Hustles in and bowls to the left-handed Simmons. Simmons clear drives off the back foot and can't pierce the field, and there's no run. So once again, good afternoon to everyone listening. To George in Jamaica. Tell me what's up, man. Tell me if there's pointer brooms in Jamaica. I know you're listening to the commentary. And of course, to my good friend Mandy, who drives me around every time I go to Jamaica. She's a Guyanese, a former national junior badminton player, Mandy Lowe. Here is Kimo Paul. Bowls a full toss and clipped away there by Simmons out to the man at the backward square. Cameron, he's looked so confident as his game is progressed and the matches he's played in. He fielded that one perfectly, sent the return back towards the keeper Imlach, and the batsman got a single.
Yes, I think that full toss came a little bit quicker than Keegan Simmons expected. It should have been put away there. When you get a bad delivery, put it away. Came to him a little bit quicker, and he got it straight to the man. Like you said, Cameron down at the backward square. He got it finer. It would have been a boundary.
None for 3 in his fourth over, Kimo Paul. Starts and then stops because the man who's batting with a pointer is not quite ready. So there's a switch in the field now. There's more attack. They're strengthening the slip cordon. 1, 2, 3, 4 slips now on a gully for the right-hander. It was 4 slips on a gully for the left-hander. This is a ball that's on the line of the leg stump, and he's gone just on the leg stump, cannoning straight into the leg stump, and his agony is aborted because he's been given out by the umpire to end his agony. He's gone for a 21 ball too, and Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in their second innings are 10 for 1.
Yes, what happened there to Joshua De Silva, Sean? You saw Kimo Paul strengthen the slip cordon by adding another man. 4 slips and a gully. In the mind of the batsman, Joshua De Silva, he might have been looking for a ball short outside the line of the off stump, but this was well pitched up, came back into the right-hander and given out a leg before. He was beaten, he missed it, and a fine delivery by Kimo Paul. So it shows that he's thinking, Kimo Paul. Joshua De Silva, I doubt whether the agony ended with his dismissal. As he goes back inside there, he'll be sitting and thinking, why was I so scratchy out in the middle? And in the end, losing my wicket as well. Not a good sight for a West Indian wicketkeeper batsman. He was real troubled.
Opening the batting in place of the injured Solozano, who injured his knee and maybe his hamstring. As he was fielding, chased down a ball and dived at extra cover. So Raja comes to the wicket. He shared in a good partnership in the first innings with Solozano, 52 or 54 for the second wicket. And he's come out now. He looked a good prospect when he was batting in the first innings, even though he just made 26.
Yes, he does. So Raja looked good. He played some good-looking shot. Was good off the back foot and off the front foot as well.
So Paul has gone now to 19 wickets in the tournament, just behind Pomal, who is on 19 also. Yes, he's level now with Pomal. And of course, the leading wicket taker is Cornwall. He has 23. And Moti, I think, has 15. So Guyanese with the bat and with the ball performing this season. Chandra Paul is second to Buffett in the runs aggregate. Here's a ball that's outside the line of the off stump. Good pace, good carry, good away movement. And Raja has no part of it, leaves it alone, taken by Imlach.
Yes, and that was good judgment. Had some pace and carry as well. And you could see the swing in the delivery because Tevin Imlach had to go in front of that for a slip to collect the delivery. Lots of swing by Kimo Paul. And if he gets it in the right areas, he's going to create some trouble here this afternoon. He has already done so.
Yes, Paul with the pavilion shadows lengthening across the ground. Bowls outside the line of the leg stump. Bad line and clipped away easy as you like down towards the fine leg boundary for 4. So just straying in line this time. Was looking to bowl more straight or outside the line of the off stump. And Rogers off the mark with a boundary. He's 4. Simmons is 4. 14 for 1.
Yes, and Kimo Paul is going to know this. Once he straight down the leg side, there is no protection down at the fine leg or long leg boundary that he's going to go there for runs. Just trying a little bit too hard here. He wants to get it much more closer. I think with that delivery, he was looking for another LBW decision, but it was outside the line of the leg stump.
Just getting up to the 5 o'clock hour here in Trinidad and the Eastern Caribbean, also in Guyana. That one is outside the line of the aftermath, not too close to induce a shot, and left alone by Raja. He's 4. Simmons is 4, and Red Force in their second innings. They trail now by 99 runs, but that's only of academic interest. They're 14 for 1.
Yeah, so we can safely say, Sean, that Barbados Pride, they have won this year's tournament. Congratulations to them. They've been led well. They played good cricket, especially in the opening rounds. They set the momentum. So congrats to them. They won in 2020 when it was curtailed because of COVID-19. Nothing in 2021 was played. And coming back in 2022, they defended that title well. Kudos to the Barbados Pride, the entire country of Barbados as well.
And even when their 2 top batsmen, well, apart from Braffett, had left for the Ireland, the Netherlands, and the Pakistan one-day series, and Jason Holder wasn't playing because he's being rested, and he's also going to be back in the team, most likely for the test matches. They still managed to win matches.
Yes, because they've played good cricket as well.
That's flicked away out towards the fine leg position. It's got a long way to the boundary. Niall Smith will give up the chase, and Raja gets 4 from the spinner and 4 from the fast bowler in the same direction, opposite sides of the ground. He's now on 8. That's Simmons. He's on 8. Raja's on 4. 18 for 1.
Yes, and they were short of catch it there when it left the bat, but it was all along the ground, mindful of the leg gully. It went between the leg gully and the short backward square.
Well, lovely shot there. Great shot through the gap and caressed it more than punched it. And it's going to go a long way towards the boundary. The man with double knot on his back gives chase, but even he, if he was using both, he wouldn't catch that. That was expertly driven. Glorious shot. Elegant shot. He goes to 12, 22 for 1.
That was a fine shot by Keegan Simmons. Kissed the earth as he placed the shot. The ball kissed the earth and went all the way down towards the boundary. Just a push drive and picking the gap nicely. And surely the youngster looked good playing that shot.
Lush green and still lightning fast outfield despite the pounding of the rain on it over the last couple of days. Wonderful outfield, wonderful ground. And the Brian Lara Stadium will become an international venue when India come for the first one day, the first T20 match. It's going to be played there.
And that's good. That's a fantastic facility as well. So that's always in the making, that it will definitely become an international venue with a big man name, Brian Charles Lara. That in itself alone should be attracting people to go there.
I want to say good afternoon to Brian. Thanks for all your help with my recovery. And you and God and Dr. Ramcharan and Dr. Camacho and the entire community that donated to me, want to say a big thank you for saving my life.
And it's always good to be grateful for whatever assistance you get. So that's good of you, Sean, remembering those fellas and organization that helped you along the way.
That's played between the forward short leg and the leg slip and gets a single. So he will keep the strike. And Raja is on 4. Simmons on 12. 22 for 1.
And we see a little conversation happening out in the middle there. I don't know, are they discussing, well, it seems as though we're going to continue. The umpire is just waving at somebody there. Might have been a little discussion how long more they're going to prolong the game. Now it's just about 17 hours, but most likely it's going to continue here. So there was no
it's
sign.
signal in the last hour.
Yes, it got to be.
Yeah.
Has to be.
So Guyana wouldn't want to come off now with the possibility of Pomal getting the 2 wickets to reach 500 regional first class wickets. And of course, Pomal continued to impress. He's on the 1 foot in, 1 foot out of the door of test selection. As I heard, he, Moti, Imlak, and of course, Tej Narain Chandrapal are all selected as the Guyanese players in the President's 11, which will precede the first test match in Antigua.
Well, I can say I heard it from Sean Devers.
Yes.
22 for the loss of 1. Kimo Paul begins another over, none for 11 from 5.
Outside the line of the off stump again, this time in control, but that ball came back too high to hit the off bail, but certainly a testing delivery. 22 for 1. 22 for 1 is just of academic interest. The batting of the Silver came out, was looking to find his rhythm, but didn't. And now with this, Raja has had to replace him. Raja looked good in the first innings, but he will want his fledgling career to start with a good knocks. He settles and is flashing at the ball. No movement of the right foot across the left hand, straight down the track. Big booming drive. The only thing spoiling that delivery was the no ball.
Yes, exactly. And why Raja? That was so close to the line of the off stump. It wasn't in the corridor for the drive. The ball was slanted across him. He just threw caution to the wind, threw everything at it. Was looking to drive through maybe the mid-off area. And luckily for him, well, if the edge was found, it was already a no ball.
Yeah, here's Paul again. 3 slips on a gully going down. A leg gully also in place. In he comes, bowls outside the line of the off stump. Good pace, good carry. Paul working up a real steam here this afternoon.
Yes, and this is good fast bowling that we are watching. And why not? In the first inning, 6 for 50. He's a leading wicket taker by a fast bowler in this year's tournament. And certainly he has his eyes on a special prize. Kimo Paul wants to get back in West Indian colours. How you get there? It's performances like these.
He's played 3 test matches so far. And only injury maybe prolonged his return to the West Indies team. Here he is, bowls outside the line of the off stump. A good delivery again, but again, not close enough to challenge the off stump or force Raja to play. I was telling you that the Australia Tour, when they go down under, the 2 2020 matches will be played on October 5, October 6. Then they break for the ICC World Cup. That's a 2020 World Cup, of course. On the 17th of October, West Indies play Scotland in their first match, and the final is on November 13th. But then they come back for Test cricket right in Australia after the World Cup. This is a good delivery, and it's tucked off the hip down towards Cameron, who comes off the boundary and sends the return back towards Imlak. So 24 for 1. Simmons on 12, Raja on 8. And those 2 Test matches, there will only be 4 Test matches played from now until the year end, and that the first one is on November 30th to December 4, and that's the first test match at West Indies and Australia. And from December 8th to 12th, the second test match, that's going to be a day-night match with a pink ball.
Yes, and that should be interesting, the day-night game.
Here is Paul goes in, bowls closer to the line of the off, some little inward movement, but Raja equal to the task and plays it out towards mid-off, where Niall Smith in the way, and there's no run.
Yes. So the battle continues here with Kimo Paul. He has already picked up 1 for 9. This is his 5th over. And Simmons and Raja, despite that one shot by Raja, both of them look reasonable, comfortable out in the middle. The Silver had his problems. He has since gone.
And for those of you listening in Guyana, as Kimo Paul moves in once more and bowls, that's played on the offside. Nice soft hands as he pushed it out towards cover, and Smith had to go around to his right to do the fielding, and the 10th over comes to an end. 25 for 1. Simmons is on 13, Raja's on 5. Those listening in Guyana will certainly anticipate the CPL. That's from August 13th to September 13th, and especially the final, which is going to be on September the 30th in Guyana, the National Stadium. I understand tickets are already being sold. And
Tickets for CPL are out already?
Yeah, I understand so. And there's a big, especially from the foreign, the immigrants, the migration, those who are away from Guyana, the Guyanese who are away, they're coming back in full flow.
Well, I thought the tickets will only be available when the draft and so on is done. That has not been completed as yet. So that's kind of a little strange because people want to book their tickets because of the matches that they want to see.
Yes, and they want to know how to come, where to come, and when to come. So they should officially announce if tickets are on sale or not. I just heard it through the grapevine.
Well, I don't think the tickets are out on sale because they're not going to have the tickets on sale before the draft. That's not a possibility at all. Taken on the pad, there's a shout for leg before, and umpire Jonathan Blade says not out, but Pimal was going up there, and that sound could have resonated throughout the entire Trinidad and Tobago and Guyana as well.
Yes, and also in Guyana would be from Tuesday, the West Indies Women's Senior Tournament. Here is a ball that's back of a length, pushed into the offside, and there's no run. So players like Ava Morgan and Junie James and those people, Sani Char and all of those long ago cricketers, Walcott. Here is Pamal, bowls to Raja, pushes into the offside. All of those cricketers, including the last West Indian test player, Indomati Godial, because I think Campbell has played a test match or two, but most of these matches now played by the West Indies women are one-day internationals.
Yes, Campbell, you're talking about Charmaine Campbell?
Yeah.
Oh, well, there's no test match. Did she play a test match?
I believe so, but I'm not sure. But most of these matches now are one-day international. Back in the days, they used to have the test cricket. Australia, India, they would have continued to play test matches.
Yes, I know. So, Pramal is continuing from the southern end of the ground, and he'll be bowling to the left-handed Simmons, who's gotten 13 from 37 deliveries so far. There's still the leg gully. There is a solitary slip and a forward short leg. And here is Simmons getting a good delivery, but he's playing it well, just dropping it in front of the field at forward short leg. Akshaya Pasad, he feels well. Pramal ends another over. It's still 25 for the loss of one.
Yeah, good afternoon to Janet Jandori. She was the former Guyana women's wicketkeeper. And of course, Sharon Legol, if you're listening in New York, good afternoon to you. She's the daughter of the late fast bowler and most successful on the 19 team manager.
Well, Sean, we're seeing them shaking hands out in the middle. That's the end of this encounter with Trinidad and Tobago, 25 for the loss of one. The match was played on the good spirit. The rains came. That didn't dampen the spirit whatsoever. And at 10 minutes after the hour of 5, well, they decided they have had enough and the game has been called off. It will go down as a draw between Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
Yes, well, thank everybody who have made my stay possible here. Vinud Mamchan also. Everybody who has made my stay here. Good, thank you to everybody.
Yes, so that's the story from the Queen's Park Oval in this encounter between the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Red Force 218 in their first innings, Jeremy Solazano 72, Jason Mohammed 68, Kimo Paul 6 for 50 and 25 for 1. Harpy Eagles 331, Tevin Imlak 76, Kevin Sinclair 58, Veerasammy Pramod 47, Terran Hines 3 for 75, Brian Charles 3 for 56, Mohammed and Khan 2 apiece. So that's the story. The game has ended in a draw. On behalf of the entire commentary team, my colleague Sean Davis from Guyana, and of course our boy Adigo Martin, John Ramsing, our scorer here, our technician, young Lalman as well. On behalf of everybody, we want to say thanks to Cricket 360. Until next time, this is Inderjeet Prasad saying goodbye from the Queen's Park Oval.